International, standing tall with News 18 in this initiative for the second time. For the past 108 years, Lions International has empowered communities, uplifting women through education, healthcare, and opportunity. Since 1956, Lions have built 150 plus schools, 200 hospitals, and vital services that strengthen the nation's backbone, to more commitments of doing good in the coming times. And now to commence our extraordinary evening, it's my honor to invite Network 18's Palki Sharma, who's known for her insightful storytelling and impactful reporting. Let's give her a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Archana. Good evening, everyone. On behalf of News 18 and Lions International, it is my absolute pleasure to warmly welcome all of you to the Mumbai edition of She Shakti 2025. We're glad to have all of you here with us on this wonderful evening. And since we are in Maharashtra, let's open with the empowering words of Savitribai Phule, Maharashtra's pioneering social reformer. Please pardon my pronunciation errors, if any. स्त्री हे अनंत शक्तीचा सागर आहे, तिच्या शक्तीने समाजचा मार्ग बदलेल. Means a woman is an ocean of infinite power. With her strength, the path of society will change. These words are not just a reflection of the past, they are a call to action for the present. And today they resonate louder than ever as She Shakti takes the stage in Maharashtra for its first ever regional edition. This is more than a milestone. It's a moment of alignment between a movement and a state that has always led from the front. Maharashtra has long stood tall, where her power is not just a phrase but a lived experience. From the great social reformers who challenged the orthodoxy to today's women at the helm of metro systems, state cabinets, thriving businesses, and the front line of social innovation, this state's pulse beats to the rhythm of women leading from the front. Today we gather in the city of strength, as we call it, to celebrate the spirit that is driving New India, powered by women, anchored in Bharat. Maharashtra leads this movement with 50% panchayat and local leadership positions now held by women, and a vibrant ecosystem of female entrepreneurs, teachers, scientists, and public leaders setting benchmarks nationally and even globally. And this is not just a statistic, it's a signal to the nation. It says, when women step up at every level, at home, in rural councils, in urban boardrooms, society moves forward. This is also the land where women entrepreneurs power a vibrant startup ecosystem. Scientists and educators break new ground, and leaders rewrite school textbooks and policy manuals to close the gender gap. Maharashtra does not just follow trends, it sets them. Over its first two impactful editions, She Shakti has become more than a platform. We believe it's now an initiative. We have celebrated pathbreakers in governance and social justice, icons in industry and science, stars in sport and the arts, and heard authentic voices from every walk of life. Voices that once whispered, now thunder. She Shakti has not just spotlighted stories, it has inspired action, ignited policy shifts, and created a growing sisterhood of changemakers. This year's theme, from breaking barriers to building Bharat, is not just more timely, it is also necessary. As we come together in Mumbai for the very first regional edition, we shift the spotlight internationally from metropolitan Mumbai to the heartlands and grassroots, from the global to the local and back again. And this is an intentional shift that we are making. We celebrate leadership that crosses every boundary, urban and rural, established and emerging, grassroots and global, because a stronger Bharat is built when every woman leads everywhere. As a journalist, I witness firsthand how stories can change society. When we put a mic in the hands of a grassroots activist, when we give airtime to a woman scientist, when we celebrate a police officer or a startup founder, we are not just reporting. We are rewiring the narrative of Indian leadership. So to everyone here today, policymakers, entrepreneurs, media, educators, artists, our next generation of changemakers, thank you for bringing your stories. Thank you for your courage and your vision. The real history of India is not written in monuments. It is built in these moments of shared ambition. So together, let's celebrate and elevate the extraordinary women propelling New India, breaking barriers, rewriting destiny, and building Bharat one breakthrough at a time. Welcome to Lions International Presents News 18 She Shakti 2025 Mumbai Edition. The future begins here.
Thank you so much, Palki. And I would request you to please come back on stage with us because we are going to dig deeper into today's powerful stories and sessions. And joining her are our amazing panelists who represent the vibrant and diverse women leaders shaping policy, driving change. Please welcome IS Sunena Tomar, Additional Chief Secretary, Higher and Technical Education, Government of Gujarat, and IS Vinita Ved Singhal, Principal Secretary, Food and Civil Supplies, Government of Maharashtra. Please welcome them with a warm round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Hello again. We often say that India is rising, but today we want to talk about how it is rising and, more importantly, who is leading that rise. Joining me are two remarkable leaders in public service, Ms. Sunena Tomar and Ms. Vinita Ved Singhal. Welcome to She Shakti. Thank you so much. And I had a list of questions prepared about the work they've done and what they believe in and how they think policy can change lives. But I also had a conversation with them before this event began, and I found something striking about both of them, something common. Both of you are very optimistic about where we stand as a country and a society. So I want to start on that optimistic note, starting with you, Ms. Tomar. From the time you started your journey in civil services to now, how do you see India poised, and how do you see India in terms of opportunities for girls?
I would, as you started, from where I started from a small place in Haryana, where I studied. I did my graduation, post-graduation, and also appeared for civil services from a place called Rohtak in Haryana. And I firmly believe, Palki, as we were talking backstage also, that India as a nation has given full and equal opportunities to women. That is what I firmly believe. Right now also I'm Additional Chief Secretary Education in the state of Gujarat. And our state also, like all other states, have provided total free education to all the girls. Plus our the then Chief Minister, now the Honorable Prime Minister of India, he had launched a special program, to welcome girl students to the schools, wherein all senior bureaucrats, all politicians across, MLAs, MPs, ministers, and the Chief Minister himself used to visit all villages to encourage people to send their girl child to the school. So now I think we have equal opportunity to both the genders.
Ms. Singhal, your thoughts on this? Do you think that we are more or less a society that gives equal opportunities to women?
Yeah, I also belong to North India, born and brought up around Delhi, and have worked in Maharashtra for the last 27, 28 years. But I do believe that when we look at the historical facts about our country, women have been, in many ways, revered for a longer period of time. We are the only country where the women did not ever have to fight for the adult franchise. And if you have read your history lessons properly, you know that the so-called developed countries today, they had to fight for the female franchise. They had to fight for labor laws. We have never distinguished between men and women regarding the labor laws, regarding the employment, regarding the franchise. So we have a legacy where women have been given their due respect historically, and more so in the present times, because I realize, and the country realizes, and the policymakers of the country realize that you simply cannot take a country forward with 51% of its population being left behind. That's statistically impossible, and that is psychologically, socially, emotionally completely impossible. So yes, we are on the right trajectory, and the results are there to see for the rest of the world also.
Fantastic. I think we are striving for equality. We've put women on the pedestal, historically, as you mentioned, but today's woman wants equal rights, equal opportunities, and I'm happy to see that both of you remain optimistic about this. Ms. Tomar, let's talk about your specific line of work, education. Education is the first step towards empowerment, we say. And even before we could fully realize the potential of the girls in cities and smaller towns and villages, we have a big disruptor in the form of AI. So as somebody who's working in this field, how are you ensuring that girls get the right skills to enter a workforce that is also changing rapidly?
Means as I told you initially also, like we are as a state focusing on girl education in a big way. So we are, seeing to it that all girl students get enrolled in the schools, in the colleges, also in the universities. And when I go to attend any functions in colleges and universities, you see among us the achievers, more are girls. So even as far as skilling is concerned, Government of India as a whole is focusing a lot on skilling of the youth. And in that also I can see, the women are the front runners in that. So with advent of AI, I don't see any disruption to the skilling of women specifically as a gender. They are being readied by the country to face the challenges.
Ms. Singhal, you've served across departments ranging from tribal development to women and child development. What are some of the powerful lessons that you've learned, opportunities that you've spotted, and also challenges that you still see persist?
I basically believe that when the right policies have been put in place, what is really important is to iron out the minor problems, which may seem minor at the top, but they are actually the real problems at the local level. If we notice the trends, and ma'am will also agree with me, the trends as we see now is that there's a major dip and the girls drop out of schools and colleges after 10th. Or after 12th. That is the major struggle. And once they start attending college, then the universities, they complete the university courses, of course. So why this 10th and 12th drop happens? It is largely because the schools and the colleges where they are willing to join are a little further off, and there are not enough buses, not enough transportation, or the parents don't feel safe sending their girls, especially in the rural areas. So if you iron out these small problems like providing a right bus or providing a community travel or something for the girls, then, there's nothing stopping these girls from getting the university education. Many a times, even providing remote education to these girls at that point of time irons out the differences, irons out the problems, and the education process can continue for the girls. Till about 10 to 15 years ago, early marriages used to be a big problem. Even the UNICEF report says that till a decade ago, 36% of the girls, even in Maharashtra, used to be married before the age of 18 and 20. Now the trends have changed completely. So these kind of changes are happening in the society. But I realize that it is at the community level, the minor problems, if they are ironed out, then the larger policy initiatives, they really are, we are able to achieve our targets there.
Ms. Tomar, Gujarat's universities have produced some exceptional women leaders. How do we go to the next step? How do we ensure that there are more women in decision-making positions, in academia, in research, in innovation? How do we build on the
See,
the
Palki, I
wins?
told you government can provide a level playing field, a level and equal level of opportunities to both the genders. And as government, I think we are more biased towards the girls, you know. We give them more facilities, and as Vinita was telling, we provide them transport, we provide them schools within a reasonable distance. So we are seeing to it that no girl drops out. And once a girl is educated, she is skilled. Then I would say, I would urge all the girls to come up to their full potential and to realize the opportunities that lie ahead of them. You know, we have to take initiatives on our own, because I think we have more than equal opportunities now provided by the state government. So I would like to say, when 36 years ago in Haryana, and Vinita also, means she's 6 years later, when we did not face any impediments, I was from a very small place. At my place, there was no coaching institutions, nothing at all. So I could make it. And now the women are educated, and I would urge the girls to feel empowered, because the power lies within them. Strong women are not born, strong women are built. So we have to build ourselves.
And I want to dwell on it, and I want you to tell the audience what you told me earlier, that while we may see more challenges, but if we put our minds to it, we can do it. And that is something that a lot of women who join the workforce and drop out at the mid-management level because life takes over, believe that this is a choice that they're making, but that's not really the choice they should be making.
See, Palki, we as women, you know, there are many women here. We can do a lot more multitasking than most men. Do you agree with me? See, sitting in office, I don't feel shy to ask, you know, what sabji are you making? Or as to, you know, when the child is to be picked up from the school. There is no harm in this. And Vinita, you would agree with me that we have to work at least 5 to 10 times harder than our male counterparts to be accepted at the same level. But we have the potential. We have the potential. We can work hard, I think so. Yes.
Have you faced this as well, that you have to work harder? And have you, when I work with my team, I feel that it is our job to normalize what you just said. That it's okay to be a parent when you're not at home, and it's okay to be a professional when you're not in office. And both sides should realize that you juggle many balls and you straddle many roles, and they have to accept it. Do you make that conscious effort, and you try to tell your team that it's okay?
Yeah, first of all, I would say that I'll make a very gender-neutral statement first, that nobody likes to fail. To that extent, we all work very hard, men and women. But yes, women, they know that when they fail, and now my friend is also there, she's also joined me. So I would say that when women fail, it becomes a generic thing. So when a man fails, it's not generic, it's specific to that person, that he could not rise up to the task. But for women, it becomes a generic thing. Oh, no, women cannot do it. And it is cited as an example for the women who want to step into her shoes. So to that extent, I am conscious. I work hard. I don't say I work harder than the men counterpart, but yes, I work hard, and I try to make success in whatever I feel is worth doing. To that extent, I totally agree. And I also say that women also have to come forward and take chances. I'll give you a very small example. I was conducting elections. There was Lok Sabha, Vidhan Sabha elections happening in my district. And as per routine, I asked my people to pull out the list of people who have to be put on duty. So they gave me a list of people. And then the fellow officer started ticking off, ma'am, ye post, ye nahi, inko nahi denge duty. So I said, what is the problem? They said, ma'am, they are women, kaise karenge? So I called these women. I said, you guys are being ticked off the list because since you're women, you won't be able to work. They said, who said? Who said so? Who makes the decision on our behalf? So I said, are you up to the challenge? They said, more than the challenge. And they took the challenge. So don't presume that we cannot do things. Give us an opportunity. At least ask us whether we are up to the challenge or not. And I'm sure that once you raise this question, I would say 110% women will rise to the challenge.
You both had long and illustrious careers. From the time you started to now, do you think that the system is more conducive? We see that in the private sector. Some of it is because of policy push, others because companies are making their culture more attractive to all kinds of workforce. But in the government space, let's start with you maybe. Do you think that it's easier for a woman professional to balance life and work now than it was maybe 2 decades ago?
It's, I would not say that it is easier, but yes, a definite level of sensitivity has come into the system. And I would also say that it has also come culturally and socially also, because I would say that the men also have to now take a fair share of their domestic responsibilities. Initially, and in my mother's time, probably the male-female roles were very stereotyped, but now it is not. And I say from my personal example, my husband is probably a better parent to my children than me, because between the good parent and the bad parent, I'm the bad parent, he's the good parent. So even the men have to take care of the domestic responsibilities, so probably they are more aware, probably they are more sensitive. And if God willing, I think all the women sitting here, it's my request also, and I think you people are also consciously doing it, you are raising very sensitive sons who are going to be very good human beings to the fellow lady officers, fellow ladies who will be in their workspace and in their private space.
Ms. Tomar.
I would like to, say what Vinita has said. I fully agree with her. And if you are working, your partner realizes that she too is working. So it builds a normal, good relationship among us, both the partners. It is more equal, right? There's no conscious effort towards that, but it comes naturally. So I think, and when the children see the mother working, they become more independent. That's my personal experience with both the girls coming up to be independent women themselves. So I think it builds a good, sort of equal good relationship as friends. It normally comes in when you are working, The partner also sees that she's also come back tired, Why should I ask her for something? Let me do it for her. So it comes very good and handy.
Or you train them?
Yes.
Ms. Singhal, you led during the COVID-19 labor crisis. You've also driven nutrition campaigns like the Poshan Abhiyan. These can be high-pressure moments. What have they taught you about leadership and resilience?
You see, I do believe, and if I were to use very terms which are sociologically thrown around quite a bit, I do believe in a democratic style of leadership. Most of the time, the democratic style of leadership works because you have to take your team with you. It can no government or private sector enterprise can be led unless you have your team with you. But at the same time, when the push comes to the shove, then when you have to stand up to your convictions, when you have to take the strongest of decisions, then the leader really matters. At that point of time, some people might consider you to be autocratic, but yes, when it really comes to that, then you have to put your foot down and take a stand, which is in the larger interest of the people, which might push them beyond their limits, which might make your team to work much harder to achieve what you want. So a mix and match of democratic, autocratic, and also conciliatory positions in leadership is what leads you. It has to be situation specific. We cannot put definitions or stereotypes as to this is best or that is best. What situation demands? Because the kind of leadership that ma'am, me, even Nidhi, she was here some time ago, what we did at COVID was something that we all floundered, we all learned, and we all put our foot down where it was required to be done. I mean, I can quote a specific example. We were just talking about Iqbal sir, and we were talking about many of my colleagues. We ran out of oxygen. And there was one particular hospital which was running out of oxygen, and there were 142 patients on ventilator in that hospital. What do? So we finally got all the ambulances from across the city of Mumbai, shifted all 142 people who were on ventilators because we were running out of oxygen. There, if you question my decision making, कि नहीं नहीं अभी थोड़ा और रुकते हैं, अभी और देखते हैं, it's lives on hold because of that. So there, I don't believe democratic style of leadership would have worked, but situationally, you have to grow, you have to evolve, and you have to take your people ultimately with you. That's what happens. I think that's what situations teach you in this service.
Very well put. Ms. Tomar, your learnings and your tips for women who are entering leadership roles, who not just in bureaucracy, but in any field, any walk of life, what would you tell them?
I would feel, when you manage a household, you can manage anything, It comes, I think the leadership qualities, they come to you very naturally, It is management, ultimately. And as a leader or as a professional working in the administrative service, I have never felt in my life the team differentiating between a man and a woman. You can either be a good leader or be a bad leader. Either an efficient person or an inefficient person. The differentiation of a man and a woman does not stay, that time. And I feel, when you are working as a leader, women especially, my team often tells me, you are like a mother, At times, you have to be strict. But at times, you have to love your team and you have to save them in times of need. So it comes naturally to you, when you manage a household, you manage everything. And there are, women are, maybe I'm biased. I believe women are better leaders, and the team believes it,
Someone told me long back that our mothers did not have Excel sheets in the kitchen, but they knew exactly what was running out in the pantry. It was all in the back of their heads. That makes them fantastic managers.
Yes. Absolutely. All of us, I think, all of us who have learned cooking from our grandmothers and our mothers, they always tell us, एक चुटकी नमक डाल दो. अब एक चुटकी 5 ग्राम है, 2 ग्राम है, 10 ग्राम है, किसी को नहीं पता. But एक चुटकी, and mom always comes up right. Her dishes are always magnificent. So that kind of management you build over experience, you build over, when you do things again and again, you see, you learn, you grow. That's what leadership is all about.
Yes, an instinct that is instilled in us. Thank you so much for this rich and insightful conversation. And the takeaway for me here is that women empowerment is not one policy, one decision, one campaign. It's a long journey. It's a commitment that we make. And thank you both for the wonderful work that you've done and for being part of this conversation.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Vinita ji and Sujata ji and Palki, for sharing such inspiring insights. And I think whatever they said resonated in the room, and your cheers and your applause said it all. So once again, a huge round of applause for this conversation. Great women are not born, they are indeed built. So thank you for that. And as we keep this powerful momentum going, it's time to spotlight remarkable women who are not just breaking new ground, but redefining progress across the fields of art, entrepreneurship, financial empowerment, and grassroots leadership. And to guide us through this inspiring discussion, please welcome Network 18's Shweta Punj. And now it's my honor to introduce our distinguished panelists. IAS Nidhi Chaudhary, Director, National Gallery of Modern Arts, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Chitralekha Patil, Managing Trustee, CFTI, Director and PNP Group of Companies. Preeti Rathi Gupta, Founder, LXME. And Sarita Sonawale, Social Worker and Savitri Bai Phule Awardee.
Thank you, Archana, for that. It's, please take your seats. Yes, absolutely. We are absolutely delighted to be here in Mumbai. As it was mentioned at the start of the program, that this is our first session in Mumbai, our first regional session. We've done She Shakti in Delhi, of course. And Mumbai is such an ideal place to do this because I started my career in Mumbai, and as someone who's grown up in the northern part of the country, primarily Delhi, living and working in Mumbai was like a breath of fresh air. I felt so free and liberated because I could travel at whatever time. I did not feel conscious about the fact that if I'm traveling late, it's unsafe. It was truly, truly liberating. I was working with CNBC at that time, and I remember I came back home at 3 a.m. in a cab, something that was unheard of living in Delhi, living and growing up in Delhi. So more power to the spirit of Mumbai and more power to the state of Maharashtra. Right? It's given us such iconic leaders in our history, in our politics. And the panel that we have here right now, it's an eclectic mix. So we have someone who's working at the grassroots level of financial empowerment, Preeti Rathi Gupta, founder of Lakshmi. We have Chitralekha Patil, a politician, but also someone who's done a lot of social service at the grassroots level, managing trustee of CFTI, director of PNP Group of Companies, and the list goes on. So I'm not going to get into her, all the things that she's doing, but she wears many hats, clearly. Then we have Nidhi Chaudhary, who is the director of National Gallery of Modern Arts, Ministry of Culture, one of my favorite museums in India, completely. So more power to you, Nidhi ji. And we have Mrs. Sarita Sonavale, who has done path-breaking work at the grassroots level in spreading awareness around breast cancer. So can we hear it for all our panelists? It's such a diverse and such an interesting group of people who are really breaking barriers in their own way. So the session is called Power Circles of the West. And here, all the panelists here are representing power in their own right. So let me begin with Preeti. Preeti, we were talking about Lakshmi and the work that you've been doing on ground. You've designed an app that is to be used by women to get them to understand about how to manage their finances. So first, why? Why did you think of this? And second question is that what's been your key takeaway in your journey of building Lakshmi?
Thank you. Firstly, pleasure being here. Thank you for having me. And we had this conversation yesterday. Since this is being done in Mumbai, this is being, it's in Maharashtra. We can think of names like Ahilya Bai Holkar. We can think of Jhansi Ki Rani, who was the queen of Malwa at that time, also an important part of Maharashtra. And both these women, when we think of them, they were not just rulers, but they were great CFOs of their empires. They were managing the money, they were managing the treasuries. They, in war times, made sure that money is going at the right places, right? So that's the legacy we are in. Mumbai is the financial capital of India. I come from the financial services, and every time I would meet my friends and a lot of the women, the first line I heard when I said, this is what I do. Can you imagine what's the first sentence they told me? I'm not good with money. And it would just surprise me because here you are, you have your mothers as testament on how they've managed their household budgets. You are yourself managing household budgets. And yet, there's a deep-rooted,
And one time, all the big bankers of India were women.
Well, today, our finance minister is a woman.
Today, finance minister is a woman. Yes, absolutely.
Even with all of this around, and my app is called Lakshmi because I realized this deep-rooted dichotomy. Diwali is coming up. We are all going to pray to the goddess Lakshmi. She's a woman, and we tell her, grant us prosperity and wealth. But when it comes to us as women, we're like, मैं नहीं कर सकती हूँ, मुझसे नहीं होगा, कोई और कर लेगा, right? And there is more than the deep-rooted conditioning, we also suffer from, just the lack of time, right? We suffer from time poverty. I think we just heard that we multitask, so हम घर भी manage करते हैं, बच्चे भी manage करते हैं, families manage करते हैं, work manage करते हैं, we manage everything. And then when it comes to money, we tell somebody, it's more convenient to tell somebody, you manage it, right? So I think to me that was very disturbing. I come from a background where at 16 years, my father told me, this is how you manage stocks, this is how you tally dividends. So for me, it was second nature. I just couldn't wrap my head around why the rest of the world of women didn't sort of
She's
apply
also the
this.
managing director at Anand Rathi, which is one of the largest stockbroking firms in the country. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for slipping that in. But to me, that was always something that I couldn't wrap my head around, right? And then I think when I just looked around, as a country, we were galloping in terms of the number of women who have, number of women graduates. Today, we are 51% of the population. That itself is a success for us in a country where a woman child, a girl child wasn't very welcome, right? That has changed so much. Women are getting more educated, higher number of women graduates. We just heard that women are getting married much later. Today in India, we have 70 million single women, which is equivalent to the population of UK and Germany put together, right? So that itself is such a large growing cohort. Women are earning more money. Women in workforce have doubled. We've come from 18% to 40%. So women definitely are getting more money in their hands. But what are they doing with this money? They're handing it over to somebody to manage, or sometimes just passively letting it sit in cupboards or bank accounts or fixed deposits, right? Which is by itself not a bad thing, but when you look at the figures, the data, and we did this study in Lakshmi, and a woman today loses about 2 crores. An average woman who starts her journey from 4.5 to 5 lakhs earning per year loses about 2 crores to gender pay gap. और उसके बारे में इतनी बात होती है कि हमको equality चाहिए in pay, right? We definitely have to work harder to prove our mettle, but we still don't get the equal pay. But a woman loses close to 5 crores, the opportunity of creating 5 crores more by the time she retires. So she's literally retiring towards poverty. She's probably going to have a longer retirement because women on an average live longer.
Yeah.
So to me, I just couldn't wrap my head around how 51% of our country is not looking at managing their money. This is a $750 billion opportunity for us as a country by 2027 and $1.5 trillion by 2030. अब आप बताइए लक्ष्मी में शक्ति है कि नहीं है? बिल्कुल. So why is it that we should not have, and what were the problems? We realized was, of course, time poverty.
So we'll come to that. I just want to go across everyone,
Yes.
but we will come to you for some key insights and lessons.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Let me bring in Chitralekha here. Chitralekha, you grew up in a city, and you're married into a political family, and you work in rural areas now. So how has that journey been? And where are the women of Maharashtra getting their courage from? Where is the She Shakti in Maharashtra? I mean, is it the historical context? Is it the cultural referencing that happens here? Take us through some of that.
So I would like to take you through what you said, that you came from Delhi to Bombay. I came from Nasik to Bombay. And I think that was the real time I really grew. Because Bombay as a city is not biased to any gender, any income class you come from, wherever, it's just pure talent. And from there, I also studied journalism in media. And after that, I started my NGO, which runs a program which is very relevant to today's program. It's called Savitricha Leki Chalya Pude, which a direct translation would be that Savitri Bai Phule's girls are moving ahead. So what we do there is we distribute cycles to girls who walk more than 5 kilometers to a school. There have been very, these positive feelings that good things have happened. We've had a girl who used to score a 90%, but her father was in jail, and her atya, that is a bua, like an aunt, wouldn't give her money for a rickshaw to go to a school. And then that cycle really changed her life and got the wheels going of her life. That was a positive story. But the other side of the story is being a little on the left thinking. On human rights, I really, really read, think, and I'm a very proud Marxist, that you really got to understand the disparity. We see the shining India and all that is fine. But the real India, the chana wali जो धूले में थी जिसको मैंने साइकिल दी, वो चना बेचती थी फिर साइकिल लेने जाती थी. So that reality versus our reality, the gap even today is extremely huge. It is getting bridged. Of course, there's a lot of positive initiative. Like I've seen the work Lions has been doing, a lot of work through journalism has got. At certain levels, social media and media also is very socialist in nature. It gives you that opportunity. Like Nidhi ji is into the cultural ministry. Today, artists get so much opportunity because of YouTube and all these things. But that bridging of that gap is very, very important in my opinion. Till today, that bias is there between a girl and a boy. And the bias, biggest is there in the head on the day she is born. I'll tell you an incident which I had with my professor, and I had my aha moment where I said, I couldn't do this, my brother will do this. We were conditioned like that at home. I mean, I'm not judging my parents, but we were conditioned like that at home. So, on that point, my sir told me a very interesting thing. Chitralekha, you have 2 legs. I said, yes. Your brother has 2 legs, 2 hands, both of you, and 1 brain. The brain doesn't have a gender per se. So just go follow your dreams. I think that's what I would end it with.
Okay. That's lovely. Nidhi ji, you got into art again. You're a passionate painter during your postpartum phase. And as someone who's managed to marry their ambition with their passion, it's quite a feat, right? And you're currently in the Ministry of Culture. Earlier, you were with the Finance Ministry. So take us through, your journey as an IAS officer, straddling many roles as a parent, as someone who's got, interesting hobbies and has worked on that, and as an administrator.
So I'll start with 2010, when I was expecting my first child, and I also decided that motherhood will not be a pause for me. I decided to write UPSC during my pregnancy, and I am happy to share that I could clear UPSC in my first attempt after having my first child.
That is amazing. And you were pregnant at that
And I was pregnant. Yeah, my son was 1 month old, not even 1 month old. When I entered the UPSC examination center, there were boys and girls with notes, and I was with C-section stitches, still not healed. But so I wrote UPSC, and I cleared it. The results came on my birthday, which also was a cue from God that my decision was right. And then I went to Mussoorie. My parents took care of my son. My husband supported me a lot. I joined IAS in Maharashtra, and my career began from Thane as probationer, and then Raigad I have worked as SDM and also as collector. Mumbai Suburban District Collector, Joint Commissioner GST, Joint Commissioner in BMC. I was in GAD for some time, in water supply for some time, Commissioner Skills. And then now I have applied for central deputation, and I'm working in Ministry of Culture as director in National Gallery of Modern Arts. You begin with me starting a new journey as an artist. So I used to paint as a child also, but I gave it up completely for pursuing studies. And I gave up in 2000, telling my mom that next time when I'll paint, it will be because of God, because of a universal cosmic connection, which will tell me that you can begin painting again. So when I was expecting my second child, it happens with most of the working women that pregnancy comes with certain uncertainty. Certain uncertainty about career, certain uncertainty about family life, and which is very natural. So while we have all these maternity leaves, childcare leaves, and a lot of other things, when you go on maternity leave from a post like Joint Commissioner BMC, there would be calls coming up, when are you joining, when are you joining? अनेक लोग आहे जे या पोस्टसाठी प्रयत्न करता है. There are a lot of people who are trying for this post, this and that. And you're not certain whether you will join back in the right place or not, whether you will go on posting, awaiting orders. So this uncertainty created a vacuum. And my younger son was named by my elder son, Advich. Both are looking same. And I wanted a girl, so I didn't have any boy's name in mind. So my elder son named him Adwin. Z he turned and made it N. And I just checked on Google, what does Adwin means, A-D-W-I-N. And it is an African name which meant artist. And I found my cue. After 18 years, I found my cue that I have to begin my artistic journey once again. And I'm happy to share with all of you here that in past few years, since 2018, after his birth, when I started painting again, I have shown my artworks in Mumbai, Delhi, Ahmedabad. I have a show next month in Jaipur also.
Wow.
And more than 20 exhibitions I have showcased my work. So this has been my journey.
That's wonderful. So it's never too late to go back to your passion. Right. Sarita ji, आपने लायंस क्लब के थ्रू बहुत काम किया है ब्रेस्ट कैंसर अवेयरनेस. थोड़ा हमारे ऑडियंसेस के साथ शेयर करिए कि जब आप जाती हैं, बात करती हैं, तो कितना मतलब अभी भी इग्नोरेंस है ब्रेस्ट कैंसर को लेके, कि आपको लगता है कि इम्प्रूवमेंट हुआ है पर अभी और काम करना बाकी है?
सबसे पहले तो मैं सर मेल्विन जोन्स के दिल से उनको नमन करती हूँ, जिन्होंने 107 साल पहले लायंस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का निर्माण किया और पूरे 200+ कंट्रीज़ में अभी वो काम कर रहे हैं. 14.5 लाख मेंबर्स हैं उसके. और हमारे प्रेसिडेंट सर की अभी ये इच्छा है कि वो 15 लाख तक मेंबरशिप की स्ट्रेंथ हो. सर हम ज़रूर उसके लिए ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा काम करेंगे. तो अभी आपने मैम पूछा कि ब्रेस्ट कैंसर के बारे में. जब से मैंने लास्ट 16 इयर्स में ये काम कर रही हूँ, लेकिन पहले 3 से 4 साल तक मुझे अवेयरनेस के बारे में बोलने में, ये लोगों को समझाने में ही गया इतना वक्त, क्योंकि इतने कोई अवेयर नहीं है. अगर आप बोलोगे कि चलो आज जाके ये चेक करवाते हैं, तो खुद से कोई नहीं आएगा, घर से भी कोई उनको.
फैसिलिटीज हैं चेक कराने के लिए? रूरल महाराष्ट्र में फैसिलिटीज हैं,
बहुत सारी फैसिलिटीज है, लेकिन वो रूरल एरिया के लेडीज तक वो पहुंचती भी नहीं है और उनको ये मालूम भी नहीं है. कई हॉस्पिटल में तो कोई सुविधा भी नहीं है. अगर किसी को कोई है, कोई अनवांटेड ग्रोथ है उनके ब्रेस्ट में, तो उनको गाइड करने के लिए भी कई जगह पे आपको अच्छे से डॉक्टर भी नहीं मिलते रूरल एरिया में. तो और वो उनको ये भी नहीं समझता कि हम सिटी में जाके उसका कुछ इलाज करवाए, किसी अच्छे डॉक्टर को दिखाए, वो सीरियसली लेते नहीं. तो ये शुरू से ही लेडी, हर लेडी खुद को लास्ट प्रायोरिटी देती है. तो मैं सब जेंट्स लोगों को बोलूँगी कि अपने घर के लेडी के ऊपर अगर उसके चेहरे से एक भी शिकन उसके चेहरे पे आई, तो आपको सोचना चाहिए कि उसको क्या तकलीफ है. अगर आप इंसिस्ट करोगे तो वो ज़रूर जाएगी चेक करने के लिए. तो जितना जब भी हम अवेयरनेस का लेक्चर देते हैं, तो जेंट्स लोग चालू कर देते हैं सब प्रोग्राम, और हम जेंट्स निकल जाएंगे, आप लेडीज़ के लिए बोलो. तो मैं उनको रिक्वेस्ट करती हूँ कि आप भी सुनो, आपको भी ये मालूम होना चाहिए कि लेडीज़ के प्रॉब्लम क्या होते हैं, क्योंकि वो खुद तो आके बताते नहीं है किसी को. तो घर के जेंट्स को भी समझना चाहिए कि उसका क्या प्रॉब्लम है.
जेंट्स बैठे हैं, आई होप कि आप सरिता जी के से नोट्स ले रहे हैं.
नहीं, बहुत ज़रूरी है ये
जी.
हाँ
जी. अच्छा, वी हैव टू रैप अप नाउ, बट प्रीति, आई जस्ट वांट यू टू शेयर वन क्विक फाइनेंशियल टिप with our participants here today. How should they be saving or investing their money? What are the 3 top picks for you?
Absolutely. So I think first of all, as women, we need to move beyond just saving, क्योंकि आपको पहले तो ये समझना चाहिए कि सेविंग इन्फ्लेशन नहीं बीट कर रहा है, यानी कि आपके पैसे की वैल्यू कम होती जा रही है हर साल. So you're trying very hard to save it, but the money is losing value. So to invest it means that typically you make your money grow over a long-term period more than inflation. और उसके लिए आपको कुछ decisions लेने. सबसे पहले goal setting करिए. Begin with setting goals because that will tell you time frame. Time frame will tell you where to invest your money, right? 3 things that a woman must own. मैं हमेशा ये कहती हूँ कि जब आप अपने फिजिकल फिटनेस आप खुद करते ना, आप थोड़ी आपके हस्बैंड को या ब्रदर को बोलते आप योगा करिए मैं फिट हो जाऊंगी, राइट? सो फाइनेंशियल फिटनेस ऑल्सो हैज़ टू बी डन बाय यू. 3 goals every woman should have. One is create an emergency fund for herself tomorrow if something happens.
That no one should know about.
No, of course. Everybody should know. This is the other misnomer. I think women need to have that sense of ownership that I have created this and this is something, and explain. I think communication is very important for women to communicate, and we find that the biggest roadblock or the gap between women and money, the lack of communication, right? So communicate, create an emergency fund for yourself. Second, your retirement. Do not depend on Bhagwan, husband, brother, son, right? Create it for
Make
yourself.
your money grow. Then you have to think of a retirement corpus
fund,
and then
अपना corpus बनाइए. And if you have children, definitely make sure that उनका education का भी आप onus लें. And fourth most important thing, please insurance लीजिए, health insurance. हमने COVID के बाद एक survey किया था, where 70% women, mass middle income women had no health insurance. So सबसे पहले जैसे हमने बात किया अपनी health के लिए खुद को wear your seat belt first before you try and help others.
Wow.
So take an insurance for yourself.
I think that's a very, very valuable tip. Wear your seat belt first before helping others. Thank you so much. We've run out of time, but it was so wonderful to have so many diverse voices on this platform. And we hope to be back with another session of She Shakti in Maharashtra next year. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, everybody, and for this powerful conversation. Well, it's truly inspiring to witness how women are transforming every facet of Maharashtra's growth story. And as we continue, let's tune into a unique perspective, one that goes beyond the traditional platforms and reaches hearts across homes and highways. The voices of Maharashtra, dynamic, relatable, and deeply connected, shaping stories beyond the radio stations, influencing culture, society, and everyday life. This is going to get very exciting, so please, I think you don't want to miss this. To help us explore the incredible impact of storytelling and communication in this space, please put your hands together for Network 18's Rubika Liaquat. And joining her for this conversation is RJ Malishka, renowned radio host at Red FM and actor. Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for these two ladies.
Hi. Thank you. Glad you got my mother-given name right. It isn't. Thanks, Rubika. Thank you, everybody, for having me here.
एंकर मैं हूं.
बहुत मुश्किलात होने वाली है.
नमस्कार आप सभी को. मेरा नाम रुबिका लियाकत है और जो मेरे सामने इस वक्त तशरीफ लिए बैठी हैं, इनको किसी इंट्रोडक्शन की ज़रूरत नहीं है. हाँ या ना पहले ज़ोर से बताइए. देखिए, हाँ ना मतलब मैं समझ गई इंट्रोडक्शन की कोई ज़रूरत नहीं है. पर एक बात जो आप नहीं जानते हैं, एक छोटी सी लड़की आज से 20 साल पहले रेडियो एफएम ज्वाइन करती है और इंटरेस्टिंगली कल वो 20 साल पूरे हो जाएंगे.
Kindly tune in.
अब आज अगर आपके पोते पोती बच्चे बच्ची हैं, उनसे कहिए कि 20 साल एक नौकरी कर, वही सुबह 7 बजे शुरू करना है, मॉर्निंग इसी तरीके से शुरू करना है. देखिए तो कैसे होगा. यही सारी चीजें बताने के लिए एक शी शक्ति इस वक्त नेटवर्क 18 के प्लेटफॉर्म पर बैठी हुई है. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है मलिश्का आपका.
बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया रुबिका. थैंक यू सो मच.
भैया आपकी त्वचा से तो आपकी उम्र का पता ही नहीं चलता.
बहुत स्किन केयर. 2 चीजें हैं. एक तो बहुत ज्यादा स्किन केयर करती हूँ, इट्स इंपॉर्टेंट लेडीज, और दूसरा मैंने बचपन में स्टार्ट किया था. गाइस गिव मी सम क्रेडिट. 2005 के बारिशों में मेरा जन्म हुआ था रेडियो पर. I mean रेड एफएम पर एटलीस्ट.
अच्छा, और वर यू नर्वस? कैसे शुरुआत हुई?
पहले तो उन्होंने रात भर मुझे एक होटल में रखा टाउन में, क्योंकि वहाँ पर हमारा रेडियो स्टेशन था. और 26 जुलाई के बाद जो हुआ, उसके बाद उन्होंने कहा हम चांस लेंगे नहीं, आप घर मत जाना. तो मेरे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन ने तब से मतलब कर दिया, 5 स्टार होटल में मुझे रख लिया था, क्योंकि अगले सुबह नीचे जाकर शो करना था. बारिशें तेज हो रही थी, तो वैसे उन्होंने मुझे रख लिया. तो दैट वाज माय फर्स्ट शो. उसकी तैयारी भी काफ़ी हुई थी. उससे पहले मैं और रेडियो स्टेशन में थी, विच वाज कॉल्ड 94.6, जो बंद हुआ 2 साल बाद. तो लोगों को ने सुना तो था मुझे, बट रेड एफएम के साथ एक नई शुरुआत हुई, बजाते रहो के साथ एक नई शुरुआत हुई. तो हाँ, तो वो अलग था. पीपल वर लुकिंग फॉरवर्ड टू हियर दैट वॉइस अगेन, पर शायद किसी को नहीं पता था कि क्या होने वाला है.
आरजे तो समझ में आता है,
लेकिन मुंबई की रानी कैसे बन गई भैया?
असंच मस्ती करता करता कोण ना बोलेल मुंबई मध्ये राणी नाही है. इट्स सच यंग, इट्स अमेजिंग. हमने एक्चुअली सीएम साहब से कुछ सालों पहले पूछा था कि सर कर लो ना, मेरे कंधे पे ऐसे हाथ रख के बोल दो मुंबई की रानी. बट इट्स अ नेम, इट्स समथिंग दैट आई थिंक एवरीवन इन दिस सिटी शुड फील दैट काइंड ऑफ हार्टीनेस. कभी कभी मैं लोगों को कहा करती थी मुंबई की रानी नहीं, मुझे मुंबई की नौकरानी कहो, क्योंकि हाँ जिस तरह से हर साल मुझे आते हैं कि पॉटहोल पे गाना नहीं बनाया, ये नहीं किया, वो नहीं किया, उसके हिसाब से. बट इट वॉज अ नाइस मोनिका, इट वॉज अ नेम जो लोगों ने प्यार से एक्सेप्ट भी कर लिया कि हाँ इट मेक्स सेंस कि वो इतना बोलती है हमारे शहर के बारे में, चलेगा, दे देंगे इसको से लाड़ात.
तो घर पे ये बोलते हैं कि नहीं बोलना है?
मम्मियों का तो आपको पता है, कौन सी मम्मी आपको रानी बना के सर पे रखेगी ना मुन्ना ना. घर पे हम सब सीधे हो जाते हैं.
ऐसे ही बोलती है ये रेडियो नहीं है.
एब्सोल्युटली, आई गेट टोल्ड दैट वेरी ऑफन.
मतलब अक्सर डांट पड़ जाती है.
एब्सोल्युटली, आज सुबह भी पड़ी है तो क्योंकि कल एनिवर्सरी. हाँ, it's like whatever you think you are, your clothes are lying here. I'm like mama, but like I have to go for She Shakti. 4 कपड़े तो पड़े रहेंगे ना.
अच्छा, लेकिन वन थिंग शी इज प्राउड ऑफ, घर की शी शक्ति मलिष्का की एक बात पर बस नाज और फक्र करती है, वो कौन?
आई थिंक मेरी मम्मी को सबसे ज्यादा खुशी इस बात की है कि मेरी बेटी बोलती है. नॉट बिकॉज शी थॉट मैं नहीं बोलूंगी, ऐसा बिल्कुल नहीं. मैंने 10 साल की उम्र, 10 महीनों की उम्र में शी सेड आई स्टार्टेड टॉकिंग अपेरेंटली, कुछ ना कुछ तो बोलना शुरू. बट मेरी मम्मी को लगता है कि वो बहुत टिमिड हैं, कि उनके दिल में जितनी बातें हैं वो कह नहीं पाई या कह नहीं पाती. तो उनकी हमेशा सेड व्हेन यू वर बोर्न आई वांटेड दिस. शी डिडंट से स्टफ लाइक ये मेरे घर का लड़का बनेगा ना. शी सेड कि ये बड़ी होकर ये बोलेगी अपने मन की बात. शी इज अ स्ट्रॉन्ग वुमन, बट व्हेन शी हर्ड मी स्पीक एंड टेक अप इश्यूज एंड टॉक अबाउट थिंग्स, आई थिंक दैट इज द मोस्ट प्राउड थिंग कि अगर कुछ है तो मेरी बेटी उसके बारे में जरूर बोलेगी. शी विल डू समथिंग अबाउट इट.
जोरदार तालियों की दरकार इसलिए है, आप समझ रहे हैं, वो भाव समझ रहे हैं कि मेरी बच्ची बोलेगी. हम कई चीजें हमें हमारी इच्छा होती है हम कह दें, पर हम कहने से कतरा जाते हैं, और वो कह देना ही सबसे मजबूत हथियार एक शी शक्ति का होता है.
Seriously, because मेरी मम्मी has seen me go through, anyone in my family has, and the industry has seen me go through so many things like phases. चाहे आप बॉलीवुड का इंटरव्यू कर रहे हो, चाहे आप पॉटहोल के बारे में गाना बनाकर दुनिया को प्रभावित कर रहे हो, चाहे घर के नीचे मीडिया खड़ी है सेइंग मैडम एक इंटरव्यू बाइट दे दो, वरना बिकॉज वो पॉटहोल के वक्त हुआ था दोस्तों, मजाक नहीं है, मजाक नहीं है. There was one young intern who came up to my house and rang the doorbell and said, "Auntie, please अपनी बेटी को बोलो बाहर आने के लिए, वरना मेरी नौकरी चली जाएगी." And I was like, it's madness because it was such frenzy and fervor. तो I think the pride तो है ही, डर भी थोड़ा सा लगा रहता है. इससे पहले कि आप मुझसे सवाल पूछें, डर भी लगा ही रहता है मेरे, but she's okay with it because she's seen this, no? She's seen like lots of things happen. आप लोगों को तो पता ही है, माहिती है ना?
अच्छा, एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ ये है कि भाई सबको पता है कि आरजे जो है रेडियो ऑन करो आएगा, वो गाना सुनाएगा, कुछ बातें करेगा, आपके फ़ोन लेगा, आपकी फरमाइशें लेगा और बात ख़त्म हो जाएगी. लेकिन आरजे मलिष्का ने चीज़ों को बहुत बहुत हद तक बदला है. एक मासूम सी बच्ची, उसे एक हीरो से मिलना है, मलिष्का जिनी बन गई और उन्होंने कहा योर विश माय कमांड, और हो गया. ये कैसे हुआ?
मैंने रेडियो के बारे में बहुत गौर से सोचा, क्योंकि जब मैं रेडियो सुनती थी बचपन में, बहुत सारे गाने बजा करते थे, मुझे रेडियो जॉकीज का इल्म नहीं था. आई हैड नो आइडिया. अमीन सयानी जी को सुना था एट सम पॉइंट, ओके, सो आई हैव नो आइडिया हाउ टू बी अ रेडियो जॉकी, बट आई वांट टू डू दिस. और मेरा हमेशा से सिर्फ एक ही मकसद था, मुझे गाने वाने नहीं बजाने हैं, मुझे आते भी नहीं है. मतलब द गाने दैट यू हियर इज सीरियसली फॉर्मुलेटेड, और ये आपको हर रेडियो जॉकी बताएगा कि वो चुनते नहीं गाने. हम आपके लिए गाने नहीं लाते, हम आपके लिए जो लाते हैं वो है भाव. वी ब्रिंग यू इमोशन, वी ब्रिंग यू स्टोरीज, वी ब्रिंग यू थिंग्स टू फैसिलिटेट योर डे. एंड आई थिंक दैट इज व्हाट आई ऑलवेज वांटेड टू डू. मुझे पता था कि मुझे भंकस नहीं करना है रेडियो पे. कभी कभी हो जाता है, इट्स ग्रेट फन एंड पीपल एक्सेप्ट इट विद ओपन आर्म्स. बट मुझे लगा कि ये प्लेटफॉर्म एक ऐसा है जिसको लोग पहले बैकग्राउंड मीडियम कहा करते थे, तो इसको फोरग्राउंड में कैसे ला सकते हैं. आई डोंट वांट टू बी इन योर ईयर्स, बट कैन वी, यू एंड आई टुगेदर एक्चुअली डू समथिंग टू चेंज थिंग्स. एंड आई थिंक दैट वाज द मोटिवेशन दैट ड्रोव मी फ्रॉम द बिगिनिंग. इसीलिए हम गानों के बीच में बातें करते हैं, आपको ऐसा लगे, वो मेरा उद्देश्य कभी था ही नहीं.
ऐसी बातें करते हैं कि मेरी छत पे बंदर नाच रहे हैं.
This is true.
It has happened.
It has happened. I was sitting and getting my hair and makeup done for one of these events, और मेरे को एक lady phone करके बोलती है, आपका नंबर इंटरनेट से मिला, पुलिस को बोल दिया है, अथॉरिटीज को बोल दिया, कोई कुछ नहीं कर रहा, आप ही कुछ करो. मैंने कहा क्या हुआ है? नेल्स और हेयर बन रहा है. एंड शी इज लाइक, मेरे छत पे बंदर नाच रहे हैं, तो आपको कुछ करना पड़ेगा. एक और औरत ने कहा कि उनका फ्रिज नहीं काम करना और रिपेयरमैन उनकी बात नहीं सुन रहा. Do you understand? मतलब they come to radio, and I know some of my colleagues are coming up on stage in a bit and they'll tell you this. Radio is that lifeline, it's that connector. आप शायद बाद में भूल भी जाते होंगे, हम आपके कान में वो एक आवाज है. But let me tell you, together all the radio community has influenced your children in beautiful ways. परसों ही मिली थी, हाँ. परसों मिली थी एक लड़की जो मैं खा रही थी सैंडविच. शी लाइक, आई हर्ड योर वॉइस, आई न्यू यू, एंड शी टोल्ड मी कि स्कूल से लेकर कॉलेज या कॉलेज से लेकर टिल शी वर्क, शी वाज लाइक, यू वर इन माय ईयर एवरी डे फॉर 4 hours. एंड आई वाज लाइक, अच्छा चप्पल शपथ, तू तो मेरी बेटी है. You know, if you've influenced someone like that, and that's one voice, one person, and so that's why I think radio jockeys have to be at the top of their game, which is basically not just radio jockeys, people, आप भी जैसे, you have to be at the top. जैसे मैंने इनको पूछा था आज सुबह, who did you eat for breakfast? Which politicians? This is what I asked her. But we have to
God, she's not giving the answer.
I know.
Allah का शुक्र है.
That may be the next number of people will ask you. But that was the scene that I want radio to be that medium.
आपको ये डर लगता है कि रेडियो मीडियम खत्म हो जाएगा जिस तरीके से AI आ रहा है, जिस तरीके से लोगों ने अब रेडियो को सुनना बंद कर दिया है?
हाय दैया यशोदा मैया, ये आपसे किसने कहा?
अच्छा सच बताना, दिल पर हाथ रखकर कितने लोग रेडियो सुनते हैं डेली?
Brothers and sisters, give yourselves a big hand, guys, starting with you.
अरे पर ये तो 10 लोग हुए ना.
अरे पर 10 ऐसे ही तो एक्स्ट्रापोलेशन होता है. अब आपके जो listeners,
no, so the reason
I
is
get what you're saying, but
yes.
I will. You have to stop me because I don't know the line between young and serious. I do. But here's the thing. You're right. Things have changed, but things have changed for every medium with AI coming in. Hollywood had a strike because, you know, unka rozi roti chin rahi thi, and I'm hoping that's what happens over here as well. AI is not the only khatra. Changing times, digital media, aap jo bhi bolo, yes, things will change. But koi bhi madhyam aise marta nahi hai. And I'm glad you brought this up because aapke itne amazing sunne wale hain. There are people in power who are listening. And that's what I want for the medium. You know, I told you this, कि इस माध्यम ने मुझे ना सिर्फ along with this medium, I'm able to explore acting and singing and dancing and everything. But what I want for this medium is, if the powers that be are listening, make it more accessible. एक वक्त हुआ करता था जब रेडियो को हर कोई हर जगह सुनता था. अब आपके phones पे रेडियो सेट्स नहीं है, या फिर you know the app is not there. I want that to happen for radio. अगर हमारे phones पे वापस आ जाए, if the government pushes that story, it will be great, and there is nothing like radio in the world.
और मैं ये उम्मीद भी करती हूँ, रेडियो से बेहतर तो सच में कुछ नहीं है. मतलब सुनिए और इमेजिन कीजिए, इससे ज़्यादा क्रिएटिव क्या हो सकता है. Now because it says time's up, I really wanted to speak more about it. लेकिन She Shakti, जब आप ये नाम सुनती है, the first thing that comes to Malishka's दिमाग, और one formula, ऐसी कोई बात जो आप कहना चाहे यहाँ पर शक्तियाँ जो मौजूद हैं उनको.
I will say 2 things. I think one is, or maybe just one thing, uplift each other. I think, yeah, I really think that is what you have to do. जब एक व्यक्ति कुछ amazing करता है, जब वो किसी और को अपना हाथ दे के आगे उठाता है कि yes, I can help you with, and you know those women, they are in your spaces, they are around you all the time. When someone uplifts another person, it feels very good, guys. It's very good for your soul also. But also, kul milake, I believe that women are the power. They are the fulcrum of humanity, of society. And I feel कि if they get to do more, if they get to express more, अगर वो बस अपना role जान ले beyond one thing, तो वो देश में बहुत बदलाव ला सकती हैं, बहुत चेंज हो सकता है. just the way we navigate things. Look at the wonderful women that were just interviewed here, the wonderful women that are coming on, the kind of things they're contributing. मेरी दादी के कुछ 7-8 बच्चे थे. She was a fabulous woman, and I keep thinking कि if we harness that power, मेरे दादा के बिजनेस की ज्यादा बातें होती हैं, but if we had harnessed that power that she was, वो गरीबों की मदद करती थी. She used to do crazy things, but we don't know it today. So I think women need to stand up more, speak up more, take spaces more, claim it. Don't get so worried about what the world will think. ये 4 लोग क्या सोचेंगे, भूल जाओ. ये कभी नहीं सोचती हैं. मैं बता रही हूँ आपको, मैं भी नहीं सोचती हूँ. But like, reclaim your power. It is our time and it is our time now. Take that space and do that small thing today. Do that financial decision. Do that, not kalesh in your family. Pick up that question and ask why. You know what I'm saying? Pick up the question, ask why is this happening. Do that. You are an equal half. 50% हैं हम इस धरती के. सोचो 50% अगर काम करेगी तो
50% भी हमारी वजह से ही है ना.
अब देखिए मोहतरमा, ये आपने क्या कह डाला सबके. सब प्रकट नहीं हुई.
Okay, it was wonderful talking with you.
Thank you.
और मैं तो आपको अभी से इनवाइट भी कर देती हूँ for a longer session.
You must.
We must uplift each other.
Absolutely.
And the women at large. बहुत
so
शुक्रिया
much.
मुझसे बात करने के लिए News 18 India और Network 18 के शी शक्ति के इस प्लेटफॉर्म पर. Thank you, Malishka.
Thank you so much. Should we do like a selfie for fun? Because this is what radio jockeys, we have much fun. You'll see the next session also.
Okay.
All right, with the audience. Hi, everybody say She Shakti. 1 minute. 1, 2, 3. All right, say She Shakti.
She Shakti.
This is what radio does. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shall I leave this here?
Yes. ये तो छोटा सा ब्रेक था. अब इसी रेडियो वाली कहानी को हम आगे बढ़ाएंगे और दो बहुत ही खूबसूरत चेहरे जो आपको सुनाई ज्यादा पड़ते हैं, दिखाई कम पड़ते हैं, यहाँ स्टेज पर मैं बुलाना चाहूंगी. सबसे पहले आरजे स्तुति, बहुत जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए. तो भाई आरजे स्तुति जो हैं, इनको बताइए आप कैसे याद करना पसंद करेंगे. ये वो स्तुति हैं जो दिल्ली में हम सबके कानों में गूंजा करती थी.
थी नहीं, अभी भी
नहीं भाई, आप वहां तो आप मौजूद थी ना, आंखों के सामने, अखियों के सामने. और फिर वो आ गई मुंबई. दिल में इनके तूफान भी हैं और आसमान की खामोशी भी है. मैं आरजे स्तुति को ऐसे जानती हूँ. बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका. शी इज़ अ फिल्म क्रिटिक, अपना बहुत शानदार रेडियो पर शो करती हैं और आजकल तो फिल्मों का रास्ता भी अख्तियार कर चुकी है. तो जोरदार तालियां आरजे स्तुति के लिए.
थैंक यू सो मच रूबिका, थैंक यू.
और इसी मसले को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हमारे साथ आरजे प्रेरणा भी जुड़ चुकी हैं. आरजे प्रेरणा, बहुत बहुत स्वागत है आपका.
We can clap louder after Malishka's existence. And if you don't, I don't know what are we doing even. Keep your phones down. Clap it away. She Shakti Zindabad. Yes, yes. Thank you so much.
तो भाई एक तो फीवर एफएम का प्रोग्रामिंग हेड सामने बैठा हुआ है और दूसरी है आरजे प्रेरणा जो कि हमारे साथ रेडियो सिटी से जुड़ी हुई है.
मिर्ची. That's okay.
रेडियो
That's
मिर्ची.
fine.
ओके. तो शुरुआत स्तुति आपसे करते हैं. मुंबई कैसा लग रहा है आपको?
मुंबई शानदार है और आज तो और ज़्यादा खूबसूरत लग रहा है और दिल्ली वाले मुझे मुंबई में दिख रहे हैं तो लग रहा है कि और कमाल होने वाला है.
मतलब आलू का पराठा, वो भी घी वाला.
अरे थोड़ा वड़ा पाव भी साथ.
कैसा सफर रहा आपका मुंबई में?
दिस इज बहुत छोटा सा सवाल है पर इसका लंबा सा जवाब होगा रूबिका.
इसीलिए तो सवाल छोटा होना चाहिए.
But I want to start by saying, thank you so much for inviting me. Or Rubika, I think She Shakti जो platform है and the fact that you are moderating this session makes it all the more special.
Oh, thank
because
you
जिस
so
शक्ति की हम बात करते हैं and about living life on your terms, I think you've done a fabulous job. Coming back to your question कि मुंबई में सफ़र कैसा है, मैं एक दिल्ली की लड़की हूँ, born and brought up there. I started my radio journey there and I moved to Mumbai 3 years back. और like everything, this was new. Comfort zone से लोग कहते हैं अगर आप निकलें तो अच्छा ही होता है. और मैं कहना चाहूँगी इस शहर के बारे में जो अच्छी चीज़ें मैंने सुनी थी about सपने पूरे होना, about people being nice and about the fact that आप एक महिला हैं और आपको बार बार घड़ी नहीं देखनी पड़ती इधर से उधर जाने के लिए, वो सारी बातें सच हैं. So I'm glad that Mumbai has accepted me and I'm also glad that the whole of India listens to me. क्योंकि वो मौका मिला है कि आप देश के जिस भी कोने में हैं, अगर रेडियो सेट है और उस पे फीवर एफएम है तो मेरी आवाज़ पहुंचती है.
वो जैसे मलिश्का अभी बता रही थी कि आदमी आपको चेहरे से कम पहचानता है, वो भैया ज़रा पानी ज़्यादा देना, पानी पूरी में तो कहते हैं अरे ये आवाज़ सुनी हुई है. आपके साथ ऐसा हुआ है?
मेरे साथ भी ऐसे कई एक्सपीरियंसेस हुए हैं एंड हम सब ने शुरुआत उस वक्त की थी जब इतना आसान नहीं था कि आवाज़ सुनी और गूगल कर दिया और चेहरा सडनली दिख गया. सो नॉट दैट वी आर डायनासोर्स बट द फैक्ट दैट यू वुड गेट, इट वाज थिएटर ऑफ द माइंड जहाँ आपको ऐसे लेटर्स मिलते थे जब लोग आपका चित्र बना रहे हैं और वो कह रहे हैं शायद आप ऐसे दिखते हो. बट या दिस वन इंसिडेंट हैपेंड विद मी बिकॉज आई एम नोटिस्ड ऑन एयर एज वेल फॉर माई लाफ विच पीपल से इज वेरी यूनिक.
पॉज.
तो
शुरू हो जाओ.
तो एक बार हंस रही थी तो किसी ने बोला ये आप रेडियो पे भी हंसती हैं. मैंने कहा यू कैन से दैट इफ आई एम पेड टू लाफ ऑन रेडियो आई डोंट माइंड दैट एज एन इंट्रोडक्शन एट ऑल.
आई एम नाउ गोइंग टू प्रेरणा. प्रेरणा, व्हाई आरजे? रेडियो जॉकी क्यों? आदमी दिखता भी नहीं है, समझ में भी नहीं आता है. अच्छा ठीक है, अब दिखता है मलिश्का, अब दिखता है भाई, पर मान लीजिए सामने वाला आपको हर जगह हर प्लेटफॉर्म पर ना. व्हाई आरजे?
बेसिकली मैं तो डेस्परेट थी जॉब के लिए और मेरे फैमिली में लोग कहते थे कि तुम बात कर सकती हो तो ये ट्राई कर लो, तुम्हारी आवाज़ में दम है, तुम हर चीज़ के लिए लड़ना पसंद करती हो, तुम मारवाड़ी घर से हो, कंजर्वेटिव फैमिली से हो, लेकिन नहीं तुम्हें शादी नहीं करनी, तुम्हें ऊँट पे बैठ के नहीं जाना एक गाँव से दूसरे गाँव, तो एक काम करो तुम रेडियो में जाओ, तुम अपनी बात रख सकती हो, यू कैन यूज दिस मीडियम फॉर एनलाइटनिंग एवरीवन. एंड आई वाज लाइक ये सब का मुझे पता नहीं, बट आई 100% वांट अ जॉब, सो लेट मी स्टार्ट विद दिस. बट जैसे कि मेरे सीनियर्स हैं स्तुति, मलिश्का ऑफ कोर्स.
माय गॉड, हाउ कन्वीनियंट.
You, it's true. I am from Radio Mirchi, guys. अगर आप अपनी आंखें बंद करेंगे तो आपको शायद पता चलेगा. अगर आप मुंबई शहर से हैं आपको समझ में आएगा कि शायद अपनी आवाज़ कहीं सुनी हुई है. And that's exactly what is the importance. This voice is not just a voice. There's weightage in this voice. We are not stars. I am not a star for sure. मैं कोई हीरो हीरोइन नहीं हूँ, लेकिन क्योंकि मैं भी आपकी तरह मुंबई लोकल में ट्रैवल करती हूँ, थिंग्स आर एस्पिरेशनल बिकॉज वी आर इक्वल, वी जेन्युइनली आर. तो धीरे धीरे मुझे समझ में आया कि मीडियम इतना खूबसूरत है, और अगर मुझे सच में जो मैं बचपन में सोचती थी रंग दे बसंती देखने के बाद इस देश को बदलना है, आई थिंक दैट रियली बिकेम ट्रू व्हेन आई जॉइंड रेडियो, बिकॉज दिस मीडियम हैज दैट शक्ति टू, whether you're a she or a he, if you want to use it properly, go for it. No one's going to stop you at all. Then you make your rules, you break your own rules.
How does it feel, you know, जब हम कहते हैं कि नहीं हम शक्तिशाली हैं और हम उन महिलाओं की आवाज़ बनते हैं जो चाह कर भी अपनी आवाज़ नहीं दे पाती हैं. कई बार ऐसा हुआ है कि आपने ऐसा काम किया हो किसी एक ऐसे एपिसोड में?
Rubika, this is a life day in and day out, right? I do a show called the Superwomania show. और जैसे ये नाम
सुपरवुमनिया, ये नाम बड़े अच्छे हैं, शी शक्ति, सुपरवुमनिया.
क्योंकि देखिए एवरेज और रेगुलर तो होती ही नहीं है महिला, ये तो हमें मान ही लेना. तो आप चाहे शी शक्ति है या आप सुपरवुमनिया हैं, बट यू नो जस्ट कैरिंग फॉरवर्ड फ्रॉम व्हाट प्रेरणा सेड, एक तो है आवाज़ की खूबसूरती, राइट? ये एक आवाज़ है जो एक डब्बे से आप तक पहुंचती है एंड देन यू री इमेजिन इट, और व्हाट दे आर सेइंग यू फील लाइक आपके दिल की बात, आपके दिल के जज्बात शायद आपसे बेहतर वो आवाज़ बयां कर रही है. बट ऑल्सो व्हाट इज़ इट दैट दैट वॉइस वांट्स टू से. क्योंकि कई बार हम ये भूल जाते हैं कि एक प्लेटफॉर्म है आपके पास, एक पावर है टू इन्फ्लुएंस, बट व्हाट इज़ इट दैट यू स्टैंड फॉर, what is it that you really want to do. And I was so glad कि इतने साल रेडियो करके मेरे अंदर ये एक मन था कि you know, and I'm acutely aware of my privilege. हम शायद उन फैमिली से बिलोंग करते हैं जहाँ हमारे पेरेंट्स ने वो सपोर्ट दिया. जब मैं लोगों को बोलती हूँ कि मैं अपने फादर के साथ इतना बहस करती थी, दैट क्रेडिट गोज टू हिम, कि वो एक फादर मुझे बहस करने को अलाउ करते थे. वो ये नहीं बोलते थे चुप हो जाओ, वो मेरे हर सवाल का जवाब देते थे. तो सवाल उठाना और उस जवाब की तलाश करना बहुत ज़रूरी है. एंड समटाइम्स इफ़ अदर्स फाइंड दैट वेरी डिफिकल्ट, यू बिकम दैट कॉन्ड्यूट, यू बिकम दैट प्लेटफॉर्म. और रेडियो लोग समझ नहीं पाते, इतना एम्पावर करता है कि कई बार लोग चेहरा नहीं दिखाना चाहते. ऑल्सो कोई भेदभाव नहीं है, कोई डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं है. आप जैसे भी दिखते हो, आप जहाँ के भी हों, आप आवाज़ उठाइए, वो आवाज़ पहुंचेगी जहां पहुंचनी है. And that is exactly what I try to do, to give it back to that community. Because हमने भी अपनी journey में इतने सारे women leaders, women idols को देखा है, who supported us, right? जिनको देख के हम आगे बढ़े. और अगर आप वो मौका किसी और को दे पा रहे हैं, I think that is what makes life worth it. And sometimes, and my colleagues here will tell you, when people ask us, आपके working hours क्या हैं, उसके जवाब हमें नहीं पता होते, ये आपको भी पता होगा.
Absolutely.
But you're constantly thinking about how do you add weight to that voice.
अच्छा ये बताइए कि gender bias होता है क्या रेडियो में?
Whatever Stuti just said is actually true. ऐसा कोई gender bias नहीं है. हाँ, seniority bias हो सकता है कभी. In Mirchi, I'm talking about, not like throughout the fraternity. Bias in terms of क्योंकि ज़्यादा समय हुआ है, आपके लिए वो एक bridge है कि वो आपको बता सकें कि what exactly are the nitty-gritties of radio, basically. But genuinely speaking, radio एक, और सच में अगर आपको gender bias नहीं चाहिए, I think radio is the only place, and I can say it with as much pride, कि ऐसा नहीं कहेंगे तुम लड़की हो, नहीं, तुम प्रेग्नेंट, नहीं, तुम बच्चा है, नहीं. तुम्हारे पास में आवाज है, यू आर ओपिनियनेटेड, you can carry forward a conversation, not for 1 day, not for 2 days, for 365 days. मेरे पेरेंट्स आज तक मुझसे पूछते हैं, दिवाली पे तुम्हें तो छुट्टी नहीं मिलेगी. नहीं मिलेगी. आज़ादी के दिन पे तुम्हें तो आज़ादी नहीं मिलेगी. नहीं मिलती है. हम Saturday, Sunday, whatever the hours are, we're working because that voice matters. कॉन्स्टेंटली ये सोच के तो हम ये नहीं काम करते कि आज बात की है ना, कल देखो. मलिश्का पिछले इतने सालों से पॉट होल्स के बारे में बात कर रही हैं. अंधेरी सबवे को डूबे हुए 11 बार हो चुके जुलाई में कि वो डूब, लेकिन फिर भी एक शी इज द शी शक्ति टू जस्ट लेट यू नो दैट लिसन समवन्स टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस बिकॉज इट इज इंपॉर्टेंट. एंड अगर मलिश्का महेश भी होते, रेडियो में कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. शक्ति आवाज की बिल्कुल. आई मीन दैट्स व्हाट आई थिंक. And I don't think there's gender bias in radio, and that's the best part about it.
हाँ, and there's no bias ना, दिखता ही नहीं है, काला है कि गोरा है, मोटा है कि पतला है.
I think I will say that the medium is very powerful, right? The medium does not discriminate, absolutely. But समाज का एक हिस्सा है रेडियो.
अच्छा एक बात बताइए,
हर जगह जितना होता है उतना है.
अच्छा ये एक बात बताइए, ये ऐसा क्यों है कि रेडियो जो है वो ब्रिज बन जाता है बॉलीवुड की तरफ? वो मलिश्का पहुंच गई एक्टिंग करने के लिए. हाँ रुके आप पहुंच गई एक्टिंग करने के लिए.
मैं नहीं पहुंची अभी तक.
वो बन रहा है ब्रिज, अभी बन रहा है, रुक जाओ.
अभी बन जाएगा.
ये ऐसा क्यों है? हाँ, व्हाई इज दिस मीडियम अ ब्रिज? ये दिखा बॉलीवुड और छप्पाक.
No, this is I think a mere coincidence.
Yeah, it's
and
not...
Malishka's first love or Stuti's first love is still radio, and I'm vouching for you guys, and I'm being your spokesperson. I'm sorry, I'm just cutting it in because I'm quite passionate about this. ऐसा नहीं है कि रेडियो में है तो अभी actually क्या होता है कि समाज ने decide कर लिया है ना कि तुमको आगे बढ़ते रहना है. What is your next goal? My next goal is nothing because radio was my goal. When I started, it wasn't. But while I was doing it, I realized this is my goal. What is next is the pressure of the society.
But one beautiful thing Malishka told me was, I said, what is your passion? What do you... मैंने पूछा Malishka से off air कि क्या मतलब आप क्यों आई, क्या करना चाहती थी? आप जॉकी बनना चाहती थी, आप एक्टर बनना चाहती थी? So she said, I always wanted to be a performer. I never worried about the medium. तो चाहे वो रेडियो हो या टीवी हो. But what about you, Stuti?
You know, my mom tells me that even as
No, you have to talk the way she talks.
Who talks?
The new character, है ना? क्या है वो?
No, but I think मैं बचपन से माइक की तरफ. Which character?
She wears a anarkali topi. I have seen that character of yours.
Oh, come on. I'm not going to do that. No, but
Stuti is also taking a second con. क्या?
Imagine.
alter ego है, वो alter ego है, वो एक और किरदार है. But I think I was always fascinated with the microphone. I think वो even as a child I wanted to grab. So my parents said कि ये तो मतलब इसको stage और mic से दूर रखना मुश्किल होगा. And then it was just a journey, whether it was my dining table where I was arguing, or my school stage, or my college, and later on with radio. But yes, अपनी बात को convey करना is.
But tell us about your new film. No, क्या है ये?
So I did my.
She's blushing.
Because I'll tell you why. Because हमेशा ऐसे सवाल हम पूछते हैं कि बताइए अपने बिग स्क्रीन डेब्यू के बारे में, हमसे कोई नहीं पूछता है. But yeah, I made my big screen debut with a film called Dilli Dark.
Woohoo!
और गीता हांडा का किरदार है. Thank you so much, Prerna. You are the only one cheering for me, guys.
That's what Malishka was talking about, no?
So किरदार का नाम है गीता हांडा. And this film had a theatrical release और मुंबई और दिल्ली और कई बड़े शहरों में ये release हुई. I hope some of you have seen it, but it had a great festival run. और वो किरदार जो थी बड़ी इंटरेस्टिंग थी, मुझसे थोड़ी अलग थी. वो एक स्पिरिचुअल गॉड वुमन के चंगुल में फंस जाती है, पर उसे मोक्ष मिल जाता है. सो आई काइंड ऑफ लव दैट कैरेक्टर एंड या दैट वाज ग्रेट फन.
ओके, सो वन लास्ट क्वेश्चन टू बोथ ऑफ यू. तमाम लड़कियां जो इस वक्त आपको देख रही है, तमाम वो महिलाएं जो इस वक्त आपको देख रही हैं, दैट वन एडवाइस दैट यू वुड वांट टू गिव देम एज शी शक्ति. I'll begin with you.
The one thing I would say is what my father and my mother told me, और वो है डरना नहीं है. If you're not okay with the situation, you're not okay with how you're being treated, अगर कोई आपको छोटा महसूस करा रहा है, डरना नहीं है और सवाल उठाना है और अपनी इज्जत को बरकरार रखना है. So I think be fearless and बाकी तो as they say एकला चलो रे, अगर कोई साथ ना भी दे, स्टिल अपने लिए वो लड़ाई आपको जरूर लड़नी है.
एकला चलो रे. प्रेरणा.
A message to the women over here, I don't need to because everyone's a She Shakti here. Maybe they are giving prerna to me, and that's what we've learned today through this gorgeous platform. सिर्फ एक चीज़ ही कह सकती हूँ, 25 साल की उम्र शादी की उम्र है नहीं है, तुम्हारे ऊपर है. 30 साल की उम्र बच्चे पैदा करने की है नहीं है, तुम्हारे ऊपर है. एग्स को हम फ्रीज कर लेते हैं बिकॉज बायोलॉजिकल क्लॉक इज टिकिंग अवे. दैट्स एब्सोल्युटली अ चॉइस. अंडरस्टैंड व्हाट चॉइस यू वांट टू मेक फॉर योरसेल्फ. बाकी एज आई सेड, माय peers have mentioned it beautifully. कि don't be fearful, just be fearless. Uplift each other. ये सब बहुत बड़े बड़े शब्द भी आए थे कि इन केस हम बेसिक्स थोड़ा सा रखें ना, चाहे वो शी हो या ही, आई थिंक a lot of the job is done. Just if you're insecure, talk about your insecurity. If you're jealous, talk about it. Maybe not to like 50,000 people, maybe to friends, maybe someone that you really find a safe space in. But whatever you're feeling, क्योंकि social media इतना मतलब महान और बहुत ही vulnerable space हो चुका है. I think whatever you feel, whatever your choice is, and if in case आपने कोई गलती से कोई गलत choice कर भी लिया है, it's okay. Own it up. Make the next choice. Listening to all these She Shaktis, and maybe then you'll have a good night's sleep. Maybe then you'll probably be able to, concentrate and explore everything else which is going to come your way. So just, everything else plus just take your time. It's okay. Biological clock is there. Of course, it's going to tick. I mean, but like one life and such platforms. So just chill. Just chill, just chill. Okay.
वो शब्द खोज रही थी. So just chill.
Chill.
Wherever you are, whatever you are doing, however you are doing, just chill.
Relax.
Relax. Have fun. Thank you so much. आप दोनों से बात करके बड़ा मजा आया.
Thank you.
तो ये एक ऐसा सेशन था जहाँ सुना भी और देखा भी, और जो बात निकल कर आई है वो ये है कि अब कहना भी सीखो. सिर्फ देखना और सुनना नहीं, कह दोगी तो बहुत सी चीजें हल हो जाएगी. बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप दोनों का.
Thank you.
I think the biggest headline from this conversation is chill रहने का, stress नहीं लेने का, and uplift each other. Yes. Thank you. And style में रहने का, of course. Thank you so much, ladies. Thank you. And now let's shift our focus to a dynamic force that's fueling the state's economic rise: startups and innovation. Maharashtra has become a hotbed for entrepreneurial energy. Women-led startups in Maharashtra have surged by over 40% in the past 5 years, highlighting their growing impact on the regional economy. To take this exciting discussion ahead, please welcome Network 18's Chandra Shrikant and her power-packed panel. And her power-packed panel looks like this. Naya Sagi, founder and CEO, Edition. Priyanka Salot, co-founder, The Sleep Company. And Harsha Mundada, partner in Flexo Ventures. Please put your hands together for this incredible panel.
Good evening, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be here in Mumbai. And, you know, when we put together startup panels, we're often told, why is there only one woman? Why is this a panel? But, you know, for a change, it's an all-woman panel. So a huge round of applause for these founders and a VC, a partner in Flexo Ventures. Again, very rare to see an investor in venture capital, woman investors. So thank you for joining us, Harsha. Naya, Priyanka, Harsha, thank you for coming on the She Shakti platform. Naya is we can call you a serial entrepreneur now. She first co-founded Baby Chakra. She's now building Edition. Tell us a little about that and, you know, what keeps you motivated to start up? Did you want to do anything else?
So first of all, it's amazing to be here. It's amazing to see the energy in this room. And thank you for having me. I guess I am a serial entrepreneur. I have not slept in the last 10 years is all I can say.
I hope she can help you with that.
We were chatting about that
offline. Sleep company.
So honestly, I think there's so much of a joy and such a privilege to be able to build. My first company was Baby Chakra. You know this well, Chandra. You covered the acquisition as well and the exit journey. And it was done out of a very strong passion for maternal and child health. And it was a digital play, pure play, consumer tech play. With Edition, we're reimagining devices for the modern home. And we're looking at it from a lens of, you know, design meets tech meets the future of modern homes, right? So daily devices that power our lives, how do you reimagine them? Starting in India, but building for the world. It again comes from a very, very deep-rooted passion. The belief that when I moved back to India about 10 years back from Boston, I was often asked by everybody, why are you moving back to India? Kyun kar rahe ho? US mein reh jao. You know, you've just graduated from Harvard, stay back here, build your companies here. Yeah, it's better. But my belief was that India will build a global brand and a very design-led brand, technology-led brand for the world. And with Edition, we're really hoping that we are that next wave of entrepreneurs who does that.
Let's cheer Naya on. She wants to build a global brand out of Mumbai, not contributing to India's brain drain, so that's good news. But she mentioned sleep, and I have to come to Priyanka Salot. She's the co-founder of Sleep Company, a startup that's been doing really well. And it's now an omni-channel place, so she's not just selling online, but you would have seen, you know, Sleep Company stores in and around India, and she has some big investors like Kedara and Premji Invest. Priyanka, tell us about your journey. Why sleep? Why comfort? Did you find it difficult to sleep, therefore Sleep Company?
No, hi Chandra, hi everyone. Absolutely a pleasure to be here. So I think, you know, this whole journey started 7 years back when I became a mom. And, you know, I was always passionate about consumer brands. When I became a mom, see, before 30, you think you're superwoman, right? All of us think that sleep is not important. You can go sleepless for nights and nights and nights. And then a baby is born. And you are so sleepless every single night. I think ask any mom out here, you crave for a few hours of sleep, right? And your back goes for a toss because you're sitting and feeding most of the time. And that's the time this category just stuck me, Chandra. I realized two things. One, I realized a category where we spend literally 1/3 of our life was so ignored in this country. You know, from any spectrum, brands were not bothering, products were not great. So I realized the correlation between the importance of the category and what we were spending on the category was way off. And two, I think we realized that the product quality in the country was nowhere close to any developed countries like US, Europe. And I think that's where we became crazy. We said we need to change that. We need to make this country sleep better. And we started working on products that we, you know, it took us 1.5 years before we launched something which is patented. It's patented not just in India, it's patented across multiple countries. We call it smart grid technology. And, you know, our vision is now just to make the world sleep and sit better And we've started that journey now 5.5 years back, and I think really disrupting India and making more and more consumers sleep better. And
Right,
Maya, you
and-
know where you need to visit now, right?
She's doing her selling on stage.
Oh, absolutely.
A premium customer on the right and the left. But I would have never imagined that people will spend anywhere between 40,000 and 2.5 lakhs on mattresses. But that's the new India.
I think it's a very, most of the brands or people believe that consumers are not ready to spend. And I strongly believe two things. One, affordability is not a barrier. It's about, is the product worth the price or not? Is there value in it? Today we spend 1 lakh on a phone, right? Or iPhone or a Samsung, which most of us change every 2 to 3 years. Right? It's about, do you find value in that or not? So I don't think affordability is a problem. And today I think India is going through a huge disruption where consumer, one, I think the consumption story in India is phenomenal, right? Two, I think consumer want great products for them and their families. And I have seen that huge transformation specifically triggering after COVID. We all want great products. It's just that there wasn't supply of great products. Nobody bothered about it. And I think that's what we want to change.
Right. Harsha, these are the kind of entrepreneurs you look to invest in.
Yes, definitely.
But tell us about your journey as a VC. How has it been?
So I'm actually an accidental VC. First of all, thank you for having me here. I started my career as a chartered accountant, wanted to start a K-12 school for alternative pedagogy, spent 2 years trying to understand children in the classroom and then realized that's not my thing. So I have great amount of immense respect for women who've actually stepped into that entrepreneurship, because I realized what are the challenges when I was trying to do that for 2 years. So that has been my journey. For the last 9 years, I've been working with a VC fund, been recently a limited partner. I think what motivates me to continue on this journey is the kind of women I meet, the kind of opportunities which people are creating for themselves. It's not about somebody is giving them an opportunity. It's about them creating an opportunity for themselves. So I think that keeps me motivated.
One thing that we keep hearing about is the number of women founders. As someone who evaluates investments, are you seeing an increase in the number of women entrepreneurs in India? Or do we need to do a lot to bridge that gap?
I think women as an entrepreneur has always been there. You have those small mom and pop stores where the woman sits and manages the gala. Or you have this lady who's making achar and selling in the neighborhood. So as a woman, as an entrepreneur has always been there. The scale which has come now, the ambitions which have grown up now has increased. So that has definitely changed over the years.
But are you seeing more investments going into women-led ventures, or is that still a barrier?
I think two factors affect. One is the woman-led venture really done by the woman, or is it just you want to invest in a woman-led venture?
Right.
I think now we see more ventures which are coming in where they have actually spent, they are the brain behind the venture, and I think that is increased a lot.
Right. Naya and Priyanka, as two women entrepreneurs who've successfully raised funding, exited, how have things changed with respect to the investing ecosystem in the last 10 years? Have biases come down, gone away when it comes to investing?
So I definitely think it's changed, Chandra. The first time I remember raising my first round for my first company, there were a lot of random questions asked about, when I would get pregnant, what would happen to the company then, etc., etc. To be fair, I've also had 10 years behind me. Nobody obviously is going to ask me those questions anymore. So I don't get asked those questions. Fundraising has been way easier this time around. It's been very easy relative to obviously the first time. But that said, has it trickled down effectively? Not sure. I think what has changed, however, is there are some stellar outcomes. If you look at Nykaa, look at IndieCube public
Mama
offering
Earth,
yesterday,
yeah.
Mama Earth, right? Some stellar outcomes led and spearheaded by women, which I think have shown people that you can build large profitable, at scale, value, accretive businesses and run by women, and not just, of course, Kiran Mazumdar Shaw has been an icon, but also new age consumer brands can be built. I think it needs to trickle down more. I still think the numbers are between 1 to 2% of total funding going to women-led ventures. That number is abysmally low.
Yeah, 1 to 2%.
But, I think, Chandra, to add there, I also think it could be two things. One, very sector-specific, and two, very investor-specific. And I'll give you an example. Specifically, one in consumer brands. To be honest, I think the ecosystem's changing, and it's not just about funding, because you do see women-led consumer brands.
Yeah.
And also, if you go back, let's look at consumer brand companies. Look at any Unilevers, P&Gs, Marico's. I spent 8 years at P&G, right? You do see a lot of skew of women because a lot of the products that you're selling, women is your target audience. And that's why you see more proportion of women in those consumer brand companies as well, right? That's why but however, let's say go to a sector like tech. You obviously would see less salience of women. Go back to engineering colleges, you would see less salience of women, right? So I think it is very sector specific. In consumer brands, I think we've been very lucky. I think have never been at there where you thought there was a bias.
Right.
Right. And to it, investors, there are some investors who understand consumer brands and understand that it doesn't matter it's a she or a he, right? Whoever has done a phenomenal job is good for the job, right? Whereas I think for some investors who don't understand consumer brands, maybe it could be a problem, right? Because they could have a bias against this. But I do think ecosystem is evolving. And also for me, it's not about, are you going to support women more or not more? It's about, I think you need to support who's the right person for the job. Right? I'm a hardcore believer of, and sometimes maybe, not to sound anti-feminist, but I think it's about the right person for the right role. You need to put out there.
And not just tokenism.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. But I do think it's important to give opportunity and make sure how do you grow women, right? Because I think being empowered or being financially independent, I always tell a lot of employees at the sleep company and women employees that I think it's so important to have an identity of your own, and so important in a very tangible way to be financially independent. I think it's very important in life.
Right. Naya, you're also a huge champion of everything Mumbai and Maharashtra. You lead the Entrepreneurs Association of Mumbai. When we speak to entrepreneurs here, what challenges or how is it different from operating in Bangalore, where I'm based, they talk about talent density, they talk about network effects, the ecosystem there is really strong, and they talk about the high rentals in Mumbai. What would your challenges be, or what are the opportunities, what are the advantages of building from Mumbai vis-a-vis building from Bangalore, building from NCR?
So just for the folks who don't know, I'm part of the governing council of the Tech Entrepreneurs Association of Mumbai. That's a non-profit we started about 2 years back. And it's a bunch of us unicorn founders, about 60, actually about 30 of us started off, expanded to about 60. Now we're a 100-member community of founders, also younger emerging founders. And the whole premise of it is absolutely to build that community of tech founders in Mumbai, in Maharashtra. I think what's been really interesting is two things that we've seen play out. So just in February this year, we did the Mumbai Tech Week, which was the largest AI summit, one of the largest AI summits in India. We had 10,000 people come into the Geo World Center, the Geo NMACC, 10,000 people. And people realized then, a lot of them, by the way, were from Mumbai, Maharashtra, like Pune, the greater Mumbai area. And there is actually massive talent density, especially tech talent density. If you think about Geo, you think about Navi Mumbai extensions, you think about all of the GCCs being set up, the data centers being set up, a lot of activity in Maharashtra that's actually happening. Also manufacturing, we're talking about that right now, right? So I'm looking at consumer hardware and therefore looking at the manufacturing hardware channels, right? Pune to Bombay, that road itself is full of a lot of the manufacturing facilities. So there's actually a lot of talent in Maharashtra. I think the difference is it's spread out. It's not concentrated in certain specific regions. And that's something that we're working with the government, actually with the CM's office directly, on ensuring we build out almost like a hub, if you will.
Yeah, in
where
fact, the CM's going to be here
later today, yes. So we're working very closely with his office at Kaustubh there as well to ensure that we can create hubs of talent and the network effects thereof. Secondly, rentals is an issue, but there's again work happening on that front. But the third thing that's very positive for Maharashtra, where else will you see, it's almost like this microcosm at scale. So if you launch or test a consumer or a tech product in Bombay, in a go, right, you're basically reaching out to everybody in India because Bombay is the heartbeat of everything fintech, financial services, consumer, media, the cultural capital, if you will, the consumer capital of India. Also the capital of India, right? Because it's where all the funds are, the financial capital of India, right? So this is the place that we encourage a lot of entrepreneurs to try and test because it scales much faster if it scales in Bombay.
Right. Priyanka, you have an entire manufacturing setup in Bhiwandi. Tell us about that.
So we, as the sleep companies, as I was saying, completely backward integrated, right? We do our own manufacturing, and from day zero, we've had that manufacturing unit. I think what's been amazing, which has been working very well, one is I think it's very, as a state, it's very friendly towards manufacturing, both to get real estate, because, manufacturing needs big space. So our factory is in the outskirts of Bhiwandi. So the whole area has huge hubs of either manufacturing or warehousing, right? So I think real estate is easily available and low rentals. Two, you can easily get manpower for manufacturing setups. I think, there's been no problem. Third, if you see for any consumer brand, right, or specifically any product, you need the whole ecosystem of logistics. Your digital bond, you need to ship. And I think the whole ecosystem, Bhiwandi or Bombay, is a very big hub of logistics. Look at any top 5 partners, and you would find all of them in Bhiwandi, which really makes it easier for obviously brands like us. Two, we were laughing with one of our investors, early investors is Fireside Ventures. And today, if you see number-wise, their maximum portfolio companies are now in Bombay and not in Bangalore and not in NCR.
So are you asking them to relocate?
They've got a small office. So that's why we've always been laughing with them that you need to have your main office in Bombay and not in Bangalore, right? But, and I do think earlier I would hear, and I'll tell you 3 years back, Fireside would tell us that, guys, you need to have an office in Bangalore. And I said, so you want the founders to separate? Me and my husband both are the co-founders. I said, do you want us to separate and run each of the office? Because the problem was 3 years back, you did have some problem of finding talent in certain sectors. And specifically tech was a field where you did have problem in finding talent, right? Today, to be honest, I think the scenario has changed, right? You get talent across the ecosystem. And as Naya said, it surprised me, when we realized we were hiring so many people in our tech team from outskirts, right? Like Navi Mumbai, Thane, and it's full of talent. And the good thing is they didn't have opportunity, right? Now and good thing, if you look at Bangalore, there is so much of competition, right? Everybody is going crazy to get talent. You don't have that in Bombay so much till now.
Salaries you don't have to keep increasing. And
right, so still it's the best of both the worlds. You don't have to really fight for talent so much. There's good supply of talent across. So I think it's been an amazing system. We were born here. The sleep company, it's very special to us, and we will always be here. We would want to build a global made in Maharashtra brand.
Round of applause for that ambition. But Harsha, tell us about the stamp duty rates and how that impacts startups who want to register in Maharashtra.
So we were talking offline yesterday, and we were just talking it. Smaller companies do fundraising capital, getting agreements registered, etc. difficult here. But I think what they don't realize is that there is a lot of other operating support which you can get. I think what things like these, they mentioned manufacturing hub, yes. If you're talking about pure software talent, probably yes, Bangalore has developed that ecosystem over the period of years, but it's not that it is only concentrated there. So, yeah, I mean, for founders in Mumbai, the biggest challenge comes is when they are at a very, very nascent stage. I think once they have scaled up, I think manufacturing, etc., this is the place to be.
Right. And just to add to that, you know, when I moved back from Boston, I actually flipped a coin. I didn't know which city I'd moved to. It came to be Bombay versus Bangalore. It landed in Bombay. I showed
You're the lucky
here.
one. We lost out.
But, you know, it's so safe, Chandra. Like I was working, and even now we're working till 2, 3 a.m. sometimes because you have to when you're starting up again. Early days as well. You could catch a taxi back. You can catch a bus back. You can, you know, it's so safe for women to work out of Bombay. I think we all kind of experience it firsthand. And number two, I think just look at the loyalty and the efficiency that team members have here. Tech teams in Bombay, and I think we've all seen that, have a significantly higher level of efficiency and loyalty than bluntly tech teams in Bangalore too.
Right. I think we're running out of time. So just closing thoughts. One thing that you would like to see change about the city?
Infrastructure. I think it needs to change.
Well, we have Ashwini Bide next, so we'll put that question to her.
I think, yeah, infrastructure, something which all of us do.
I actually think the infra has been amazing. I mean, you look at the coastal roads, etc., in certain areas, but real
Only
estate,
after you cross the ceiling.
After
The infrastructure is amazing after you cross the ceiling, not before you cross the ceiling.
But I definitely think like real
I think
estate.
both of you need to talk to Ashwini
Yeah,
on the infrastructure.
I think the real estate costs. I wish there were more pockets of land that are, I know there are, that they're opening up, and I'm really optimistic that for, you know, our mid-management, our junior team members, the commute to work is very high right now. So I want that to change.
Right. Harsha, final word?
I think Maharashtra as a state needs to look beyond Mumbai and Pune. I come from Nagpur, so maybe that's my extra connection. But I think there is a lot
Divya
more.
Deshmukh is from Nagpur, right? The chess champion.
Yes. So I think there are a lot of pockets, Aurangabad, Nagpur, probably Solapur, Kolhapur side also, which need to be developed, and that's where we need to focus on that. Okay, there is possibility of expansion there.
Right. On that note, thank you very much. A huge round of applause for these founders and investors building out of Bombay, and they want to build world-class brands from Maharashtra. Thank you very much, Naya, Priyanka, and Harsha.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to all our panelists, and I request Chandra to please stay back for another conversation. Right, ladies and gentlemen, please be generous with your applause because this conversation was amazing. All right, moving ahead. Did you know that Mumbai Metro Lines 2A and 7 together recently broke their single-day ridership record, crossing over 301,000 passengers for the first time on July 8, 2025. Now, this milestone highlights not only the city's rapid transit expansion, but also the pivotal role of visionary women leaders driving these urban innovations. And to take us into this dynamic space of metropolitan leadership, joining us for this discussion is a trailblazer in city governance, IAS Ashwini Bide, Principal Secretary to the Chief Minister of Maharashtra and MD Mumbai Metro Corporation. Please welcome her with a warm round of applause. Thank you.
We should give a more rousing welcome for Ashwini Bide. She's a rock star. Someone who's really made a mark for herself in urban governance, and it's an absolute pleasure to have you on the She Shakti platform. Thank you so much. Huge round of applause for Ashwini Bide. Thank you very much for joining us, Ashwini. You know, you have handled some of the most complex, ambitious, and mega infrastructure in the city of Mumbai. So from the Coastal Road project, to Mumbai Metro Line 3, to the Eastern Freeway, to the elevated road, to International Airport, to the Mumbai monorail. It's a long, long list. As someone who's come from a non-engineering background, how did you grapple with the complexity and scale? What were the key learnings in handling all of these ambitious projects?
Yes. First of all, thank you for inviting me here, and thank you everyone. I have been in urban infrastructure for more than 1.5 decades now. And since 2008, my journey started, and I'm still continuing with that. So, of course, there have been a lot of learnings. I belong to Indian Administrative Service, which is a generalist service. So, I was not supposed to have a very detailed knowledge of engineering, of course. But in our service, every day is a new learning, and you have to keep on learning. So, when I joined MMRDA in 2008 for the first time, I started doing these projects, and I've been learning on these projects. And in doing these kinds of mega projects in Mumbai is, you know, it's a big challenge, and every challenge comes as an opportunity also. So you need to be problem solver all the time, and that's why you need to know what exactly is the problem and how to solve it. So there have been always great learnings, and each learning has taught us something which could help doing the next project in a much better way.
Are there days when you feel like, you know, I'm done, when you feel like giving up? Because when you ask someone what problems do you have with Mumbai, you know, one of the first things they will say is infrastructure, or they will say commute. What keeps you motivated to wake up every day, continue to work on the metro line, coastal road, this project, that project, and so on?
Mumbai, you know, it's a linear city, and it is the biggest challenge in Mumbai is availability of land. So if you have to make people commute the way the big international cities commute, then I think we need to complete all these infra projects. So that itself is a big motivation. If you start something, then we need to finish that. Because unless we create a very robust, strong, global standard of public transport network in Mumbai, it's very difficult for Mumbaikars to commute the way they deserve, because Mumbai has a very limited land mass, road network is also very limited. So you need to create spaces like underground metro or an elevated metro, and this full public transport network which complements the existing transport network, and then only we'll be able to create space in Mumbai, because mobility in a city is the key. For that city to thrive, and Mumbai being the financial capital of India, if it has to maintain its edge as the financial center, then it needs to have the right kind of mobility. And we have been cribbing about how Mumbai is difficult to commute, but all these new infrastructure projects which are added to the city, that adds to improvement in the mobility. So during construction there are problems, but every new project improves the city's mobility, and that itself is a motivation for all of us, because unless we complete the project, we can't leave it half-hearted. So that has kept me moving for all these years. So we started with road projects, the Eastern Expressway, Western Expressway, multiple elevated road projects, flyovers. So that was a time in, in 2008 to 2015, so many new road projects came up. But the road network, there is a limitation, how much road network we can improve in city. So completing the metro network is the only solution which the city has. So that work is still in progress. That's a work in progress. Until these road projects are metro projects are completed, the city's mobility is not going to improve the way we desire. And that is why that is something which keeps us on, that we have to complete these projects. And in addition to that, now we are having a network of coastal ring road. So we have seen the South Coastal Road South, which is already completed, and it has added to the charm of the city. And every Mumbaikar is proud of it. The moment you enter the coastal road, you feel that the city is something different. So the expansion of this coastal road up to Vasai Virar is happening right now. Apart from the expansion of metro network which is happening. Apart from that, there are a lot of underground road projects which are coming up, because east-west connectivity in Mumbai is a big issue. So those projects are also happening. So while the projects are under construction, the city does face a lot of problems, but every new project is adding to the efficiency and mobility of the city. And being part of the implementation team, that keeps me motivated, because we have to complete these projects at the earliest so that the city gets what it deserves.
And you're able to make a real impact on ground. Give us an update on the Aqua Line Phase 3, the Mumbai Metro Phase 3. I think that's something that people are looking forward to.
So Mumbai Aqua Line, which is the fully underground metro corridor of Mumbai, as we all know that it starts from RA and it goes up to Cup Parade. There are 27 stations and 26 out of these 27 stations are underground. So far we have commissioned 2/3 of this network. It's a 33.5 kilometer long underground corridor. 22 kilometers is already commissioned along with 16 underground and one at grade station. The remaining 11 kilometers with 11 stations, it is almost ready. So we are expecting the Commissioner of Metro Rail Safety's inspection at the end of August, and after that, once they certify it, we will commission it. So we are expecting commissioning sometime in the mid of September.
September.
Yeah. And then the whole entire line will get commissioned and we'll be able to reach up to Cup Parade. So today you can travel from RA to Worli. There are 2 stations in Worli. I think there is one in the close vicinity of this hotel as well. But with the third phase coming up, anybody can go up to Cup Parade.
And what other infrastructure project by the government of Maharashtra should we look forward to?
There are everywhere. I mean, somebody mentioned that government is not looking beyond Mumbai, but everywhere multiple infrastructure projects are being planned. As far as Mumbai metropolitan region is concerned, we are soon looking forward to inauguration of the new Mumbai airport, which is almost ready. And then line, the last leg also will get inaugurated. But apart from that, in last couple of years, multiple other projects are already under construction. So we are having a lot of tunnel road projects connecting the Eastern Freeway to Marine Drive, which is the Orange Gate to Marine Drive tunnel. There is Borivali, Thane-Borivali underground tunnel is right now happening because that's a very important east-west connectivity. Goregaon-Mulund link road, which has some elevated section and a major tunnel, that is also happening. Apart from that, Bandra-Versova sealing, the sealing project where the work is under construction. And beyond Versova also up to Vasai-Virar, there are 2 sections of coastal road which are happening. One is being done by BMC and one is being done by MMRDA. That are also some are under construction, some are under initial phases of tendering. So the entire coast is getting a combination of coastal road and sea link. Then other side, on eastern side, all the region, the entire region is getting connectivity through this maze of elevated and tunnel roads. In addition to that, all metros are getting completed because currently more than 150 kilometers of metro projects are under construction. The rest are under planning. So in next 5 to 7 years, most of these projects will get completed, the metro projects, and we will be able to add additional 10 million passenger capacity, commuting capacity in the city. So today's overburden on the existing suburban network, that will get reduced. The congestion on the road will also get reduced because metro is something which is going to those areas which today are not connected by mass rapid transit system. So that is as far as MMR we are talking about. But in other parts of the state also, lot of activities are happening. Nagpur is completely changing Vidarbha because so much of investment is coming in Vidarbha. Can you imagine a district like, or a city like Gadchiroli is becoming the steel capital of India? Because so much of mining development is happening in that area because we have very rich iron ore in Chandrapur and Gadchiroli districts. So multiple steel plants are coming there. Nagpur, the Butibori and the additional Butibori area is also getting a lot of investments. Sambhajinagar, Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar is also getting a lot of investments.
Beyond Mumbai.
So beyond Mumbai, Western Maharashtra, projects like Shakti Peeth, projects like Nagpur, Ratnagiri road, just like the Samruddhi corridor. So I think a lot of things are happening. Many energy transition projects are happening in Marathwada. So yes, some of these regions were relatively less developed, but this government is consciously making an effort that that investment is attracted in this area. And in order to attract the investment and in order to sustain that, whatever infrastructural interventions are required to be done, that are being made. Many policy changes are happening to ensure that, and government is also preparing its vision for 2047. So that will also entail a kind of a balanced development across all regions of Maharashtra.
Right. You spoke about attracting investment, so I should ask you this. If you look at Andhra Pradesh under Chandrababu Naidu, right, they are giving away land for 1 rupee to Cognizant and other IT companies. Google announced a massive investment in Andhra Pradesh. How worried should Maharashtra be?
I think this January when we were in Davos, Maharashtra received the highest investment, and today also 35 to 40% of India's foreign direct investment is received in Maharashtra. Maharashtra has almost 13.5% of India's share in India's GDP, 20% share in India's manufacturing, and Maharashtra always boasts a very strong manufacturing ecosystem. So I think yes, other states, we have a collaborative federalism, I would say. There is an element of competition, so other states would always like to compete with Maharashtra, and in order to attract people, they may have to give these kinds of incentives. But Maharashtra's strength is not only in these incentives, but its strength is in its manpower, its strong network of educational institutions, the skilled manpower, and the ecosystem which Maharashtra has cherished for past many decades, and which are further enhanced in last 1.5 decade, where a very, very robust ecosystem, I would say, which goes beyond these kinds of incentives. Maharashtra also has multiple incentive schemes, and on account of which new development, especially the frontier technology based investments are getting attracted to Maharashtra. But Maharashtra is not at all, we're very happy that the other states are also competing, because competition finally leads to betterment and improvement. So when other states compete, Maharashtra also tries to ensure that what they are offering to these investors, that actually is realized in real terms on ground.
Right. So, coming to the final part, Ashwini, you work in a portfolio in an area that's very politically charged, that constantly sees protests. If you say some trees are going to be felled for the next phase of metro, there are going to be protests. How do you handle criticism? And how do you sort of stay the course through it?
I think criticism is you should take it in a very positive, as a positive kind of input.
Like because a constructive
it's a constructive kind of input. I look at it with very open-mindedly, and that is the outlook of government also. Because unless you can't, gag people for that they should not criticize. I know that we have so much of ambitious projects in our basket, and we want them to happen as quickly as possible. But still, while implementing the projects, we have to run the democratic processes. We need to know what people want, and we need to hear them out. So in the entire project management or project implementation cycle, this kind of hearing people's suggestions, objections, that is, everything is inbuilt in all our regulatory requirements which you say. Right now also we are now working on Mumbai's another underground project, which is Metro Line 11. 2 days back only, a criticism, it means there is some input which you need to take constructively and then make necessary changes to all the stakeholders and inform them. Now most of the times 90-95% of the people, because I have seen when we started working on Metro Line 3, every section of that alignment had these problems. But we could resolve them amicably by engaging with people, understanding what they want to say, and making necessary changes wherever it was possible. But sometimes you don't get a final amicable solution. At that time, you have to go what law mandates, or what the courts of the apex courts of our country, what they mandate. So we have to go by that. Sometimes we have to agree to disagree and move ahead.
Right. You were among the toppers, in the IS exams of 1995. You have decades of experience building out huge infrastructure projects. Were you ever tempted to join the private sector? More money, more power, more influence? I'm sure you would have got offers over the years. Were you ever tempted? And if no, why?
So far, nobody has. I have not received any offer. But even if I had, I don't think I would have left the service, because the kind of opportunity this service gives, especially the rich experience which we have, the variety of jobs, and the ability to lead the project right from young age. Because when I was CEO Zilla Parishad at the age of 25, 26, that time I was leading a workforce of about 10,000 people. So that kind of opportunity private sector won't offer at that level, especially for a person like me who has come from rural and Mufsil area, who has studied in a vernacular medium school, and without any management degree, that won't be possible. This is the opportunity this service offers. And the kind of jobs you get to handle, your horizon expands, your understanding of the situation expands, and especially in the IAS, which is a generalist service, it gives you an opportunity to work across sectors. So that kind of in-depth knowledge, I think, is far more important. And in addition to that, while you yourself, it's a very enriching experience for you personally, you get an opportunity to touch thousands of lives. So you make, that opportunity to do public service, if you are really, you take ownership of the work what you do, if you maintain highest kind of ethics and integrity, the kind of job satisfaction you get here, I think, I don't know whether private sector would offer. Private sector has its own charm and its own challenges and opportunity, but maybe later. Thank you.
On that note, thank you very much,
Thank you,
Ashwini.
Chandra. Thank you.
A huge round of applause for Maharashtra and Mumbai's very own Ashwini. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I would like to request you to requesting you to continue to be on stage, ma'am, for felicitation. That's what I was trying to. It's okay, it's okay. Please, we would like to welcome you on stage, and let's take a moment to celebrate this incredible woman, and to present this special token of appreciation, please welcome Manoj Shah, First International Vice President, Lions Clubs International. Please give him a huge round of applause.
Thank you, Ashwini, for being here with us this evening, and you are truly an inspiration to all of us. On behalf of Lions International, I would like to present you with a small token of appreciation, and this is our peace poster plaque, a very special plaque, because every year we have a contest all around the world where we have children who think about peace in the world. So we would like you to be felicitated with one of these.
Thank you so much, Manoj and Ashwini ji, for that. Up next, let's move to a segment that celebrates the power of storytelling, visibility, and representation in the world of media and entertainment. To take this conversation ahead, I would like to invite Rubika back on stage. And now it's my absolute pleasure an honor to introduce a remarkable talent, an acclaimed actor, change maker, and an icon of strength and versatility. Nimrat Kaur for this discussion. Let's please be a little generous with our applause, ladies and gentlemen. We have a talent powerhouse in this room today. Thank you.
ओके इसे कहते हैं कान का तंबूरा, जो हमें ये बताता है कि कितना वक्त है, कितना चला जा सकता है और कहाँ रुकना है. लेकिन एक ऐसा नाम जो आज से 21 साल पहले चलना शुरू हुआ था और रुकने का नाम नहीं ले रहा है. निमृत कौर का जोरदार तालियों से स्वागत कीजिए.
थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू रूबिका.
आप दिल्ली की रहने वाली हैं, राजस्थान में पैदा हुई, जड़े क्योंकि सरदारनी है पंजाब से, लेकिन आकर टिक गई मुंबई में. इतने सालों में वो कौन सा सबसे मजबूत मोड़ था जिसने आपको पूरी तरह से निचोड़ लिया, आजमा लिया और फिर आपको लगा अब यहाँ रुक जाना है?
बहुत सारे ऐसे मोड़ आए हैं ज़िंदगी में. और जैसे आपने अभी कहा कि शुरुआत कहीं जैसे एक नदी का बहाव होता है ना, आप कहीं भी जा रहे हैं, कहीं से भी आपकी डायरेक्शन चेंज हो जा रही है. एंड ग्रोइंग अप ऐसा था कि कोई एक आइडिया ही नहीं था कि कहाँ लाइफ जाएगी. एंड मे बी अ लॉट ऑफ यू नो एंड मे बी सम डोंट. मेरे पापा आर्मी में थे और आपके सवाल का जवाब एक्चुअली उस एक इंसिडेंट में है वेयर वी लॉस्ट माय फादर इन 94. उसके बाद से ज़िंदगी का जो बहाव चेंज हुआ.
क्या उम्र थी आपकी?
आई वाज 11.
11 साल.
जी. तो उसके बाद से आई थिंक जो एक नया मोड़ लाइफ ने लिया, उसके अप्स एंड डाउन्स, ट्रायल्स, ट्रिब्यूलेशंस, जो भी उसके साथ आया, वो एक फाउंडेशनल आई थिंक एक स्टोन था जिसकी वजह से मैं आज यहाँ हूँ, आपके साथ बैठी हूँ. क्योंकि हर चीज़ हमें तोड़ तोड़ के बनाती है. तो वो एक चीज़ ऐसी थी मेरी लाइफ में, एक ऐसा मोड़ था जिससे मैं समझ नहीं पाई क्योंकि मैं बहुत छोटी थी. और जैसे जैसे बड़ी होती गई मुझे ये एहसास हुआ कि दिस इज़ वॉट इज़ शेपिंग मी एज अ पर्सन, एज अ गर्ल, मेकिंग माई चॉइसेस. क्या मुझे करना है, क्या मुझे नहीं करना है, किस चीज़ से मुझे नहीं डरना है, क्या चीज़ मैटर करती है एक्चुअली, और कहाँ आपको अपनी एक लाइफ की डायरेक्शन लेकर जानी है. तो वहाँ से मैंने अपनी चॉइसेस आई थिंक कहीं पे सब्लिमिनली, अननोइंगली बनानी शुरू करी.
निमृत, 11 साल क्या ही उम्र होती है जब आप के सर से पिता का साया चला जाए और आप कह रहे हैं कि बाद में आपको ये एहसास हुआ कि दैट इज़ वेयर यू स्टार्टेड चेंजिंग completely. लेकिन क्या वो मोड़ था जिसने आपको ऐसा तोड़ा कि फिर कोई और चीज तोड़ ही नहीं पाई? And then you never looked back?
I think it would be a little, hindsight vision is always 20/20. हमें देखकर लगता है कि वो सह लिया तो उसके बाद कुछ भी आसान होगा. But I think क्या होता है ना कि लाइफ में as you are moving, हर मोड़ पे आपकी vulnerabilities change होती हैं. ऑफ कोर्स उस तरह का एक लॉस और एक जो डिस्टेबलाइजिंग एक फैक्टर आपको एक सामने लाता है, ज़िंदगी एक तरह से आपको जस्ट हिला के रख देती है, बट उसके बाद ऐसा नहीं है कि लाइफ में और इश्यूज नहीं थे. मैं 2004 में मुंबई आई. उसके अपने चैलेंजेस थे. अकेले यहाँ पे लाइफ फिगर आउट करना, किसी को जानते नहीं, कोई जान पहचान नहीं, कुछ आइडिया नहीं था क्या करना है, कैसे शुरू करें. और आज तक कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा ज़रूर लाइफ हैज़ अ वे ऑफ क्रिएटिंग सर्कमस्टांसेस विच टेस्ट यू.
2004 में आप आई, 2012 में आप लीड एक्टर के तौर पर
लंच बॉक्स में
आई. यानी 8 साल आप जूझ रही थी. स्ट्रगल कर रही थी?
जूझना तो चलता ही रहता है, आई डोंट थिंक वो कभी खत्म होता है। मुझे लगता है अगर हम
मुस्कुराते हुए, जूझना तो चलता ही रहता है।
जूझना कहाँ बंद होता है, मुझे बताइए। यहाँ पर एक इंसान जो कह दे कि भाई हमने तो जूझना बंद कर दिया, अब आई वुड रियली लाइक टू नो देयर लाइफ एंड प्रोबेबली यू नो अंडरस्टैंड वो कैसे होता है।
लेकिन आपको वो एक सीढ़ी मिल गई ना, मतलब एक लीड एक्टर की तरह, और उसके बाद तो क्या किरदार, एक के बाद एक आप, मतलब जो स्टीरियोटाइप होता है ना, एक कि अमिताभ बच्चन है तो एंग्री यंग मैन, हीरोइन है तो भाई आइटम नंबर होगा, उसके बाद वो हीरो की बाहों में झूलेगी, फिर हीरो चला जाएगा, फिर वो रोएगी, मतलब एक स्टीरियोटाइप होता है। लेकिन आपने 2012 के बाद 2025 में हम हैं, आपने कोई ऐसा किरदार नहीं है जो एक बार रिपीट ना किया हो। व्हाट इज द रीजन, मतलब क्या सोच के आपने ये किरदार चुने हैं?
जी एक्चुअली मैं खुद ना थोड़ी चंचल स्वभाव की हूँ। मुझे ऐसे लगता है कि मैं एक चीज़ को पकड़ के नहीं रह सकती कि वही अब वर्क कर रहा है, अब वही करना है। मुझे खुद चैलेंजेस में बहुत मज़ा आता है। शायद मेरी पर्सनालिटी वैसी है, मेरी सोच वैसी है, तो जो सामने किरदार मुझे इंटरेस्टिंग लगते हैं, मुझे लगता है कि ऐसा मैंने पहले शायद कभी देखा नहीं है, या देखा है तो मैं इसमें अपना कुछ ऐसा तड़का लगा सकती हूँ जिससे ऑडियंस के सामने कुछ ऐसा आएगा जो उन्होंने महसूस या चखा नहीं है, यू नो। सो मुझे उस एक चॉइस में बहुत ईज होती है एक्चुअली करने के लिए। जब मैं स्क्रिप्ट सुनती हूँ तो मुझे कोई ऐसी, वो एक फ्यू सेकंड्स की बात होती है, आपको समझ में आ जाता है कि हाँ यहाँ पे मेरा दिल लग रहा है और मुझे ये करना है। सो और 2012 तक मैंने बहुत एडवर्टाइजिंग का काम किया, प्रिंट, टीवी, कैमरा पे एक्सपीरियंस, क्योंकि आइडिया ही नहीं था कि क्या होता है, एक सेट क्या चीज़ होती है, सिनेमाटोग्राफर किस चिड़िया का नाम है, या डायरेक्टर कौन साहब होते हैं, या कुछ आइडिया ही नहीं था, यू नो। तो तालीम जारी थी।
मम्मी भी डायरेक्टर नहीं है?
तो कोई नहीं है
ना?
बिट्स पिलानी में मेरे मामा जी दोनों वहाँ से पास आउट हुए हैं, कोई मतलब दूर दूर तक साथ पुश्तों में कोई।
तो वो नेपो बच्चा भी नहीं है?
अच्छा, अगर आर्मी में जाती तो होती।
हाँ, ये बात सही है। तो फिर ये कैसे आप टकरा कैसे गई, कैसे ये इच्छा हुई कि आपको एक्टिंग करनी है?
जी मैं कुछ अनकन्वेंशनल माइंडसेट में ही बड़ी हुई हूँ। आई थिंक मेरा जो बचपन था वो कहीं ऐसा रियलाइन हो गया कि मुझे बहुत जल्दी लगा कि ज़िंदगी पता नहीं क्या है। अब मुझे ऐसे बड़े सवाल अपने आप से करने आते हैं, लेकिन उस वक्त जैसे आपने कहा 11 साल में क्या ही समझ होती है। आर्मी कैंटोनमेंट से उखाड़ के आपको एक नोएडा में, आप एक सेक्टर में रह रहे हैं, वहाँ पे आपका सिविलियन पूरी तरह से यू नो यू आर एक्सपोज टू अ सिविलियन बैकग्राउंड, जो अपने आप में एक बहुत बड़ा कल्चर शॉक था। आई एम जस्ट गिविंग यू कॉन्टेक्स्ट।
अंडरस्टैंडेबल।
तो बिट बाय बिट देयर वर सो मेनी कल्चर शॉक्स एंड सो मेनी सर्कमस्टांशियल शिफ्ट्स। तो मुझे समझ में आया कि शायद लाइफ ऐसी ही है, यू नो। और वहाँ पर शायद ग्रोइंग अप आई वॉज ऑलवेज ऑन स्टेज, डिबेटिंग हो गया, ड्रामेटिक्स हो गया, नाटक, कुछ भी मैं करती थी, यू नो, स्कूल में, कॉलेज में। मुझे समझ में आ रहा था कि यहाँ मेरा दिल बहुत लगता है, क्योंकि यहाँ पे ना कुछ एक केओस में सुकून है। मुझे मज़ा आता था उसमें, और मुझे अच्छा लगता था कि मुझे ना लोगों को जाके अपने आप को इंट्रोड्यूस नहीं करना पड़ता, वो जान जाते हैं कि मैं कौन हूँ। तो स्कूल जब आप बदलते हैं, आपको नए दोस्त ऐसे ही मिल जाते हैं, क्योंकि आप स्टेज पे जाएंगे, लोग पूछेंगे अरे ये कौन है, कहाँ से आई है, अच्छा इससे बात, अरे अच्छा, यू नो, इट्स लाइक अ वेरी सॉफ्ट वे ऑफ इंट्रोड्यूसिंग योर सेल्फ। तो कहीं थोड़ा ये एक लाइफ लेसन था जो यू नो बड़े होते सीखा। वहाँ से कहीं एक एक्टिंग की चॉइस सामने आई कि चलो देखते हैं कि इससे अपनी एक लाइफ बन सकती है क्या।
सो डिड यू मेक अ राइट चॉइस? आज जब मैं आपसे ये सवाल पूछूं तो
आपके साथ बैठी हूँ, यहाँ बातचीत अच्छी चल रही है, बढ़िया बैकड्रॉप, बढ़िया अच्छे ब्यूटीफुल पीपल हियर, आई थिंक आई एम फाइन।
You're doing good.
I should be grateful I have this life.
It's a male-dominated world and also Bollywood. How do you navigate your way?
I just be myself. I don't think there's any other way to do it.
But what are the challenges?
If I were in any profession, any other profession, we live in a male-dominated world. That's logistics. That's just statistics, not logistics. That's statistics, right? So if I were anywhere, if I were a journalist, if I were in politics, anywhere, it is a society where we know that, you know, we have more factors against us because there are more stereotypes. There are more self-created compulsions also. Ki as a girl, मैं ये कर सकती हूँ, मैं ये नहीं कर सकती हूँ, मेरी ये अपब्रिंगिंग है. हमारे भी अपने ही थोपे हुए बहुत सारे कंडीशंस होते हैं जो हमने देखे हैं और हमारे अंदर कहीं अननोइंगली आ गए हैं. तो पहले तो उनको ही खुद तोड़ना होता है. और मेरी ये फिलॉसफी है रुबिका कि मैं ज़्यादा ना अपने आप को डेप्रिवेशन पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से नहीं देखती कि मैं क्योंकि लड़की हूँ या क्योंकि आई एम इन अ मेल डोमिनेटेड वर्ल्ड मैं ये नहीं कर सकती या मेरे लिए ये मुश्किल होगा, बिकॉज आई थिंक आई एम ऑलरेडी स्टार्टिंग विद एन एक्सक्यूज. इफ़ आई डोंट गिव माई सेल्फ दैट सॉर्ट ऑफ कि एक ये तो मेरे पास कम है तो अब मैं क्या करूँ उसको कॉम्पनसेट करने के लिए.
निमृत, क्या ऐसा होता है कई बार कि अक्सर ये होता है कि आप ये नहीं सोचते हैं पर सामने वाला जो आपको किरदार निभाने के लिए लाया है उसको ये लगता है कि ना तुम इसमें फिट नहीं बैठोगी, ये तो हीरो एंटर करेगा तभी मज़ा आएगा. तो फिर निमृत लड़ती है या दूसरे तरीकों से फिर संभाला जाता है कि नहीं, क्या मैं क्रिएटिवली डील करती हूँ इसको? ऐसा हुआ है आपके साथ कभी?
नहीं, ऐसा एक्चुअली मेरे साथ हुआ नहीं है और वो शायद मेरी चॉइसेस में भी आपको रिफ्लेक्ट करता हुआ दिखेगा कि मैंने ऐसा कभी अपने आप को पाया ही नहीं कि कहीं किसी सेट पे मुझे ऐसा कुछ फेस करने को मिला, क्योंकि आई थिंक वो काम ना तो मैं अट्रैक्ट करती हूँ ना मैं उस तरफ जाती हूँ. एंड ऑनेस्टली आई एम इन इट फॉर द लॉन्ग रन, रुबिका, बिकॉज आई नो वेरी वेल कि आई विल बी हियर फॉर डेकेड्स एंड मेरी हर एक चॉइस इज लीडिंग अप टू समथिंग way bigger than even I can imagine. Lunchbox was a part of that. मैं सोच रही थी कि मैं बॉम्बे आऊँगी, मेरा कब एक फिल्म डेब्यू होगा, मैं कैसे कौन सी फिल्म क्रैक करूँगी. विदाउट एनी ऑडिशन, विदाउट एनीथिंग, लंचबॉक्स आ गई सामने. तो मेरा ये कहने का मतलब है कि अब एक फिल्म में अगर एक फीमेल डोमिनेटेड स्टोरी है तो उसमें क्या एक मेल एक्टर अपने आप को ऐसा नहीं सोचेगा, अपने आप के बारे में ऐसा नहीं सोचेगा कि यार इसकी जब फीमेल की एंट्री होगी तब वो भी तो हो सकता है. वो नैरेटिव्स कम हैं कंपैरेटिवली. आई एब्सोल्युटली डोंट वांट टू बी इन डिनायल अबाउट दैट, बट आई थिंक फॉर द लास्ट फ्यू इयर्स दैट हैज़ बीन चेंजिंग क्वाइट लाइक अग्रेसिवली.
अब क्योंकि घड़ी बता रही है टाइम्स अप, लेकिन उसके बावजूद एक बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सवाल जो जहन में आता है वो ये कि जिस तरीके के आपने किरदार चुने हैं और मतलब हॉलीवुड तक पहुंच गई आप, ISI का किरदार वहाँ पर आपने निभा लिया है, आने वाले 5-10 सालों में आप निमृत अपने आप को बॉलीवुड में कहाँ पाती है? What is that one thing she wants to achieve?
I think I'm on my way to creating a space for myself where I won't say that, there is a legacy that one wants to leave behind, because that's a very large, self-important kind of an idea of oneself. If it happens by virtue of the choices you make, great. मैं अपने आप को वहाँ देखना चाहती हूँ जहाँ पे एक छोटे शहर, गांव, कस्बे की लड़की मुझे देखकर कहे कि ये हम में से है और अगर ये वहाँ जा सकती है तो मैं भी कुछ भी कर सकती हूँ.
अब रैप अप करने के लिए एक आखिरी सवाल, और ये बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सवाल है. आप यहाँ अकेली रहती हैं, सोशल मीडिया पर बहुत एक्टिव है, बहुत सारी चीज़ों पर बहुत वोकल हैं, यहाँ बहुत सी महिलाएं हैं. 4 लोग क्या कहेंगे ज़िंदगी का सबसे बड़ा एक टेंशन होता है. जब आपके बारे में तरह तरह के रूमर्स चलते हैं, तरह तरह के मीम बनते हैं, डज इट अफेक्ट यू और यू आर लाइक हु केयर्स?
आई एम नाइदर एक्चुअली, बिकॉज दोनों तरीके से मैं उस चीज़ को एक वैलिडेशन दूंगी, क्योंकि सोशल मीडिया अपने आप में एक ऐसा अमीबा है, वो कहीं भी उगता है, कभी भी उगता है, किसी भी रीज़न, किसी भी कारण, भले कारण है नहीं है. मेरा फोकस लाइफ में क्या होना चाहिए वो बहुत क्लियर है. वो मैं मुंबई शहर सोशल मीडिया के लिए नहीं आई थी, उस वक्त था भी नहीं, स्मार्टफोन्स भी नहीं थे. और मेरा लाइफ गोल और एम है कि मैं अपने काम की जमा पूंजी बढ़ाऊं, ना कि बेफालतू की चीज़ें जहाँ पे जिन लोगों के पास बहुत समय है. मुझे तो तरस ही आता है कि भाई अपनी लाइफ और अपने समय के साथ कुछ बेटर ही कर लें, वो जो 4 या उनके 16 दोस्त हैं या जो भी हैं, बिकॉज इट्स फ्यूटाइल एंड इट्स एक्चुअली अ वेस्ट ऑफ देयर टाइम एंड देयर लाइफ.
बट डू यू फील बैड
फॉर देम? यस, Very bad. I really do. I pity them. It's sad.
That's a good way of
It's
dealing.
sad. I have that much compassion in me.
Does it affect
मुझे बुरा
you?
लगता है. मुझे उनकी अपब्रिंगिंग, उनके परिवारों के लिए कहीं से तो आते होंगे.
पर आपको दुख होता है कि यार क्या ये मुझे जानता भी नहीं है, ऐसा क्यों कह रहा है, ऐसा क्यों लिख रहा है? What do you know about?
किसी
Do
के
you
बारे
feel
में हम
sad?
Like I said, I feel sad for them. कैसे बुरा नहीं लगेगा बताइए. आप किसी राह चलते आदमी को या किसी को देखेंगे आपकी तरफ, वो बेफालतू कुछ भी बोल रहा है, आपको बुरा लगेगा कि अरे इसको तो तकलीफ हो रही है, इसको कुछ मदद की ज़रूरत है. तो वही तो लगेगा और क्या लगेगा. मैं और क्या बैठ के क्या ज़िंदगी में अपने और बहुत चीज़ें करनी है, बहुत जगह पहुंचना है, बहुत लंबा सफ़र है. ये सब चीज़ें क्या फालतू में टाइम नहीं है मेरे पास.
बहुत ही खूबसूरत जवाब. आखिर में शी शक्तियों को क्या कहना चाहेंगी?
जी बस अपने अंदर की जो एक आंतरिक जो हमारी शक्ति है उसको हम सबको रिकॉग्नाइज करना चाहिए. हमें कुछ और बनने की ज़रूरत नहीं है, वो सब हमारे अंदर है जो हम बाहर ढूंढ रहे हैं. बस उसको ढूंढ लीजिए और पकड़ के रखिए.
बहुत ही खूबसूरत. हम चाहते हैं कि इनको भी यहाँ पकड़ कर रखें, लेकिन वक्त इतनी ही इजाज़त देता है. थैंक यू सो मच निम्रत.
थैंक यू.
छोटा सेशन था पर बहुत ही गहरा सेशन था.
थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू.
Right, thank you so much, Nimrat and Rubika, for sharing your perspective and reminding us how powerful storytelling and authentic representation can shift perceptions. Let's give them another round of applause. And I must say that by far, this audience has done incredible job. आप लोगों की जो energy है, आप लोगों का जो patience है, and like I said, you have been so kind with your applause and you have been an incredible audience. So अभी आपके लिए भी a huge round of applause because you have been amazing. And now let's shift our focus, and it's time to transition into a segment that celebrates grit, resilience, and the spirit of breaking the mold, because she is changing the game. Women are stepping up, breaking barriers, and winning for themselves and the country. To guide us through this inspiring conversation about trailblazers and changemakers, please welcome Network 18's Rupa Ramani. And now, I'm honored to introduce Anjali Bhagwat, 3-time Olympian, former world #1 shooter, Khel Ratna and Arjuna awardee, and Trupti Murgunde, a distinguished Indian badminton player and Dhyan Chand awardee. As Amitabh Bachchan would say in KBC, taaliyan rukni nahi chahiye. So please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Archana. Thanks a lot. Lovely introduction there, but those words aren't enough. When you speak about these two ladies and their achievements, words fall short. But thank you for everyone. Welcome, Anjali, Trupti. And thanks everyone to be a part of a special She Shakti edition. This is the Maharashtra Mumbai edition, and that's why we have them here. And sport is, I think, the perfect field of expertise to talk about how difficult a mountain it is to climb and get to the top, because there is resistance, there is judgment, there is prejudice, and so much more. And when you actually surmount all that, or even come close to achieving something, that is empowering. So I want to start this session very quickly, jump into it, and begin by asking you a very positive and an insightful question, which is, what has sport taught you about yourselves, about your strength or power, which you couldn't have learned elsewhere? I'm going to start with you, Anjali.
I feel I rediscover myself, because I was very bubbly and, a common girl in college days. When I entered sport, it was a failure because it was a very unpopular event which I chose. And it took me 10 years to survive in that event, and then I started my professional journey. And then I realized, I could do this. And my sport is very different and very challenging. Other than physical fitness requirement, we need to be mentally very, very fit. And there I saw what is Anjali Bhagwat. In the intense moments when I stood for my World Championships title, I was shooting along with a Chinese shooter who was an Olympic medalist. And for a moment, I thought, sab khatam ho gaya. But then I realized what I have learned. I just, sab maine dekha ki maine kya kiya hai. And I gathered myself there. And I said, no, this is the only chance I have to prove myself. And I shot, and I was the first world champion from India. And that gave me confidence. Yes, we can do anything if we believe in our caliber.
Well said. Trupti, please.
I was a very contrast of what she said, I was very calm and composed, I should say that now, but back in those days...
She isn't off the stage.
So, but honestly, yes, I was. And the only thing is I would talk very little. And people would think that I'm very snobbish or reserved. The only reason I wouldn't talk much was to save energy, which they didn't know. And now I've become contrast. So coming back to what I learned out of sport is one simple and basic thing is that every day when we were actively playing, every day we would win and lose. And again, come back the next day, win, lose. So that sometimes I feel you will not, probably in education, it's only when you're giving your final exams. That's when you actually start rating yourself. But in sports, is not only every day, but every single hour. If I have to talk about my sport, badminton, it's probably we play for an hour, one match. So it is every hour we would have those expressions, either winning one or the losing. So still to hang on and not give up, I think that is something I really learned. And over my career, I think I can say that now because I'm also working with Indian Oil and it's been 22 years now with Indian Oil. Administratively, it helps me so much because whenever I'm facing any issues or, I'm not able to match up with my other colleagues because coming from a sports background, I think I just go back to those things, think about it, and just come back afresh.
And we'll speak about administration because that's a very key aspect of sport today. But you mentioned a very important point which leads me to the next question, which is you ladies came during a time where very few women even wanted to take up sport professionally, forget as a hobby. And you had very few examples alongside you and a few before you. You were trailblazers in that sense. How difficult was it to stay motivated and inspired?
Yeah, particularly shooting belonged to royal families and services only. So it was a dream to handle a weapon. When I started, my event was totally unprofessional, unpopular. It took me 10 years to have my personal weapon. But still, that dedication and passion was there inside us. And we knew that we have that talent. Thoda bahut facilitated. If we are facilitated, we can do that. We used to go abroad, play international tournaments. And we used to see Bangladeshis and Pakistanis and Sri Lankans winning medal. And we are coming empty-handed. Why? What's the difference? And when we got all the facilities after 10 years, we started, we went havoc internationally. So we went through, it was a struggle, but I enjoyed those challenges. Challenge nahi hoga to it used to be a very bored journey. But I am so happy that we have paved that way for our coming generation. Our coming generation is very, very smart, very intelligent. Everything is ready for them on the platter. But they are using it in a good way. So we are now ranked world #1 as a team. And, when we used to go, we had that complex playing along with the white skin, traveling abroad, and, a girl traveling alone. Because I used to be there selected for the international competitions. So when I used to go alone, so my parents used to have that tension, "Arey, akeli jayegi, visa kaise hoga, ye sab hoga." But nowadays, like when India, पहले मैं सोचती थी कि कैसे मैं जाऊंगी, how will I, play along with the Europeans, Chinese, USA people. But now when our girls enter the venue, बाकी सारे लोग सोचते हैं, oh, Indians are here. So that's the change.
I like that. I like the sound of that, and there has to be a great pride there. But Trupti, something she says kind of reminds me of the time that, so I used to play professional tennis, and at that time, and this was obviously way, way back, and I had a problem wearing shorts and traveling by bus and getting to my academy because people were staring and you find, you know what kind of gaze that is and how it is. And so I had to bear the burden of the clothes that I wore. So I can imagine what judgment happens otherwise. So my question to you is, Abhi, there's this fad of let's glamorize women's sports. Because that's the only way it'll be viable. That's the only way it'll be engaging. People, log dekhenge tab. What do you feel about that? And is it required?
Yeah, I think it's a good question because especially in badminton, there was one point when, the World Federation took a decision that we need the sport to look more feminine. Because we had some of the girls wearing those long shorts, more like, the football shorts and t-shirts, and when they have short hair, they were not identified as women on the court. It would be a bit tough for people to recognize, whether they're, the males or the females. So they took a decision that we're going to make skirts compulsory. And that happened during my time when I was there in All England is one of our popular tournaments, something like Wimbledon. And we were there, and that was when the skirts were introduced in badminton. And for a while, they wanted to make it mandatory. So there was a lot of debate because some of the girls kept saying that we are not comfortable. Comfortable clothing is what we look at. But I have a little balanced view in that manner because when the skirts were, because during All England, we used to get the new kitting from the sponsors. So we got that and we were very excited to wear it because we've always seen it in the tennis. We used to watch Wimbledon and it's looked gracious, and I'm sure all of you would agree to that. And so I said, okay, it'll look nice. But of course, there's a difference in the sport because in tennis, you're moving more or less, at the parallel level. And badminton, you're jumping, you're, stretching and everything. So we were very, very conscious in our first match. And we were the first few, 2-3 of us who, because All England, only the top 3 will go. So we got a chance to wear, but we were very conscious in our first thing. But, slowly we got used to it. And it did, I felt, it was nice. It was more gracious. And I was okay with that. In fact, it was far more better than wearing shorts because you have those inbuilt tights in that. So, in that manner, it was much easier and, safer, I would say, that way. But so as when you ask me if we should, why not? And if that looked nice,
and own it. It's okay if you own it and rather than make it like an uncomfortable choice. Yeah. Owning it and sort of embracing it probably is what you're referring to. But which leads me to a question regarding, certain subjects that people used to shy away from. Look, a very important part of women's sports is menstruation. It impacts the performance. It impacts the way women play, and that's something that I don't think anyone can understand. How important was it for you, both of you girls, I want both of you to answer this because I'm sure there was a taboo during your playing days. What did you feel about that? How important is that to change, and is it changing?
For me, I never worried about it. I used to be like very, very comfortable lady. But few athletes, yes, they were into a very embarrassing situation and, they used to feel dirty. And we never had access to lady physiotherapists, lady masseurs then. So it was very difficult for them, or lady coaches. So it was very difficult for lady athletes to share that problem. And then they used to worry, kaise jaye ground pe, kaise bataye, abhi kya kare. That scenario was there. And it was very difficult for them to travel and, do everything. But I'll give you, there's a vast change now in that because recently I attended a junior shooting ka camp chal raha tha Delhi mein. I was sitting there and few junior shooters were sitting in the mess and boys were going out somewhere and one small girl, maybe 16, 17 years, she called one by, hey, आते वक्त मेरे लिए sanitary pads लेके आना. And that boy was okay, ठीक है. I was like, what? दुनिया इतनी बदल गई है.
Exactly.
Yes.
Get me some.
And that boy was also so cool, and that girl was also so comfortable. So due to this awareness campaigns and your learnings in the schools and colleges, now that mindset has changed.
Trupti?
Yeah, I mean, I will just add to what Anjali said, that how it was tough to convey to your coaches and all that. And as she said, we didn't have at all female coaches then as such. So there was one point I was playing a international tournament happening in India, and I was on the court wearing a white skirt. And
we know where
I
this
just
is
started. I was feeling very uneasy because I knew, you generally have some symptoms, when you're just about to start your periods. So I was feeling it, but I wasn't too sure because sometimes because of stress and things, it varies. And my coach, so we have the coach sitting behind the court, as per, and he could sense it that I'm not moving well, something is not happening, and she's not in her place. But she didn't know what is going wrong with me. And now I felt it that, I've started my periods. Now I'm wearing a white skirt. And how do I convey? Because in badminton, we don't get breaks like how you get in tennis, that you go sit for a, whatever those 1 minute break. At least, in that time, you can go change. In badminton, it is not allowed to step out of the court. You can get disqualified. Again, there's a male umpire sitting there. So, still, those days, it was very tough. I had to, because then it would have become a big blunder and all that. I managed to go tell the umpire. And with great difficulty, he had to call the chief referee, take a special permission to allow me to go to the washroom and have, changeover or, so it was that tough. And my coach is still wondering what's happening. And, there are times when those tournaments are important, those matches are important. And I have felt it many times that you're not able to give that kind of performance, especially in sports, the kind of intensity what we play, it gets extremely tough. And, but you still have to leave it, as she said, keep it that it doesn't bother me. We try to show off in that manner because that affects your performance. So only after the match, I got some guts to convey to my coach. Otherwise, until then, the coach was blaming that I'm not doing seriously, I'm not playing good enough, and things that way. Then they kind of start understanding. But coming back to also what she said, that things have changed now. People are becoming more aware and opening up to say these things. But at the same time, I also feel the males also have to be educated a lot, because I don't think they have an idea of what we go through during those times, the kind of pain, the kind of mood swings we have, various other things. I think the male needs to be more educated. I don't know if you agree.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask you as a follow-up. What do you expect from male athletes or anyone in that capacity in sport to help grow women's sport?
I feel should respect us. There has to be equality. And to talk about, as a lady shooter, I never had a problem because our luggage is so heavy. We carry a gun weighing 15 kg. We carry a suitcase where we put our outgears, weighs around 30 to 35 kg, and plus our personal baggage. So it is very difficult to carry the whole thing for a lady. But always our male shooters used to take care of it. They were so supportive. And we had the same attention. We have same amount of medals in the games, in the major tournaments. And now I'm so happy that IOC has taken the decision of gender parity. So it is compulsory to have 50% participation in all major tournaments. So the avenues are open for all. So due to new introduced women events, we have now women referees, we have now women psychologists, physiotherapists, juries. So there's a great platform for women.
No, I think a lot of drastic changes, I think, during our time into now, and we being part of a lot of planning and things like that. So it does help with our experience. We wanted to better it for the current generation, the current players. So that is one thing, I think, the change which has come in.
Just to wrap this up, because we are running short of time. This could go on, and of course, it'll be more enlightening. This has been the year for women in sports, especially for Indian women, whether it is the footballers who are almost close to FIFA World Cup, whether it's the Indian cricket team, the women chess players as well. My last question to both of you, and we would like your answers. as brief as possible. What's the one thing that was not there during your time that you wish you had and you see in current women's sport?
Maybe the awareness and the priority. I wish I was born in these days. I would have done something great than what I did in my days, because it was full of struggle. But nowadays, we have priority, awareness in the society. Parents are thinking of putting their kids into sport, and they have the clarity in their mind. If their kid is not going to pursue the sport professionally, they want him to play because it is helping him in his general life. So that's the big change in our society we have, and there are plenty of employment opportunities. There are good infrastructure, good coaches, everything. I mean, we have started our journey on the professionals as a professional sport, and we are getting the priority now. We are getting the same coverage in the media. And now we can say the person can choose sport as his profession.
Trupti? I think Anjali said it pretty much, but I would just like probably the media aspect, if it was a lot more in our days, definitely I would have been happy, because I don't have any of my videos to now easily share it with my friends. Even my son says, doubts whether I still was a sports person or not. So to show him, I don't have. So the only reason why I say this is that the media right now, the kind of role they are playing, if they can have it more and more. Thankfully, as she said, you know, their sport didn't have that kind of issue with the equality in women. In my sport also pretty much, but in the sports, I would say the tougher sports like wrestling, kabaddi, or few other sports, you know, there still we do have people, you know, struggling or facing those kind of issues. And we are trying to overcome those through a lot of forums. But, well, yes, I think that is something which I would look forward to. And then the more number of tournaments, especially for the women, you know, as you mentioned, football, you know, they have done well. So the funding aspect also has to increase. So that is what we look at.
All right. Thank you so much, ladies. It's been a pleasure speaking to you, and I'm sure the audience also loved it. Thank you. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Right, thank you so much, Anjali and Trupti, for sharing your journey with us and reminding us how determination and resilience can truly change the game for sports and for the society. Thank you, Rupa, to you as well. And as we continue our journey today, it's crucial to recognize that empowerment goes beyond external achievements. It begins with nurturing the self. And this next segment, we'll talk about that. Now, the segment is Reclaiming the Self, Mental Wellness as an Act of Empowerment. It invites us to explore the vital connection between inner well-being and outer leadership. To guide us through this enlightening conversation, I would like to welcome Shweta Punj back on stage. And now, it's my privilege to invite a distinguished global leader, an unwavering advocate for mental health, and a trailblazer in the realm of inclusive education. Please welcome Mrs. Neerja Birla, founder and chairperson, Aditya Birla Education Trust.
Thank you, Archana, for that, and many thanks, Mrs. Birla, for being here. We are very keen that Mrs. Birla should be the one doing this conversation, because she has been one of the earliest advocates of mental health in the country, and she's really lent her voice to this subject, to this cause. And Mrs. Birla, if you could, take us through the time when you started Empower, the organization that she runs, which works a lot in spreading awareness about mental health. About a decade ago, until now, do you feel that there has been a change in the way we are as a nation, as organizations, as individuals, the way we are talking about mental health, the way we are addressing the issue of mental health in the country?
Sure. Good evening, everybody, and it's wonderful to be here. Thank you so much for inviting me. And this topic is, of course, very close to my heart, so always very happy to talk about it. So coming to your question, so yes, of course, when we started about 10 years ago, mental health as a topic and as a concept was just not spoken about. The problem still existed, the challenges still existed. However, it was always just behind closed doors. More often than not, people were not even aware that they're suffering from a mental illness. The topic, it was hugely stigmatized. There was very little support, very little care. You were not even, I mean, it was so stigmatized that you could not even talk to your own family members about it.
Right.
You know, and then reaching out for help was even more difficult. Support system, the entire care ecosystem was I won't say non-existent, but was really under under wraps. So one didn't even know whom to go to, who's the right person to approach. So the entire ecosystem was not well developed. Further, when we started, it was so stigmatized that our first press conference that we had, and I had invited a few journalists actually over, just to let them know we're foraying into mental health. It's a topic that needs discussion. We need to throw light on it. We really need to speak about it. And you won't believe it, we had all of 2 people attend it. It was so dismal and it was so discouraging. But that in itself actually strengthened my resolve to break the taboo. I mean, I obviously realized that, it was going to be far more challenging. That's when I realized that it's going to be far more challenging than what I had thought it would be. I knew it was taboo. I knew it was not spoken about, which is why I decided to, get into this and to create awareness about it. But just that kind of response made me realize that it's actually far worse. When we approached schools to take on mental health workshops, schools refused. I mean, our good, Bombay schools, for example, because obviously we had to start with Bombay, they refused to take any kind of workshops because they were scared that the thought was that if they take a mental health workshop just to build awareness, to increase literacy, it would in effect point out that there is a mental health challenge in the school, there's a systemic issue, that they don't need it and therefore they don't take it.
Interesting.
So from there, and the same thing was for corporates.
Right.
I remember when we first reached out to them and we spoke about, outreach programs, a lot of them told us that you have to remove the word mental health from the topic of the awareness workshop.
Wow. Yeah.
So from there to now, I think definitely the needle has moved. I think, happy to have contributed to that shift. It's been a paradigm shift. We needed that shift in attitudes. And of course there is a shift. I think people are far more aware, parents are far more engaging, workplaces are trying to prioritize mental health care, they're making it part of their budgets.
Yeah.
The government is being hugely supportive. We're seeing it getting institutionalized in a lot of government bodies as well. So, and press, I mean, that really, it delights me actually to know that press is, allowing and not only allowing, but encouraging conversations like these to be center stage.
Because
so
the world
really
that we are
moved.
in today is far different too, right? It's something that's staring at our faces, and if we do not wake up to it, it'll just be too late. So I also wanted to, get your thoughts on, how common are feelings like suicidal thoughts, depression, schizophrenia now as compared to, say, 10 years ago in your interactions with schools, organizations, students, young people. Is this something that as a society we should be more mindful of now?
So, data tells us that 1 in every 4 Indians has a mental health concern. The rate of suicide is extremely high in the youth. So yes, it is a huge pandemic. It's a silent crisis that we all are going through. And, by the day, of course, the incidence of suicide is increasing. And it definitely is there. And the faster we're able to acknowledge it, that faster we'll be able to actually attend to it. It's a problem that's not going to just go away. We'll have to navigate it. We'll have to work our way around it. So for example, with the CISF, we've been working with them for about 3 years now. And, of course, with their support and with the interventions, with the right screening, the awareness, the mental health capacity building workshops, it's obviously been a multi-pronged approach, but we've been able to reduce the suicide rate by 40%.
So fantastic. Can we get a round of applause for that, please?
So, so yes, there is an issue, but yes, we also have solutions and we have to tackle it. We have to get on to it head on.
Yeah. I want to talk to you about women and mental health because a lot of the audiences are women. How often do we really think about our mental health? And how often should we really be looking into the issues that face us as women? Are we giving ourselves enough credit? Are we giving ourselves enough attention? What has been your experience in women and coping with mental health?
So I think women, by and large, I think we just assume the role of caregivers, and I think it's just been a generational sort of pass down where we're always keeping our needs at the end. We're always putting everybody else's needs before us. But we are obviously playing a lot of roles, and I think more so now than ever before because we're also trying to balance our careers with our family life. That role does not change and will not change, but we're also trying to be super efficient at work. So we're trying to be perfect at home, we're trying to be perfect in all our relationships, we're trying to be perfect as the perfect mother, daughter-in-law, sister, all of that. And we're also obviously wanting to do really well at work. So of course it's a tug and we're really being pulled in different directions. And very often I think in that we do tend to overlook our own needs. I think it just is, as I said, like we were discussing, it's something very personal to all of us, but I think it's a shared experience.
Shared experience.
And most certainly I would say that for myself as well. I think more and more we have to sort of focus more on our mental health as well.
Absolutely, because if you are happy and high energy, will you be able to spread that that joy around?
Absolutely, and I very often compare it. The analogy that goes on in my mind is that if my own cup is going to be half full, how am I ever going to pour out of that? My own cup is going to be half full. I mean, there's no way that it can, what am I going to give to anybody else? So I have to have my own cup brimming for me to be able to actually be successful in all my other roles. So in a sense, I look at it as a responsibility that if I have so many roles to play, then I also owe it to them to be looking after my own self, because if I don't do that, there's no way I can do justice to the other people whom I love.
So one should not feel guilty about taking out time for themselves and for maybe getting a therapist if there is a need.
Absolutely. And I have to say that it's a journey. I think all of us go through that journey where, this kind of realization evolves. So I myself am guilty of that. So I can't sort of say that, no, you just have to do it like that. But I think it's an evolution, and most certainly you have to learn to be compassionate to yourself.
We are also, very often do we get to hear that the current generation is the anxious generation. What is driving up our anxiety? Is it the traffic? Is it the pollution? Is it expectations that we have of ourselves? Or is it, is it generally just that the world is expecting too much of us?
Yeah. I think, so as far as the anxious generation is concerned, look, they are growing up in a world which is, super connected because of social media. There's a constant glare. Yeah. They're living in a fishbowl at all times. And that in itself adds to the pressure, right? I mean, there is, of course, a lot of pros, but there are a lot of cons also to it. And very often, children are not able to handle that kind of exposure that they have, or the kind of comparison that they're always having to do. And there is a big difference between the virtual world and the real world, right? In the virtual world, everybody makes out life to be so perfect. And then there's that sense of FOMO that sets in. So yes, it is a generation that is growing up in difficult times. But I also say that it's a generation that is, open to accept what they're going through, which I think in our generation we did not do. We were trying to balance all our relationships, but we did a lot of it in silence. But this generation does not want to do that, and I think that's great. And I think we as parents have to support them in that. We must provide them with the right ecosystem and the right care so that they're able to voice their opinions, and then we help them navigate that.
Very often we come across young professionals who are facing burnout at the workplace. They've had breakdowns at the workplace. Why is that happening? Now, one point of view is that it's a mollycoddle generation. Or is it a more aware generation, and are our workplaces very toxic? How are you looking
I
at
would say that it's a little bit of both. I do believe that and for anything in life, I think, it can't only be, it's not math. It's not that because this happened, therefore this has happened. It's not so causal. It's not so cause and effect. So there are obviously a couple of factors always. And I do also believe that, yes, it is a mollycoddle generation. It may be in certain aspects. But that also is to do with the kind of parenting that has been. We've been so afraid to let our children fail. We don't want to say no to them. In the fear that they'll feel bad or, it's going to really impact their mental health. But very often what we've also failed to realize is that we're not letting them grow up. We're not letting them have a little bit of failure in life, because that is what is going to teach them resilience. Right? So, yes, I mean, we are guilty of that to a certain extent. But your second point also is true, that they're also talking a lot more. They're also more vocal about their feelings. They're more vocal about their expectations.
Yes.
So it is a combination of both.
Well, we are running out of time because I believe the Chief Minister is also just about to come in. But my last question to you, Mrs. Birla, is on the stigma around mental health and men. As a society, we condition men to not share their feelings and emotions. And while we talk about women and mental health, but there is also a silent crisis that's brewing in the country and across the world, where men are really, afraid to seek help if needed.
That's absolutely true, and so right. So we have a helpline which is 24/7, and over the years, which is about 4 years now, we started it during the pandemic in collaboration with the state government. We've always had about 60 to 70% males as callers on the helpline, which is incognito. But otherwise in our services, it's more women than men. So that in itself actually tells us that, of course, men are also suffering. I mean, mental health in men is for real. But, I mean, there is so much of stigma. They're just expected to be strong, and having a mental health is considered a sign of weakness. So therefore, men don't want to talk about it. So, there's a lot of work that needs to be done at that grassroots level, at the thought level.
Change the language.
Change the language, change the narrative.
Well, we hope that we've given our audiences here today some food for thought. Some of the men in the audiences will go back and maybe self-reflect. And the women, of course, will go back not with a resolve not to feel guilty in seeking help and making time. Thank you very much, Mrs. Neeja Birla, for taking up the time and speaking to us. And can we request you to stay back on stage? We'd like to felicitate you. Yes.
And as Shweta rightly said, it's our honor to felicitate you with a special token of appreciation. And to present this felicitation, please welcome Sangeeta Jatia, past international director and board appointee, Lions Clubs International. Please give them a huge round of applause. Right, thank you so much, Neerja and Sangeeta and Shweta. Now, as we turn our attention to return on investing, independence and unstoppable ambition in finance and markets, Let's welcome Network 18's N. Mahalakshmi to take the conversation ahead. And joining us for the discussion are two phenomenal leaders who are charting new paths in the world of investment. Lakshmi Iyer, Group President Designate Investments Bajaj Finserv, and Roshi Jain, Senior Fund Manager Equities HDFC Mutual Fund. Please join me in giving them a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. It's an absolute delight, Lakshmi, Roshi. Thank you so much for taking the time out to be with us today. We would have done this conversation slightly differently, if we had the time that we thought we would have today, but the Chief Minister is on his way. We have to do it sort of quickly. So I thought the best way to do will be to fire a whole bunch of questions so we sort of see what we get and everybody will have something to take. So let me start. Generally there is this perception that women find it difficult to navigate finance. They find it very difficult to sort of navigate personal finance. They're often dependent on spouses or family to sort of do their finances. What has been of course both of you are outliers because you're finance professionals yourself. Nevertheless, when it comes to navigating your personal finances, how has it been?
Yeah, hi, good evening to all of you. So Mahalakshmi, I think, if I take a parallel and explain this, it'll be able to, because I see predominantly women in this room, I can see men as well. But, if you quickly Google, you don't need to do it right now, but if you Google the top chefs in the country, even the fifth one, you won't find a woman. But if you Google the top sports person in the country, the first three will definitely have a woman. So if I extend that analogy to finance, I would say that, finance or, managing money is completely gender agnostic. So when I started my career 25 years back, there was barely one woman in the room. Now at least I see more than one. I think that is the positive thing. And navigation is all in the mind. You don't need Google Maps for this, so go for it, is what I would tell all the women in this room.
Roshi, is that a myth, that women find it difficult to manage the finances?
I think perhaps the journey starts with being financially independent and then you start taking decisions because you have confidence in doing them. So maybe like Lakshmi mentioned, I think seeing more women being financially independent is perhaps the first step in investing on your own and being confident about it. But I'd also say this, investing is about risk and reward. And I think women inherently have the ability to assess risk a lot better. Yeah. I think we tend to underestimate that it's not only about reward, it's also about risk mitigation. And we are very good at that, I feel.
So do women make better fund managers than men?
Well, I'd say, and I said this outside when I did the media bite, we have that perfect balance of IQ and EQ, both of which are required. And of course, there's DQ now, which is digital quotient, which is there, I think, even non-investments. So I think that balance is what possibly gives us a small edge over our male counterparts.
Okay, I hope.
So there are a lot of studies actually which have been done, which actually prove that the alpha creation or the performance of women fund managers are better than those of male fund managers. Yeah. It's not as well publicized perhaps for reasons.
It's publicized every Women's Day, by the way.
Yeah. That's true. But yes, that is a fact.
So next time, please check which fund you're buying into. Definitely, make it a priority to put into, give your money into a woman's hand. Okay, your money mantra in 3 words, Lakshmi.
Compounding, compounding, compounding. See, Vidya Balan said in the movie Dirty Picture, entertainment, entertainment, entertainment. So when it comes to investments, remember her and then think about just compounding.
Okay, Roshi?
Asset allocation. The third word for me is equities, but asset allocation and equities for sure.
Okay, today what would you think is the right asset allocation?
Still equities.
Asset allocation and equities.
For me.
For you. But okay, for a 30-year-old?
Equities. 30-year-old, undoubtedly.
40.
Equities, undoubtedly.
50.
It is age agnostic.
When you're 50, you're only working for your next generation. So it's still equities.
Are you saying it because you're an equity fund manager?
That also.
No, I'll tell you, equities is like Red Bull to your portfolio. It gives you the kicker. And debt is like nimbu pani. It's like lemon water.
Kadha.
Yeah, or it's like, no, kadha is sometimes tasteless. It's this taste. So if you want a kick on your portfolio, age agnostic, 20 or 70 or 80, then equities in that proportion is required. But if you want to just have stability, then you can have nimbu pani in winter, in summer, in the rains. Sometimes you can have chai as well.
Okay, cool. Okay, which financial habit, Lakshmi, did you learn from your mom?
Okay, my mom, I come from this very conservative Tam-Bram South Indian family, Palakkad Iyer I am, and my mom always used to say in Tamil, which I am saying in Hindi, that don't do amdani atthani kharcha rupaya. So don't spread beyond your means, don't spend beyond your means. And I think that's a very important metric even today which stays, because leverage is, to some extent is okay, but it's blasphemous in the world of finance.
Roshi, you?
I'm the same generation as her. God taught the same thing like perhaps most of us here.
Okay, what did you learn from your dad?
Okay, my dad, was an insurance. He used to do insurance agency, and of course, he worked with an MNC. And from him is when I learned the first lesson of compounding. He took a chessboard, like what Akbar and Birbal did, and he actually took a grain of rice and he kept putting 2 and 2 together. And that's the lesson of compounding. Wow. So Einstein was not my father, but my Palakkad Iyer father taught me that first.
What about you? What did you learn from your dad? The money lesson.
Yeah, no, I think it amounted to a money lesson, but I think the lesson was to just be yourself and do what you can. He gave me he stood behind me all the time, gave me the confidence to do whatever I wanted, which finally translates into a lot of stuff that we do. Confidence in being on your own, financial investing, and so on.
Okay. What did you buy with your first paycheck?
What did I buy? I splurged. I'm a big foodie. So finance, food and films in that order is what
spent your entire monthly.
How much? When I started earning when I was age 18. No, age 18. I was in grade 12 and I loved teaching students. So I said I needed pocket money. Therein was my financial independence mantra. So I earned some 400, 500 bucks. I'm talking about 1994. Now you compute my age, what I am. So
okay.
Yeah, so I'm a big foodie. So I actually spent it on food.
Okay, first full-time job.
Full-time job, I worked with this. Oh, what did I do with that money? I gave it to my mom. I gave it to my mom.
Okay. Roshi?
Same. We are the same generation. So yeah, same. But I must say, so I started off with an internship of 300 rupees a month. Again, you can calculate my age going by that.
Which year did you say?
Within 3 months.
Internship.
Within 3 months.
You have to mention the starting year or the end year, Roshi.
Within 3 months, the 300 became 750, and I can tell you any amount after that, I don't get the same thrill when that 300 became 750, genuinely.
But you didn't tell the starting point. Which year
Doesn't
were you
matter.
the intern?
Some things are best left open-ended.
Okay, what does financial freedom mean to you?
Well, it's like oxygen. If you can't live without oxygen, I would say you should not live without your financial independence or freedom. So for women, the Independence Day is, of course, the National Day is definitely relevant. But the day you are, so much in control of your finances, I think, and when you say that this is oxygen for me.
That same for you?
Absolutely.
By the way, Lakshmi Iyer, by surname, you know that she is a Tam. She's a Bombay girl. And Roshi Jain is actually born and brought up in Chennai. So
we could have had this in Tamil, by the way.
Well, then all of y'all would run away. No?
Okay. If not a fund manager, what would you have been?
Professor. I love teaching, and I think that is my pro bono, which I still wear. Saturdays and Sundays, you'll see me with a bunch of kids, underprivileged. You'll see me in some remote location in Karjat, where I've adopted, a couple of villages with my friends. You see me in B schools, everywhere. And I'm wanderlust, okay? People who know me well, they call me wheels on heels. So, ek teez se do shikar ho jata hai. I can teach, I can preach, and I can eat food everywhere.
What about you?
I would perhaps be an auditor, I think. I'm a chartered accountant by profession, so maybe I would have just taken the auditing route.
Okay, that's really imaginative. One portfolio rule you never break.
What, sorry?
One portfolio rule that you never break.
Always risk over return. That's a non-negotiable.
Okay. What about you?
No, risk mitigation extremely important, but we shouldn't overdo it as well. So in the name of risk mitigation, we should just not sort of, take the very boring path as well. We are good at risk mitigation, but you have to draw a line somewhere.
And when I said this to someone in an audience like this, so somebody got up in the audience and said, "Madam, risk hai to ishq hai." I said, that is for scam picture. I said, no.
Okay. Any money decision that you regret?
Regret? I regret not having started early. I should have started probably when I was in high school.
Investing in high school?
Yeah, why not? I mean, my parents
and where
were
would you have got the money
No,
from?
no, but they could have made me a nominee. My father didn't do it. Then I had to educate. I would have been richer. No, I would not be working for Kotak, and then I would not be working for Bajaj from tomorrow.
So you
I
haven't
think the
made
equity habit in India in general. I mean, it's not just about me. I think we start very late in life. At least for us now, the best years in terms of compounding and returns were the last 30 years actually. So, I think for most of us, perhaps the decision to, we would have come very late to equity markets.
Okay, one thing that you think has fast-tracked your career?
I would say it's the curiosity. They say curiosity killed the cat. It didn't kill any one of us, okay? It is the curiosity to learn more and keep telling yourself, Tumhari Sulu, again, sorry, Vidya Balan examples live with me because a lot of social messaging. So she always says, "Main kar sakti hai." That was her tagline in the movie Tumhari Sulu. That stays with me because if you tell yourself and you train your mind, you can actually do a lot. Because when we started our careers, we never had Google, we never had social media, we never had formal mentorship. Today, social media is all about that. We didn't have all this flab, so we had to do it all ourselves. So I think be persuasive.
So I don't know what you mean by fast track, okay? I have grays in my hair, so I don't know what fast track you mean by that. But a lot of it is, of course, we can say hard work, preparation, this and that and stuff, but a lot of it is timing and good luck also, all of which you don't control.
Okay. One or two last questions. A book, podcast, or any other resource that you would recommend to the audience out here? Something that you're totally blown away?
2 books I will recommend. A book called Secret. I think it's an open secret. I think most of you would have read it, but that's my Bhagavad Gita, my Bible, my Quran, and everything else. So that book is something which I swear by. And the second book is a book called Liar's Poker. Yeah. As a wannabe financial market expert, a student, please read this book. It's a racy read. So these are 2 books which I strongly recommend all of you to read.
Rashi?
Benjamin Graham's book on investing, I think it tells you how timeless the rules on investing are. This was written perhaps 90 years ago, something like that. And when you read those examples that are there and the stocks that are talked about, it seems like, was this the way of investing even then? Nothing seems to have changed in terms of how to look at governance, growth, cash flows, and so on. So yeah, that's the book for me, which you can read every year, and every year you would find something new to take away from it.
Okay. What's the advice you would give to your own 25-year-old self?
Zindagi na milegi dobara. Truly. I actually live life, I should say queen size, because we are addressing mostly women in the room, but I think big, never say never, because I truly believe in ZNMD.
Fabulous.
I'll do some advertising for mutual fund. Mutual fund sahi hai. That was what I should have said that.
On that note, thank you so much, Superwomen.
Thank
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lakshmi, Roshi, and Mahalakshmi, for this conversation that was filled with Bollywood references. It is, I think, the best conversation, and I think it's resonating in the room as well. So a huge round of applause, because women with a great sense of humor and an excellent command over money matters are the most impressive. So thank you so much, ladies. And as we move forward, it's time to expand our vision beyond borders. Now, this conversation will highlight how women diplomats are not only shaping foreign relations, but also championing inclusive dialogue, cultural exchange, and collaborative empowerment across nations. To guide us through this enlightening discussion, I would request Palki Sharma to come back on stage. And also, I'm honored to introduce two exemplary leaders who personify global Shakti. Her Excellence, Ambassador Chavanath Thangsupan, Thailand Ambassador to India, and Her Excellence Mateja Bodev Ghosh, Slovenian Ambassador to India. Please join me in giving them a warm round of applause as they join us on stage.
Thank you, Archana. Good evening, everyone. This session is about diplomacy. This session is also about disruption, and I want to start with a statistic. Even in the year 2025, only 21% of the world's diplomats are women. And this number speaks volumes, not about capability, but about access. So with me this evening are two extraordinary diplomats who are not only representing their country, but also telling us what women's leadership on a global stage looks like. Please welcome them once again with a big round of applause. Good evening, Excellencies. Thank you for being here. And I want to start with the figure that I just shared, 21%. You are among the 21%, so congratulations. But what made you start? What made you pursue a career in diplomacy? When did you think that this was your calling and this is what you wanted to do? Let's start with you.
Actually, tell you the truth, when I entered the ministry, it's just because I accompanied my friend who got the scholarship from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. During that time, because I study law, I planned to enter into the bar exam to become the lawyer. But later on, when I accompanied my friend to take exam for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I just passed. So I think, it's not bad. So I should enter into the, foreign arena and become, woman for the world. So that's why I just go on attending the interview, and I can successfully pass the exam and become the civil servant for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs.
Yeah. You make it sound so easy. What about you?
I must say that I've decided relatively early. When I was 17, I knew I wanted to be and work in diplomacy. And the main reason was, which may also tell you a little bit about my age, is that I saw it mostly as a possibility of living in different countries, learning about different languages, different cultures, different people. So this is mostly what attracted me at that moment. But yeah, when I was 17, I knew I wanted to be a diplomat.
And are you happy with the decision that you made at 17?
I was extremely, extremely happy until a few years ago. But after a while you get used to, it becomes a little bit of routine. So you have to encourage yourself, and I think it's not always easy to see what's going on around you, right? But yeah, when I was, of course, I sent the letter to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs by myself when I graduated from Law 2. And I came to the ministry, I was invited, and at the receptions they told me, I'm sorry, we made a mistake. So I was terribly disappointed, and then a few weeks later I saw the announcement in the newspaper, so now you know it was really some time ago. And I applied, and I passed the examination and the tests and everything. So at the end, everything, I think it was meant to be.
Ambassador Thangsupan, you've been doing this for a while, and I know the world has changed over the past decades in terms of women's representation. But do you still find situations where you're the only woman in the room, and how have those experiences shaped you?
Yeah. Actually, at the beginning, I was the only woman in the room, really. But later on, more women joined me. But still, we are not reaching the, how to say, chief of negotiator rank yet. Until there is like 18 or 19 years ago, when I have to attend the ASEAN dialogue on counterterrorism, and my chief negotiator, he needs to leave earlier because there's some urgent matter in my country. And then from being the deputy chief negotiator, I have to become the chief negotiator. But we have very good team. Both male and female colleagues help me to negotiate on ASEAN Convention on Counterterrorism. And we just so successfully win the heart of other male negotiators during that time because they just keep quarreling about the definition of terrorism. Why I said, no, you need not to. You just adopt the definition of other universal instruments on counterterrorism. Why you need to argue about it? And then they just believe me. Unbelievable. And then the ASEAN Convention on Counterterrorism has been adopted. So I gain confidence on that moment, really.
I think that has not changed. Even today, those quarreling in the room, especially where you're talking diplomacy, are mostly men. I'm not privy to those conversations, but I see the headlines, and all the warmongering voices are male. In fact, we were discussing earlier that according to a UN Women study, there is a higher chance of peace withholding when there is a woman negotiator at the table. So do you think we need more women leaders? And do you think that gender still plays a role in negotiations today?
Well, you know, I think speaking from my own experience when I was working at our mission at the United Nations, I didn't really see that the gender was that important. But of course, it was lower level, I would say, right? We were younger diplomats, even I would say at, ambassadorial level, I saw a lot of diversity. It wasn't a really gender imbalance. But when you come to the managerial postings, I think, and to the higher, really important negotiations, I do think that mostly you see men. Very, very seldom. There is perhaps one woman or two among 10 or 15. So it's still quite male-dominated.
What has been your experience?
Actually, now my ministry, there are 52% women diplomats. So we are majority already. Yeah. But still, I have to admit that for the managerial rank, somehow, males still dominate a little bit. But we need to show our strength. Actually, I think with our persistent and strong determination, we can win the heart of our male counterparts, and they become more listening to us. Like actually, my former boss, now she's the member of the International Legal Commission, Law Commission in the UN. And actually now we have the permanent secretary, woman permanent secretary also. And we also have the former Thailand permanent representative to the UN. So I think for Thai Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the role of women is much more advanced, really. Yeah.
How do you see India's rise, both geopolitically and in the space of women leadership? And a lot was said when we led the G20 presidency last year in terms of women's inclusion. You've been here for a while. You've seen India very closely. What changes have you seen?
You know, when I first came to India to work in 2010, I thought, my biggest surprise was that it was so diverse, because from New York, it looked very monolithic. So that was my biggest surprise. But I already saw it as a country on the rise. And to be very honest, when I came here and I saw, the situation on the ground, I said, oh my God, this country will never progress. But what I've seen in the past 15 years, it's a huge, huge progress. It's there are certain fields when you are definitely ahead of Europe when it comes to digitalization, for example. And I encountered many, many very capable, outspoken women in business and in diplomacy. I must say that when you look at the MEA, Ministry of External Affairs, I think it's still, you see more women, but it's still a little bit male-dominated. We also have, I think in our case, we have around 60% female diplomats. At the moment, the main leadership of the ministry is completely female. Our foreign minister is female. Then we have 2 state secretaries, which would be like foreign secretary in India case. And they are also ladies. And where we lack a little bit behind in percentage, it's ambassadorships. There we only have around, I think, over 40%. But yeah, I saw a huge progress in India. Globally, we can see that everybody listens to your leaders. Without India, I think we cannot solve many global challenges. And what is also encouraging is that India is prepared to take over more responsibilities than in the old days. So I see quite a bright future for this country.
Fantastic, very well said. I know you've been here only a few months, but what are your impressions about women's representation and the direction that India has embarked in?
Actually, because I have now I make friends with the former ambassador of India to Thailand, like Ambassador Monica, Ambassador, she's the spouse of Ambassador Anil Wadwa, but she's used to be the former ambassador of India to Japan also. And both of them, when they talk to me about the role of the women here that engage with the development agenda, I think like Indian women are very strong. And you always, how to say, be outspoken like what you say. So I think with your strong determination, I think Indian women can promote the role of women to be more advanced and more involved with the, how to make the better world a better society, and how we can transform our society to become more transparent, more equal to each, for the gender equality. Yeah.
Before I wrap, quick question to both of you. For the women who are watching this, for the young women who want to enter the field of international affairs, what advice would you give?
So you have to use every opportunity to assert yourself to the table. Whenever you have the opportunity to show your capability, do it. Don't be shy. Yeah, you have to be courage. Use your guts to fight against anything that just becomes your obstacle. Yeah, nothing is impossible if you have strong determination and keep fighting. Yeah.
Fantastic. What about you?
Well, I think everything was said, what needed to be said. But, I also think the advice I would give perhaps is that you kind of try to insert yourself in the society where you are, and to really learn about the world around you, and to also expose yourself to different point of view. So you find better solutions, I believe.
Right. And if you find yourself in conversations in rooms where you're the only woman and expected to smile, make yourself heard. Say what you have to say. Let me add my 2 bits. Thank you so much. It was lovely talking to you.
Thank you.
Dhanyawad. Okay.
Thank you so much, ladies, for sharing your profound insights on global leadership, cultural diplomacy, and the power of dialogue. It's time to move towards the next session of this evening's inspiring journey and to celebrate the remarkable stories of women, their courage, creativity, and resilience to stand as shining example. And these women are inspiring countless others to pursue their dreams fearlessly. To guide this compelling conversation, and I have a huge smile on my face already because I have these two amazing women here. Please join me in welcoming Network 18's Tavishi Paintandi. And now, it's my great pleasure to introduce the iconic Renuka, Shahane, a beloved actor and storyteller, and the incredibly talented Shreya Pilgaonkar, a multifaceted performer whose inspiring journey in entertainment has captivated audiences from Equality Ek to Mandela Murders. A huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for these amazing ladies who are going to capture the conversation ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the lovely introductions. Well, good evening, everyone. Two women, two different generations, and two very different journeys, but both driven by that one urge to carve their own niche, tied by that common love for theatre and cinema, and at the core, rooted to their city of birth, Amchi, Mumbai. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Renuka Shahane, who besides her incredible talent as an actor, director, and screenwriter, has been slaying effortlessly with that gorgeous smile.
Thank you so much.
And the very gifted and gorgeous Shreya Pilgaonkar, who from her very first film and now multiple OTT outings is a talent that everyone is raving about. Welcome to News 18 She Shakti.
Thank you so much.
To start with both of you, you know, the city of Mumbai is called the dream city. People come here. You are born and brought up here. Does that in any way change the dynamics? And how has the city shaped you, your dreams, your achievements? What has been your take on it?
Well, actually, being born in Mumbai is such a huge blessing. And I feel that in two ways it has really helped me a lot. A, because from childhood one has seen such a lot of working women all around. It's not a rare thing to see women go to work, come back very late at night. Correct. There's a sense of safety and security while we were traveling to, whether it was school, college, work at odd hours, especially in our industry. We worked till very late sometimes, and I used to travel by whatever was available, taxis, trains, buses. And I have, of course, one experiences, iffy sort of experiences, but basically, I never thought of myself as a woman while I was working in Mumbai or studying in Mumbai. And I have to give you this example of going to, I apologize to all the Delhiites here. I went to Delhi when I was 14.
Right.
And to visit my cousins there. And I just, casually said, let's go out in the evening and, have fun, because daytime was pretty hot. And everybody looked at me as if I was some sort of alien and said that, we can't, like as a group of girls, we'll have to wait for somebody who is, adult to accompany us. And this was completely new to me.
Correct.
And
That
I
can come as a
realized,
shocker.
that was the first time I realized that things are different in other parts of India as compared to Mumbai. So there are something which we take for granted, which has helped me immensely as a working woman, as a studying woman. That sense of safety which I think Mumbai has offered. And also the fact that it's not rare to see a lot of working women out here. So it's like taken for granted that, yes, So in that sense, it is a city of dreams for women. It definitely is.
काम पे तो जाना ही है.
Yes, Ani. The main thing being that the more women you see in the workforce or around you, going, traveling, doing things outside the house, you realize that, yeah, things are different in Mumbai. There is a soul and spirit of Mumbai which is different to other places. And it's a very, very important thing for, I think, all of us.
Shreya, has it been any different for you as you have grown up? Because you have grown up at a different time, of course. So how has the city changed? How have you seen the city change? And what has it brought into your very being?
I think what she said is so well expressed, because I never thought of it like that, that safety is actually what cushions us to dream. And it's a privilege to even be able to dream. And I always believe that every land has its own energy, its own karma, its own draw. Around the world, right? There are certain places where there are just certain kind of stories that thrive. And I think maybe it's just coming from a bent of mind of a storyteller. When you go out, everywhere you look, there's a story that you're going to see. And Mumbai is that place which really cushions you and allows you to thrive, to dream, to grow. And not just for the people who are born and brought up there. We're very fortunate. And trust me, sometimes we may take it for granted, but I don't when I see how people come from other places. And,
quite true, yeah.
And they kind of step by step build. But wo jo kehta hai na ki koi bhuka nahi sota, I truly believe that. And I'm so grateful to Mumbai, and I'm very happy to be Mumbai Chimulgi.
I think Mumbaikars, we need to... see, I didn't even have to complete my sentence, and there was this round of applause. Both of you are very, very deeply rooted in this Marathi culture and cinema, of course. How do you see the Marathi film industry today? There seems to be this big new wave of innovation, storytelling. You have transcended your journey from being an actor to now a director and a screenwriter. How do you see the difference, Renuka ji, and what do you think is bringing about this evolution?
I think that, we've always had a history of very strong literators in Marathi, playwrights. Our theatre scene is so important to us. There was a time when there were Sangeet Nataks, which was seen the whole night. You had 40 encores for songs, and so that's the history that has been passed on. We have a history of great singers, classical singers and classical dancers. So I think that all in all, this creates a culture where people are thirsty for something new, for some innovation in form, content. They're open-minded enough to accept a variety of stories. So I think that the theatre scene has cultivated the audience the way film festivals all across the world have cultivated audiences for different kinds of films that push the envelope. So I think that is a huge advantage for people born and brought up in Maharashtra, because we have that in our blood. And apart from not just this, but even our saints and the kind of literature that they have written, which is something that is carried on through generations, through just maukhik traditions, oral. You don't have to be literate to, sing their abhangs. So I think all of this collectively has given that, power to the audience to expect something new, to expect that glass ceilings will be broken.
Has it become more fearless, the whole idea of the storytelling, the way the narratives are being done? Has it become more compelling, more fearless?
I think once you get, you take care of the economics of it. Yes. I think unfortunately Marathi films especially are governed by the economics of it. If you go beyond that, and then, of course, you can be completely free with your thought and your content. But right now, it's very difficult for any producer to kind of sit on a winged horse and kind of, just fly off into the sunset, unless he's going to get his money back. So I think that is a huge issue for us, because distribution, everything, we are in direct competition with the Hindi cinema, which is a behemoth. So it's very tough. And yet we are trying to do that with content, because that's where we can, kind of tell very rooted stories, and which might not maybe, require that much amount of money perhaps. But that's the way one has to go, you have to tell your story, in whatever way.
Absolutely. Shreya, tell me, you have gone all out with this OTT genre. How has that been a game changer? You have embraced it beautifully, and shows like Mirzapur, Guilty Minds, and of course now Mandala Murders. Why did you choose, and my question to you, especially because you come from a film family, right? Why did you choose to take this path? Was it more of creative freedom that the OTT as a platform offers you? Or, how does it work?
Well, even though my parents are such wonderful, inspiring actors with such an immense body of work, my journey as an actor has never come from an entitled space. And I've actually seen them work hard, put in that effort, and really focus on the quality of work. So they're in this for the craft, the passion, and not just for the sake of it. Therefore, because I came into it with that mindset, for me, what stories I'm part of is a very important factor. Interestingly, my first film was a Marathi film. Very organically after that, I ended up doing a French film. And then I did Fan opposite the wonderful SRK. But it was Mirzapur and the advent of OTT. Mirzapur was one of the early birds. The success of that show is what actually gave momentum to my career. And I'll tell you what's happened with OTT. Yes, right now, of course, it's a cluttered space. But the streaming platforms gave opportunities not just to actors, but to technicians, to writers, to so many people. And it kind of allowed people to explore different stories. In films, often because of the virtue of the time limit, you may not always get that much scope to perform. So for me, the reason why I have comparatively done more work on OTT is just because the quality of the work has been amazing, right? So for me, it was not that for my ego, I want to say, no, I'll just do films, because I believe that you have to be stubborn about your dream, but be flexible about the plan. Yeah. Today, if I'm called here, oh, wow, I didn't know. Okay, I'm going to say that again elsewhere. I do think that today the work and the opportunities I've got, especially with the kind of women I've been able to play on screen, whether it's Kashav Kaze in Guilty Minds or in Mandala Murders, Rukmini, I don't know if I would have got those opportunities. However, now I think it's important to maintain that balance, because this industry is quick to box you. So you have to maintain the balance. So now I'm a little bit more focused on films.
So how has the work culture changed over these years? You have...
Oh my.
Has it... do you... And I'm talking especially for women. Do you still... Is there sexism on the sets? Wow.
Pay parity, yes.
Well, a big hand to... for accepting that.
Of course.
Yeah. Of
So
course
have you had
a
any...
bit less, but definitely.
Bit less.
It's become less ageist, I must say.
Yeah.
I'm at an age where I can talk about that.
Right.
So, yeah. And as I think Palki just said, that if you're just, asked to smile in a room full of men, you shouldn't. You should use your voice. And that's what one tries to do at each and every time. Yeah. And one is faced with, men who get away with a lot, I mean, they are considered heroes, and they're considered achievers, if they are angry or if they are, but anger from women are still considered a big no-no. You know, she's very difficult to work with. She asks too many questions, you know, and if a man is asking the questions, he has so much drive. He wants to get to the bottom of the character. And that's exactly what we are trying to do. We are in the same job. So these things still exist, but you have to keep making your move. And I think that I use my smile as well as my voice.
And a lot has changed for the better also. You are so right. A lot has changed for the better as well. Like, for example, today you'll have women in their 50s also headlining shows. In their 60s, you're seeing love stories of women in the 50s who are, you know, of a certain age bracket. This whole idea of there's only a certain peak for an actress is changing. And that's also because you have a lot of female writers, directors like herself who are also coming and making that change. So while there's been a lot of positive progress, some battles like the pay parity, they still very much persist.
They persist.
Absolutely.
I have to say I didn't face that when I did television, because television is ruled by women.
That's true. Television is not applicable.
Television, the poor men are just standing in the background, and if they're given a line or two, it's a great thing. I think anybody who sees television would agree with me.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I was part of television at a time when really it was the best, you know, time.
Right.
And I won't be able to talk about this pay parity issue because...
but did you face
always,
it when you did films? Did you face...
Not really. I wouldn't say that because I have been a character actor in films. That in any case, there's a huge pay parity between character actors and main actors.
Right.
But that's all part of the hierarchy. In any hierarchical situation, in any organization, you are bound to have a hierarchy. And you must accept that with grace.
Right.
But I'm saying that you have to fight for what you think you are worth. Don't allow other people's to determine your worth. That's
Renuka ji, you and Shreya, you, both of you come, you have always been very strong feminist voices. But you have also said that you come from families where you have had very, very strong support systems. You, Ashutosh sir, who himself calls himself a feminist. Your parents, your father has done shows like Tu Tu Me Me, which, you know, broke so many molds at that point and presented the Saas Bahu equation in a very, very different way. How was it? Was there any particular advice that they gave you? Is there anything that you reflect on, which you say that your drive comes from them?
Oh, my drive comes from my husband, definitely, because I can, you know, be very self-critical. And in that, you know, sometimes I stem my own dreams because one is so self-critical. One sees other people, appreciates other people, and think that, oh, such great things are happening. I'm a nobody. You know, that kind of thought keeps coming into my head. And my husband is the one who instills into me that passion and that drive and that support that is so needed for any creative person. And if you find that at home, I mean, there's nothing. It's like bliss, I tell you. So
this is the kind of husband I need.
Well, there's only one of mine, so...
No, I'm sure you're doing quite well yourself.
No, but you know, what she said was so beautifully put. And the truth is that the film industry is very uncertain, right? So one big lesson that my parents have sort of always told me is that don't attach your self-worth to the outcome of your work constantly. Yeah. You know, you have to stay in your power, and your confidence and your values and your drive needs to be honed from within rather than the constant validation that we very naturally seek for. So if you want to be relevant and keep working, you can't always be giving the power to people constantly to decide whether you're good for something or not.
Yeah. That's such a beautiful thing to say. And on that note, I can see that our timer is off. It's been an absolute delight to be in company of these two incredibly talented, articulate, and multifaceted women. A big round of applause to Renuka, Shahane,
Thank you
and
so much.
Shreya.
Thank you so much, Renuka ji and Shreya, for sharing your journey and powerful stories. And thank you, Tavishi, for this conversation. I now request Palki Sharma to grace the stage for the grand finale of this evening.
As we approach the culmination of today's evening, it's a perfect moment to reflect on the incredible journey women have taken in reshaping their communities and the state at large. From breaking traditional boundaries to stepping into transformative leadership roles, women across Maharashtra are driving positive change in every sphere, social, economic, and cultural. And now I'm honored to introduce the driving force behind this progress and empowerment story of Maharashtra, the man who's making women's empowerment a central part of its governance and development efforts, launching meaningful, impactful programs that go beyond just symbolic gestures. A visionary leader, championing inclusive growth and women advancement. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Shri Devendra Fadnavis, the Honorable Chief Minister of Maharashtra. Mr. Chief Minister, let me invite you on stage, please, sir. आज की हमारी चर्चा है परंपरा से परिवर्तन, और ये एक ऐसे राज्य की कहानी है जिसने औद्योगिक क्रांति देखी है, सामाजिक आंदोलन देखा है और अब महिला सशक्तिकरण के क्षेत्र में एक नया अध्याय लिख रहा है। और हमारे साथ उस राष्ट्र के मुख्यमंत्री हैं श्री देवेंद्र फडणवीस। शी शक्ति में आने के लिए आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
महिला सशक्तिकरण और इक्वालिटी के बारे में एज एन इंडिविजुअल आपने कब सीरियसली सोचना और काम करना शुरू किया? क्या बचपन में, आपकी किशोरावस्था में, आपके पॉलिटिक्स की शुरुआत के बाद कब आपको लगा, कौन सा वो एक टर्निंग पॉइंट था जब आपको लगा कि इस क्षेत्र में काम करना बहुत ज़रूरी है?
देखिए, काम करने की जो बात है वो मैं ये कहूँगा कि जैसे जैसे राजनीति में मैच्योरिटी आती गई, वैसे वैसे ये ध्यान में आया कि हमारी जो विकास की संकल्पना है वो तभी पूरी हो सकती है जब हम जेंडर इक्वालिटी की बात करेंगे। और विशेष रूप से मेरा इकोनॉमिक्स में थोड़ा सा इंटरेस्ट रहा, तो वर्ल्ड की इकोनॉमीज़ को मैंने स्टडी किया, उनके प्रोसेसेस को मैंने स्टडी किया, तो मेरे ध्यान में आया कि उन्हीं देशों ने प्रगति की है जिन्होंने ये एक्नॉलेज किया है कि समाज में 50% जो समाज का हिस्सा है वो भी महत्व रखता है, वो भी एक फोर्स है, वो वर्क फोर्स है, वो सब टाइप का फोर्स है। और ये रिकग्नाइज करके जब एक प्रकार से उन्होंने इस सारी 50% जो एक ये प्रतिनिधि है इनको ह्यूमन रिसोर्स में परिवर्तित किया, तो तेजी के साथ उनका विकास हुआ। तो मेरे ध्यान में आया कि जब तक हम लोग ये जो हमारा 50% हिस्सा है, जो हमारी विमेन है, जो हमारी महिलाएं हैं, इनको हम मुख्य धारा में नहीं लाएंगे या इनका उपयोग हम जब तक नहीं करेंगे, इनके फोर्स का उपयोग नहीं करेंगे, तब तक हम उस तेजी के साथ विकसित नहीं हो सकते। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि वो मेरे लिए एक टर्निंग पॉइंट था। उससे पहले शायद हम जेंडर इक्वालिटी पे बात करते थे, पर उसके लिए हमने काम करना चाहिए या हमारी जिम्मेदारी है, ऐसा बहुत ज़्यादा नहीं लगता था। जो लगना शुरू हुआ, और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अब देश की सरकार में और राज्य की सरकार में भी ये बिल्कुल आपको दिखाई देता होगा कि हम लोग इस पर बहुत वर्क कर रहे हैं।
जी, और इनफैक्ट ये चेंज मैं देखती हूँ कि पहले जिसको सोशल जस्टिस का मुद्दा मानते थे, अब उसको एक स्ट्रेटेजिक इम्पेरेटिव मानते हैं कि वुमेन एम्पावरमेंट ज़रूरी है। हमारे साथ स्लोवेनिया के एम्बेसडर हैं, उन्होंने बताया कि जब पहली बार 2010 में आई तब से अब तक उन्होंने इतना बदलाव देखा है इस क्षेत्र में। तो दुनिया ने भी माना है कि किस दिशा में भारत बढ़ रहा है आगे। पर हम विकसित भारत की बात करते हैं सर, हम जब आप एक आदर्श भारत, एक आदर्श महाराष्ट्र की कल्पना करते हैं तो महिलाओं को कहाँ देखते हैं? नेतृत्व में, स्टार्टअप्स में, पॉलिसी मेकिंग में? आप उनका क्या रोल एनविजन करते हैं?
देखिए, मैं ये मानता हूँ कि हम जब अवसर देते हैं तब हमको क्षमता ध्यान में आती है, और अब ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं बचा कि जहाँ पर महिलाएं तेजी के साथ आगे नहीं बढ़ रही है। मैं आपको एक वाकयात बताता हूँ कि हम लोग चीफ मिनिस्टर के तौर पर या किसी और तौर पर, अब 2014 में भी मैं चीफ मिनिस्टर था, तो हम लोग कई यूनिवर्सिटीज़ में कॉन्वोकेशन के लिए जाते थे। तो पिछले 10 सालों का मेरा एक्सपीरियंस ये है कि जब कॉन्वोकेशन होता है तो अगर 100 मेडल कॉन्वोकेशन में दिए जाते हैं तो 90 मेडल्स लड़कियों को मिलते हैं। 90 मेडल्स, ये एक बहुत बड़ा परिवर्तन हमको देखने को मिलता है। तो इसका मतलब ये है कि उन लड़कियों में पहले चीज़ नहीं थी, क्या थी, लेकिन उनका अवसर नहीं था। जैसा अवसर मिला तो उन्होंने उस चीज़ को एक प्रकार से ग्रैब किया, उस अवसर को, और वहाँ तक वो पहुँची। तो मुझे लगता है कि अभी सारे क्षेत्र में, अभी आपने स्टार्टअप की बात की, तो हम लोगों ने ये प्रयास किया पिछले समय कि एक स्टार्टअप फंड हम लोगों ने तैयार किया था, और उस स्टार्ट फंड के माध्यम से हम लोगों ने ये भी प्रयास किया कि स्टार्टअप के क्षेत्र में जो महिलाएं हैं उनको हम थोड़ा प्राधान्य दें। तो ये ध्यान में आया कि बहुत अच्छा रिस्पांस उसको मिला, और बहुत बड़े पैमाने पर महिलाएं उसमें सामने आई। तो आज ऐसा कोई क्षेत्र नहीं है। देखिए, मैं आपको कहना चाहता हूँ कि जिस समय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने लखपति दीदी की कॉन्सेप्ट फ्लोट की, तो हम लोग भी ये सोचते थे कि लखपति दीदी क्या है और ये कैसे होगा, क्योंकि उसमें कॉन्सेप्ट ये नहीं था कि एक बार वो लाख रुपया कमाए, उसमें यह था कि हर साल वो लाख रुपए से ज़्यादा पैसा कमाए। और जिस समय हमने उस कॉन्सेप्ट पर काम करना शुरू किया तो मुझे भी आश्चर्य हुआ कि पिछले 2 सालों में महाराष्ट्र में हम लोग 50 लाख लखपति दीदी बना चुके हैं, और अब हम लोगों ने 1 करोड़ का हमारा एक लक्ष्य रखा है। और इसमें हमने क्या किया? हमने कुछ नहीं किया, हमने सिर्फ अवसर दिया है। हमने केवल सरकारी योजनाएं और अवसर उनके लिए खुला किया, और अपने बलबूते पर वो लखपति दीदी बनी, और उसमें से कई महिला ये केवल लखपति नहीं 10 लखपति बनी है, वो 10 लाख रुपया भी कमाती है। तो ये जो क्षमता है, ये जो ताकत है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अवसर दे दीजिए, महिलाएं करेगी।
क्योंकि आपने ये स्कीम्स की बात की, और महिला मतदाता जो हैं वो एक निर्णायक शक्ति के रूप में उभरी हैं पिछले कुछ सालों में। पहले भी देती थी मत, पर अब मेरे ख्याल से ज़्यादा फोकस है उनके ऊपर, और आपकी पार्टी ने इसको काफ़ी इफ़ेक्टिवली इस्तेमाल किया है। अब एक तरीका ये देखने का है कि ये सशक्तिकरण की ओर एक प्रयास है, और क्रिटिक्स का ये कहना है कि जब आप इस तरह की स्कीम्स अनाउंस करते हैं तो आप उसको एक चुनावी मुद्दा बना देते हैं। जैसा आपने रिजल्ट्स अभी बताए, तो आप ऐसे लोगों को क्या कहना चाहेंगे?
देखिए, क्या होता है कि इसको दोनों तरीके से देखा जा सकता है। जैसे हम लोगों ने लाडली बहना योजना शुरू की, और करीब 2.5 करोड़ महिलाओं को हम 1500 रुपया महीना उसमें देते हैं। तो उस पर काफ़ी क्रिटिसिज्म भी हुआ कि आप तो चुनाव के लिए वोट खरीद रहे हैं, और ये सिर्फ चुनाव के लिए हो रहा है, और इस पैसे का क्या होगा। लेकिन इसमें महिलाओं की क्रिएटिविटी देखिए कि ये 1500 रुपये हमने देना शुरू किया, तो सबसे पहले नागपुर की कुछ महिलाओं ने एकत्रित आके अपना पैसा जमा किया और एक स्मॉल फाइनेंस सोसाइटी या स्मॉल फाइनेंस बैंक तैयार की, और उसमें से कैपिटल खड़ा करके अन्य महिलाओं को उन्होंने लोन देना शुरू किया। और जब ये मॉडल हमने देखा तो हमारे ध्यान में आया कि अगर हम लोग इस मॉडल को पूरे राज्य में ले जाते हैं तो इससे केवल ये 1500 रुपये तक सीमित नहीं होगा, ये 1500 रुपया उन महिलाओं को और एक प्रकार से नया रोजगार सृजन करने के लिए उसका फायदा होगा। तो हम लोगों ने फिर तय करके हर जिले में इस प्रकार से महिलाओं के जो बचत गट होते हैं उनको एकत्रित करके, और जिनको 1500 रुपये मिल रहा है उनको सेविंग करवा के इस प्रकार के अभी गुट शुरू किए, तो वो बहुत सक्सेसफुली चल रहे हैं। देखिए मैं एक बात और आपको बताना चाहता हूँ, एक हमारा एक्सपीरियंस है कि हम बहुत सी योजनाएं, अलग अलग महामंडल हमारे यहाँ होते हैं, उन महामंडलों के माध्यम से हम लोग अलग अलग लोगों को रोजगार के लिए मदद करते हैं। हम लोग लोन्स देते हैं या इंटरेस्ट सबवेंशन देते हैं, और ज़्यादातर जितने महामंडल होते हैं उसमें से पैसा वापस आने की जो एक वो होती है, तो 40% पैसा वापस आता है, 60% वो नहीं आता है या विवाद में चला जाता है, कोर्ट केसेस में चला जाता है। लेकिन आपको आश्चर्य होगा कि इसी प्रकार की योजना हमारी महिला बाल कल्याण विभाग की ओर से, एक हमारा महामंडल है महिलाओं का, तो माविम करके, उसके माध्यम से हमने चलाई। उसका एक्सपीरियंस ये है कि हम जितना पैसा देते हैं अभी तक एक भी पैसा नहीं डूबा, 100% पैसा वापस आता है, 100%। तो ये इससे ये लगता है कि महिलाएं जो पैसा लेती है उसको सही जगह इस्तेमाल करती है, उसको बड़ा करती है और वो पैसा वापस करती है। इसीलिए हम लोगों ने अभी, जैसे मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि जिस समय मैं मुख्यमंत्री बना था 2014 में, तो हमारे यहाँ पर साधारणतः 3-1 लाख महिलाएं ये बचत गटों से जुड़ी हुई थी। हमने धीरे धीरे उसको बढ़ाकर करीब 85 लाख तक हम उसको लेकर गए, और फिर एक ऑटो पायलट मोड पर वो आया, और आज हम देख सकते हैं कि एक आंदोलन बन चुका है। महिलाएं वो स्वयं सहायता गट में एकत्रित आती है, उसमें पैसा जमा करती है, कुछ सरकार से पैसा लेती है, कोई ना कोई छोटा उद्योग तैयार करती है और अपनी चीज़ों को बेचकर थोड़ा पैसा भी खड़ा करती है। फिर हमारे ध्यान में यह आया कि हम इनको एक मार्केट प्लेस हम लोग दे। तो पहले हम लोगों ने ऐसा शुरू किया कि हम लोग उसकी प्रदर्शनी लगाते हैं और एक रोटेशन में महिलाओं को स्टॉल्स देते हैं, बहुत लोग वहाँ आते हैं क्योंकि बहुत अच्छी चीज़ें तैयार होती है, उनका बिजनेस अच्छा होता है। अब हम लोगों के ध्यान में आया कि वी हैव टू स्टेप अप इट टू नेक्स्ट लेवल। तो अब हम लोगों ने तय किया है कि हम लोग अब हर जिले में एक महिला बचत गट मॉल तैयार कर रहे हैं। ये मॉल का कॉन्सेप्ट ये है कि एक बड़ा मॉल रहेगा, जिस मॉल में ये स्वयं सहायता जो गट होते हैं, बचत गट जो होते हैं, इन गटों को जगह दी जाएगी, रोटेशन में दी जाएगी कि ये गट 1 महीना, फिर दूसरा गट 1 महीना, वो आकर तो एक परमानेंट मार्केट प्लेस होगा। और हमने जो अभी तक ये सारी प्रदर्शनी की है, इतनी भीड़ उसमें आती है क्योंकि ये लोग इतने अच्छे तरीके से चीज़ें तैयार करते हैं। अब हमने दूसरा उसमें यह किया कि अब उनको पैकेजिंग ठीक से करने के लिए उसकी ट्रेनिंग दी, उसकी मशीनरी दी। फिर अब हमने कुछ ब्रांड्स तैयार किए कि सारी जिलों की सारी महिलाएं उस ब्रांड के नाम से अगर तैयार करें तो हमको मार्केटिंग में फ़ायदा होगा, हम उसके एडवर्टीज कर पाएंगे। तो मुझे लगता है कि एक प्रकार से मैं वापस उस बात पर आ रहा हूँ कि जैसे अवसर मिलता है तो महिला ये करती है।
जी, ताली भी सोच समझ के बजाती है। अच्छा, राजनीति में महिलाओं का प्रतिनिधित्व बहुत ज़रूरी है और ग्रास रूट्स लेवल पे मेरे ख्याल से इंडिया का रिकॉर्ड काफ़ी देशों से बहुत बेहतर है। पर फिर भी आप एक ओवरऑल पिक्चर देखें तो इसको फिर भी एक पुरुष प्रधान क्षेत्र के रूप में देखा जाता है और महिलाओं को या तो मोहरा के रूप में समझा जाता है या फिर लैंगिक टिप्पणियाँ काफ़ी होती। एज अ चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ महाराष्ट्र, आप कैसे इंश्योर करते हैं कि पॉलिटिक्स महिलाओं के लिए एक सेफ स्पेस बने और कैसे सेकंड लेवल, थर्ड लेवल में महिलाओं को ज़्यादा ग्रूम किया जाए?
देखिए, मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ कि अभी अगर हम लोग थोड़ा हमारे लोकतंत्र की मैच्योरिटी की ओर देखें तो सबसे पहले तो मुझे इस बात की बहुत खुशी है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने नारी शक्ति वंदना बिल लाकर उसको मान्यता दी और 2029 के चुनाव के बाद हमारी लोकसभा में भी और हमारी विधानसभा में भी 35% या 33% विमेन ये मेंबर्स के रूप में रहेगी। मैं इसको इसलिए महत्वपूर्ण मानता हूँ कि मैंने इस देश का वो ट्रांजिशन देखा है। मैं पहली बार कॉर्पोरेटर का चुनाव लड़ा, 1992 में मैं चुनकर आया। दैट वाज द फर्स्ट टाइम कि जब महाराष्ट्र में महिलाओं के लिए 33% जगह ये कॉरपोरेशन, अभी तो 50% है, उस समय 33% जगह कॉरपोरेशन में और जिला पंचायत में रिजर्व की गई थी। और जो फर्स्ट लॉट आया था, उस फर्स्ट लॉट में सारी जो महिलाएं चुनकर आई थी, ऑलमोस्ट 99% वो किसी की वाइफ थी, उनका कोई अपना वजूद नहीं था। और जो आदमी होते थे वो भी एक प्रकार से अपनी अधिकारिता मानते थे, तो काम करने के लिए महिलाओं को जाने नहीं देते थे। वो खुद सिर्फ वो सभा में नहीं बैठ सकते थे, हाउस में नहीं बैठ सकते थे, उतना छोड़कर सारा काम वही करते थे। और मैं कॉर्पोरेटर पति हूँ, वो एक मतलब एक कॉइन हो गया था कि मैं कॉर्पोरेटर पति हूँ, मैं सरपंच पति हूँ, तो ये कॉइन हो गया था। फिर उसके बाद 97 में जब वापस 5 साल बाद वापस चुनकर आई महिलाएं, उस समय 30-35% महिलाएं ऐसी चुनकर आई थी जो अपने बलबूते पर आई थी, जो केवल पति के कारण नहीं आई थी या किसी की पत्नी करके नहीं आई थी, जो धीरे धीरे परफॉर्म करने लगी। उसके बाद मैंने 2002 में देखा, फिर 2007 में देखा, फिर 2012 में देखा, फिर 2017 में। तो ये बदलता गया। और आज की स्थिति में आपको बताता हूँ कि महाराष्ट्र में, मैं देश की बात तो नहीं जानता, पर मैं महाराष्ट्र का कह सकता हूँ कि आज हमारे कॉरपोरेशंस में और हमारे पंचायतों में जो महिलाएं चुनकर आती है, उसमें से 75 to 80% ये अपने वजूद पर चुनकर आ रही है, ये खुद काम करती है। और ये भी होता है राजनीति में कि किसी का बेटा, किसी की बहन, किसी की बीवी, किसी की बेटी वो चुनकर आती है, पर वहां आकर अब उनका पति काम करने के लिए नहीं आ रहा है, या उनका भाई काम करने के लिए, उनके पिता काम करने के लिए नहीं आ रहे, वो खुद कर रही है। और उनमें से कई सरपंच बनी, कई जिला पंचायत की अध्यक्ष बनी, कई मेयर बनी, और बहुत अच्छा काम उन्होंने करके दिखाया है। तो मुझे लगता है कि अल्टीमेटली ये ट्रांजिशन अधिकारिता देने के कारण ही होता है। इसलिए मैं ये मानता हूँ, मतलब अब की परिस्थिति ऐसी है कि महाराष्ट्र में 50% रिजर्वेशन है, पर अगर आप कोई भी कॉरपोरेशन उठाकर देख ले तो उसमें महिलाओं का पार्टिसिपेशन 52 to 55% होता है, क्योंकि जो महिलाओं के लिए आरक्षित वार्ड भी नहीं है, वहाँ पर भी महिलाएं कम्पीट करके चुनकर आती है। तो मुझे ये दिखाई पड़ रहा है कि ये बात ज़रूर है, हमारी विधानसभाओं में और लोकसभा में अभी भी महिलाओं का पार्टिसिपेशन कम है, या उतने बड़े पैमाने पर हम लोग, मतलब मैं हमेशा देखता हूँ भारतीय जनता पार्टी में हम लोग जब टिकट बांटने के लिए बैठते हैं तो हमारे जो पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड के लोग हैं, अगर किसी महिला का नाम आता है तो उसको फाइनल करते ही करते हैं, क्योंकि महिलाओं का पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ाना है। लेकिन फिर भी ये ध्यान में आता है कि जितना नाम नीचे से महिलाओं का आना चाहिए नहीं आता है, अभी भी वो सिस्टम में कहीं ना कहीं गड़बड़ी है। तो मुझे लगता है कि अब 2029 से जब महिलाओं को इस प्रकार से टिकट देना ये कंपलसरी होगा, तो उसके बाद ये परिस्थितियां बदलेगी। और 10 सालों में मैं नहीं मानता कि 33% पर महिलाएं रुकेगी, 10 सालों बाद 50% पर महिलाएं दिखेगी।
और ये बहुत ही इम्पॉर्टेंट आपने एक एस्पेक्ट टच किया है, क्योंकि जब भी हम जेंडर इक्वालिटी की बात करते हैं, ये डिबेट ज़रूर आता है कि पहले माइंडसेट चेंज होगा या पहले नियम आएंगे। तो आप कह रहे हैं कि लॉ आने से भी माइंडसेट चेंज होता है और माइंडसेट चेंज होने से भी लॉ आती है।
नहीं, क्योंकि देखिए ऐसा है कि माइंडसेट चेंज करना तो ज़रूरी है, लेकिन वो लॉन्ग प्रोसेस है। कभी कभी लोग कानून आने के कारण कुछ चीज़ें मजबूरी में कर देते हैं और बाद में उनके ध्यान में आता है कि यही चीज़ सही थी, तो उनका माइंडसेट बदल जाता है। इसलिए ये दोनों प्रोसेसेस साथ में चलनी चाहिए, मतलब इसमें से कोई भी प्रोसेस एक्सक्लूसिव नहीं है, ये दोनों प्रोसेस इंक्लूसिव है, दोनों प्रोसेस एक दूसरे को साथ में लेकर कॉम्प्लीमेंट करने वाली प्रोसेसेस है, इसलिए दोनों चीज़ें करनी चाहिए।
जी, मुंबई भारत की कॉरपोरेट राजधानी है और लीडरशिप पोजीशंस में महिलाओं की हिस्सेदारी बाकी देश से बेहतर है, 18% है मेरे आंकड़ों के मुताबिक। तो क्या सरकार को इसमें दखल देना चाहिए? और मैं आपको एक दूसरा एग्जांपल देती हूँ, जैसे जापान में एक 2020 में नियम आया कि 2030 तक बोर्डरूम में 30% महिलाएं होनी चाहिए। तो ये एक पॉलिसी शिफ्ट उन्होंने किया। क्या हम इस तरह के किसी पॉलिसी इंटरवेंशन के बारे में सोच रहे हैं?
देखिए, पहला तो हम लोगों ने जो पॉलिसी इंटरवेंशन 2015 में किया वो ये था कि हमारे यहाँ पर नाइट शिफ्ट में महिलाएं काम नहीं कर सकती थी। जो हमारे सारे लॉज थे, उन लॉज में नाइट शिफ्ट में महिलाएं काम नहीं करती थी। तो हम लोगों ने उसको चेंज किया। हमने कहा कि नाइट शिफ्ट में भी महिलाएं काम करेगी और एम्प्लॉयर की ये जिम्मेवारी होगी कि उनको सेफली वो लाए और लाकर उनको वापस छोड़े और उनकी सेफ्टी की वो जिम्मेदारी ले। तो एक प्रकार से ये शुरुआत तो हमने की, लेकिन जहाँ तक लीडरशिप पोजीशन का सवाल है वहाँ तक अभी हम लोग पहुँचे नहीं हैं, हमारे रिफॉर्म्स वहाँ तक पहुँचे नहीं हैं। क्योंकि देखिए अल्टीमेटली हम लोग एक डेवलपिंग इकोनॉमी है। डेवलपिंग इकोनॉमी में हम लोग रेगुलेशंस जो है वो शायद इतने इन्फोर्स नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि हम लोगों को अभी हमारी इकोनॉमी को डेवलप करना है। लेकिन एज अगेंस्ट दैट मैं ऐसा मानता हूं कि कॉरपोरेट सेक्टर में अवेयरनेस बढ़ा है और आज भारतीय कंपनियां भी कई, मैं देखता हूं, मैं कई फैक्ट्रीज के उद्घाटन में जाता हूं तो वहां पर मुझे वो कहते हैं कि हम लोगों ने ये तय किया कि हमारे यहाँ 30% विमेन वर्कफोर्स होगा, प्रमुख पदों पर महिलाएं होगी। तो वो विदाउट एनी रेगुलेशन वो खुद कर रहे हैं। तो ये चेंज जो है वो आ रहा है। और इस चेंज के आने का एक और कारण मैं कहता हूँ कि मैंने कई फैक्ट्रीज में उनसे बात की जो मालिक है, तो उनका कहना है कि महिलाएं सिंसियरली काम करती है। और दूसरा ये होता है कि झगड़े कम होते हैं मतलब आपस में होते होंगे तो मुझे पता नहीं है और ये हड़ताल वड़ताल वाली चीज़ों में भी थोड़ा कम इंटरेस्ट होता है। तो इसलिए मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये कॉरपोरेट भी या बिजनेस एंड इंडस्ट्री भी फील कर रहा है कि विमेन वर्कफोर्स को लाने से थोड़ा उनकी एफिशिएंसी बढ़ रही है या फोकस थोड़ा बढ़ रहा है। तो मुझे लगता है कि इसके कारण ये चीज़ें बदलेगी। तो इसलिए इसमें बहुत ज़्यादा रेगुलेशंस अभी हम लोगों ने लाए नहीं है, पर आवश्यकता पड़ेगी तो ज़रूर लाएंगे।
जो महिला सशक्तिकरण की योजनाएं आप चलाते हैं, जैसे कि कैश ट्रांसफ़र या वेलफेयर स्कीम्स या सब्सिडीज़, सबसे बड़ी चुनौती क्या रही है सरकार के लिए? क्या इम्प्लीमेंटेशन एक चैलेंज है? क्या पॉलिटिकल पुश एक चैलेंज है? आपका इतना लंबा जो करियर रहा है, जब आप महिलाओं के प्रति कोई पॉलिसी लेके आते हैं तो उसमें सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज आप क्या फेस करते हैं?
देखिए चैलेंज अगर कोई है तो जैसे मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि अभी हम लोगों ने ये लाडली बहना योजना जो शुरू की, तो शुरुआत में तो हम लोगों ने कहा कि चूंकि हमको ऑनबोर्डिंग करना है तो हम लोग बहुत स्क्रूटिनी नहीं करेंगे, पहले लेट्स ऑनबोर्ड एंड देन वी विल डू द स्क्रूटिनी। तो अब हम लोग स्क्रूटिनी कर रहे हैं तो ये ध्यान में आता है कि इनकम टैक्स भरने वाली महिलाओं ने भी एक प्रकार से उसमें अपने आप को एनरोल कर लिया है। बड़ी आश्चर्य की बात है, लेकिन हमारी कुछ महिला कर्मचारियों ने, सरकार की, उन्होंने भी अपने आप को एनरोल कर दिया है। तो ऐसे कुछ चीज़ें थोड़ा उसमें ध्यान में आती है। लेकिन मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ, एक बात हमारे यहाँ पर ये जो डीबीटी का सिस्टम हम लोगों ने शुरू किया है, देखिए पिछले समय, आज से 10 या 15 साल पहले महिलाओं के लिए कोई योजना आप तैयार करते थे तो आप ये पूरी मतलब श्योरिटी के साथ नहीं कह सकते थे कि वो महिलाओं तक पहुंच रही है, क्योंकि वो किसी भी प्रकार से इस्तेमाल होती थी। डीबीटी के कारण एक बहुत अच्छी बात ये हो गई है कि वो महिलाओं तक पहुंच रही है चीज़ें, और उसके कारण उसमें काफ़ी ट्रांसपेरेंसी आई है, एक प्रकार से अकाउंटेबिलिटी भी उसकी आई है। और दूसरा मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि और ये बहुत अच्छी बात है कि महिलाओं में भी अपनी योजनाओं के प्रति और अपने अधिकारों के प्रति काफ़ी जागरूकता मैं देखता हूँ। जो मैं अभी, देखिए मैं समझ लीजिए मुझे विधानसभा में भी करीब अब 26 साल हो गए, उससे पहले मैं मेयर भी रहा, तो मैं पॉलिटिक्स को 30-32 सालों से देख रहा हूँ। तो मैं ये ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन देखता हूँ कि आज जो हमारी महिला है वो अपनी स्कीम्स के प्रति अवेयर है और वो डिमांडिंग भी है, मतलब अगर उनको नहीं मिलता है तो वो मांग कर लेने की आज क्षमता रखती है। तो इसके कारण इन स्कीम्स को लागू करने में बहुत कठिनाइयाँ नहीं है। अभी मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो नॉर्मल किसी स्कीम को लागू करने में कठिनाइयाँ होती है, उतनी कठिनाइयाँ कोई महिलाओं के लिए कोई अलग कठिनाई मुझे दिखाई नहीं पड़ती।
जी, जो पुरुष नेता हैं आपकी पार्टी में या और पार्टीज में, उनके लिए आपका क्या टिप्स हैं कि कैसे उनको संवेदनशीलता दिखानी चाहिए, किस तरह से वो सबके साथ मिलके काम करें और महिलाओं को भी आगे प्रोत्साहन दें?
देखिए, मैं कोई किसी को टिप्स तो नहीं दूंगा लेकिन देखिए, एक संसार का नियम है और आप चाहे कॉरपोरेट वर्ल्ड में चले जाए, कहीं पर भी चले जाए, जिसके पास अधिकार होता है वो अधिकार छोड़ना नहीं चाहता। चाहे आदमी हो, चाहे महिला हो, चाहे ऊपर हो, चाहे नीचे हो, हर आदमी ये चाहता है कि रिफॉर्म तो हो लेकिन अधिकार मेरे पास रहे। तो इसी मानसिकता को तोड़ना ये सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है, क्योंकि आज पॉलिटिक्स में जो मेरी कंपटीशन है वो समझ लीजिए कि समाज के 50% हिस्से से है। कल जब महिलाएं पॉलिटिक्स में आ जाएगी तो मेरी कंपटीशन 100% लोगों से होगी, तो मेरा तो कॉम्पिटिटर बढ़ रहे हैं ना। तो ये तो एक नेचुरल इंस्टिंक्ट होता है कि कॉम्पिटिटर को कैसे हम थोड़ा कंपटीशन में नहीं आने दें। तो ये एक बहुत स्वाभाविक बात है, इसलिए मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये तो होता रहेगा, लेकिन बावजूद इसके हम लोग अगर ठीक से चलते रहे तो धीरे धीरे फिर आपको आदत होती है। आज आप 50% लोगों से कॉम्पीट कर रहे हैं, फिर आपको समझ में आया था एक दिन कि भैया 100% से कॉम्पीट करना ही है, तो फिर आप करते हो।
I think this kind of honesty is rare in politicians. आपने इतनी महिला नेताओं के साथ काम किया, अभी आपने बताया कि जब कंपनीज ज़्यादा महिलाओं को एम्प्लॉय करती हैं तो देखते हैं कि वो अपने काम से काम रखते हैं, संयमित होती हैं, ज़्यादा कम ट्रबल मेकर्स होती हैं। पॉलिटिक्स में ऐसा है और या नहीं है? आपके कॉलीग्स, आपके जो जिनके साथ आप डील करते हैं?
मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि अभी जो हमारी महिला कार्यकर्ता है वो बहुत मेहनती है, और देखिए एक बात के लिए तो उनको क्रेडिट देना पड़ेगा। हम लोग तो घर भगवान भरोसे छोड़ देते हैं, हमारी पत्नियां या जो चला रहा है चलाता है, और हम 10 घंटे 12 घंटे 14 घंटे काम करते हैं। हमारी जो महिला कुलीग है वो घर भी चला रही है, बच्चों का भी देख रही है, और उसके बावजूद वो हमारे इतना ही काम कर रही है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये एक बड़ी क्षमता उनके पास है। तो मैंने तो अक्सर ये देखा है कि आपके पास महिला कार्यकर्ता अगर ज़्यादा हो तो चुनाव जीतना आसान है।
मैंने कहीं पढ़ा था कि if a man multitasks, it's innovation. If a woman multitasks, it's Tuesday. तो वैसा ही कुछ आपने बताया। आपने किसी आपका कोई सोर्स ऑफ इंस्पिरेशन, कोई महिला नेता या कोई और जिनके बारे में आपने पढ़ा या उनको काम करते हुए देखा?
देखिए, अगर हम लोग हिस्ट्री में जाए तो हिस्ट्री में तो हम सभी के लिए जीजा माता होगी, या फिर अगर हम लोग अहिल्या बाई होळकर होंगी, या हम लोग हमारी जो महात्मा ज्योतिबा फुले और क्रांति ज्योति सावित्रीबाई फुले की जो कहानी है, उसमें जिस प्रकार से सावित्रीबाई ने उस समय सोशल रिफॉर्म्स किए, ऐसे सब लोग मुझे बहुत इंस्पायर करते हैं। मतलब इन लोगों का जब मैं, क्योंकि इतने ऑड्स में उन्होंने काम किया। जैसे आज हम लोग छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज को एक प्रकार से वी रिवियर हिम, हम उनको अपना दैवत मानते हैं, लेकिन छत्रपति शिवाजी महाराज हो पाए क्योंकि जीजा माता थी। क्योंकि उस समय जीजा माता ने उनको ये बताया कि हम लोग ये जिस प्रकार से हमारे लोगों पर अत्याचार हो रहे हैं, और ये परकीय आक्रांता जो बाहर से आए हुए लोग हैं, ये जिस प्रकार से हमारे ऊपर राज कर रहे हैं, तो हमको स्वराज्य तैयार करना ये आवश्यक है, ये हमारी भूमिका है। और ये हमारा ध्येय है, और वो स्वराज्य के लिए उन्होंने उनको तैयार किया। या अहिल्या देवी होळकर, इनका अगर पूरा एक प्रकार से कामकाज देखे तो देश के अंदर ऐसा कोई प्रांत नहीं है कि जहाँ पर उन्होंने धार्मिक स्थलों का पुनर्निर्माण हो या बावड़िया बनाना हो या कुएं बनाना हो, ये सब किया। और सबसे बड़ी बात क्या है, देश भर में ये सारा काम उन्होंने किया, लेकिन ये करते हुए उन्होंने अपने राज्य की वेल्थ से ये नहीं किया, ये अपनी पर्सनल वेल्थ से उन्होंने किया। और जिस प्रकार का उस समय उन्होंने राजकाज चलाया है, एक बहुत ही आइडियल इस प्रकार के राजा के रूप में या रानी के रूप में उनको हम लोग देख सकते हैं। तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि ये सारे लोग हमको इंस्पायर करते हैं। और साथ साथ मैं ये भी कह सकता हूँ कि एक इंस्पिरेशन का सोर्स मेरी माँ भी है, माय मदर इज देयर, क्योंकि जिस प्रकार से मेरे पिताजी भी, मैं छोटा था तब गुजरे, लेकिन उसके बाद जिस प्रकार से हमारी माँ ने हमको संस्कार दिए या जिस प्रकार से हमारे पीछे वो खड़ी हुई, या पॉलिटिक्स में हम लोग मतलब एक अपनी माँ को ये लग सकता था कि भाई पिताजी नहीं है और ये दिन भर फालतू के काम करता है, कुछ काम धंधा करता नहीं है, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं, वो उनको ये पता था कि भाई ये ठीक काम कर रहा है, तो मेरे पीछे वो खड़ी हुई, तो वो भी मेरे लिए सोर्स ऑफ इंस्पिरेशन है।
मेरा आखिरी प्रश्न आपसे, जो यंग बच्चियां स्कूल कॉलेज में पढ़ने वाली आज इस कॉन्वर्सेशन को देख रही हैं, जो यंग प्रोफेशनल्स हैं, एज द चीफ मिनिस्टर ऑफ महाराष्ट्र आपका क्या संदेश है उनके लिए, और आपकी क्या प्रॉमिस है कि जो आपने स्टेट जिस रूप में इनहेरिट किया था, आप उसको कहाँ ले जाना चाहते हैं?
देखिए, मैं तो ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि समय बदल रहा है, और मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ कि ये समय ऐसा है जो हमारी लड़कियों के लिए, हमारी महिलाओं के लिए उनका समय है। अब ये पीछे नहीं जा सकता, इसलिए इस अवसर को वो समझे और इस अवसर को ग्रैब करने की कोशिश करे। देखिए, मैं तो, मेरे घर में महिला राज है, क्योंकि मेरी माँ है, मेरी पत्नी है और मेरी बेटी है, और मैं माइनॉरिटी में हूँ। तो 3 जनरेशन मैं देखता हूँ मेरे घर में, और ये तीनों जनरेशन बहुत पावरफुल है और बहुत प्रॉमिसिंग है। मेरी माँ एक जनरेशन है, मेरी वाइफ वो भी बहुत पावरफुल है और वो अपना वजूद रखती है, उसका अपना एक ऑरा है और वो खुद, उसकी अपनी एक पर्सनैलिटी है। और मेरी बेटी भी वैसी है, मेरी बेटी अभी 10th पास करके 11th में गई है, पर मैं देख सकता हूँ, मैं सोचता हूँ कि मैं 11वीं में था तब मैं कैसा था और ये कैसी है। शी इज़ फर्म, उसको पता है कि उसको ज़िंदगी में क्या करना है। तो मुझे लगता है कि ये जो एक बदली हुई परिस्थितियाँ है, मैं एज अ चीफ मिनिस्टर इतना ही कहना चाहता हूँ कि हम लोग एक बहुत ही इक्विटी और इक्वालिटी के साथ वाली सोसाइटी तैयार करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, एक बहुत ही सेफ सोसाइटी तैयार करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। चैलेंजेस बहुत है, मानसिकता अभी भी खराब है। मतलब मुझे कभी कभी, मैं जब डिबेट्स हमारे विधानसभा में होते हैं और जब मैं महिलाओं के अत्याचार के ऊपर जवाब देता हूँ, और स्पेशली व्हेन इट कम्स टू मोलेस्टेशन एंड रेप, तो उसमें ध्यान में आता है कि इट इज़ सो शॉकिंग दैट 99% इंसिडेंसेस ये उनके करीब के लोग या रिश्तेदारों के कारण हुए होते हैं। तो ये जो एक बहुत ही घटिया मानसिकता है, इसको भी हमको बदलना पड़ेगा, तभी हम लोग एक सेफ एनवायरनमेंट तैयार कर पाएंगे। और इसको बदलना है तो जैसे आपने कहा कि धीरे धीरे ये मानसिकता भी बदलनी पड़ेगी कि हम लोग जो मानसिकता से शायद कई बार ये समझते हैं कि हम बड़े हैं और महिलाएं छोटी है, तो ये इस मानसिकता को बदलना ये भी बहुत ज़रूरी है। पर मैं ऐसा मानता हूँ उस दिशा में हम लोग बढ़ चुके हैं, और मैं वो समय बहुत दूर नहीं मानता। जिस प्रकार से पिछले 10 सालों में इस मानसिकता को प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बदला है, मैं उस समय को दूर नहीं देखता कि जिस समय एक बहुत ही इक्विटी इक्वालिटी के साथ सेफ सोसाइटी हम महिलाओं को देंगे।
थैंक यू। Thank you, Mr. Fadnavis, for your commitment to the cause and for being so candid. And I have to add here for all because I'm representing the women journalists, when you talk to a woman, it's a constructive conversation, no politics. We are talking about a cause that all of us espouse. बहुत शुक्रिया आपका She Shakti के मंच पे आने के लिए और अपनी बात रखने के लिए.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Devendra ji, for sharing your vision and commitment to fostering inclusive growth and women's leadership in Maharashtra. We would be honored if you could please, we could invite our team to felicitate the Honorable Chief Minister on the stage. To present this honor, may I please invite A.P. Singh, International President, Lions Clubs International, and Sangeeta Jatia, past International Director and Board Appointee, Lions Clubs International. I would also like to request to invite Mr. Santosh Menon as well on the stage. Right, thank you so much, and thank you so much, Honorable Chief Minister Palki and Santosh Menonji. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for your time. And as we draw this incredible evening to a close, let us celebrate the spirit of She Shakti, the unstoppable power of women breaking barriers and building Bharat across every field and frontier tonight. We witness stories of leadership, innovation, art, sports, and diplomacy. Thank you to all our speakers, moderators, and audience for being part of the first Mumbai edition of Lions International Presents News 18 She Shakti 2025. Our partner, Lions International, has been empowering women through health and educational support. It's just one of the many ways that the Lions, men and women, are working to build a better world. Thank you all once again. Let's all proceed towards dinner now. Thank you.